an event-by-event basis of jerseys, but let's see if we are going to see a bit of that Shoxy speciality that you spoke about in a few mere seconds. It does appear they are trying to set up for a bit of a ramp ruse early on.
Yeah, and Shox, the USP, he doesn't have any armor. He's got the kit and a nade, and the nade could do a lot of damage. In the meantime, we can see Greyhound tossing in. I do believe there's a smoke or a decoy. I'm not too sure. They broke up out of vents, and Shoxy just rattles off one shot. The nade could do a lot of damage. Indeed, it does. Look at the amount of damage being inflicted. Lucky spots out a player, doesn't really commit to the fight, and Shoxy finds one, gets traded quickly, as it will be a 4v4. However, Amanek replies back.
This is nice. They've left themselves into a 3 versus 2. It's not a great position of Greyhound, but they can still try and make something out of this. It just depends on the firefights. At this point, though, it's traded just back down to Dexter. He's in a 1 versus 2, sprinting his way through the vents, causing a little bit of an uproar. 45 seconds still left on the clock. Glock in hand. Can he do some damage? Kenny in close proximity gets the tag off. It's not looking good, Blair.
It's not looking good at all. He has no idea where Lucky is. Lucky, well, he doesn't need to do anything if Kenny's going to hit shots like that. 3K for Kenny, yes. And that was basically the trades going the way of G2. Very quick rotations coming out from them. You saw the player towards Decon as well. The second Shox dropped. He was there for the trade. And Greyhound Gaming not even getting the bomb down. And for G2, that's a great start.
Yeah, it was a nice little intro round to, ease them into it, allow things to start to soak their way up. This is actually their first appearance at the ESL Pro League Finals since June of 2017 as well, where they took home the championship, beating out North. So for G2 as a whole, for the overall organization, chance to once again put a stamp on the APL scene.
Indeed. And if you look at G2 as an org across various esports titles, right, they are a team who are not just used to second or third places, they are a championship team. Speaking of champions, Kenny S. looked a little scary there, but he does pick up another 3K. And Dexter with the shank in the butt, and Lucky. Not so lucky this time around. And Dexter might be able to get the bomb down if that smoke can work out for him. And Jack spraying through the smoke. I don't know how he did not connect, but Amanek is there to save the day. So Dexter, he's got to be pretty okay with that. A knife in, a little bit of extra money for him to go for the buy, and the buy is indeed going to be coming in for Greyhound.
I thought we were seeing the trade of the knife kills there. I was already getting shocked. I had my hand on my chest. It's too early for this, Blair. It's it's the morning. We've got to ease into this. It's crazy.
I love it. The second round of the day and the knife already. You gotta love it. At Greyhound, let's see what we have. Sicko with the AWP, one of the latest addition to the team. Well, that being said, he's been around for at least a few months now, so he should be feeling pretty comfortable here. Shoxy, love his positioning here. Aggressive towards Secret. Let's see what he's got. He's got the AUG. 2 AUGs in play, 2 UMPs, and then MP9 on Jax. It's kind of like the bonus round, some people might say, but at the same time, I mean, considering it's new, these SMGs can do a lot of damage.
Oh, that is very true. And the switch up towards outside as well has actually caught a fair bit of paranoia with the way Sicko has to clear these angles. You can see taking an awful lot of time. 1 minute and 20 on the clock. Advances his way forward. A little bit of a fault with the jump, but it's still going to be okay, so they can try and get that control. However, if they do not suspect Shox's position playing over towards the secret stairs, that's when a bit of trouble will arise.
I'm not really a big fan of the way Greyhound are taking towards outer. Like, it might work out this time around, but they're relying on winning these duels, and Dexter barely alive, and that's information gleaned. So, Shox, he's just lying in wait, holding the line. Let's see what they do. He's...
Oh, that's nice.
That is cheeky indeed, right on top of the smoke. The nade just scratches him a little bit. Dexter, if he shows even a little toe there, he's done for.
Yeah, a little bit of ankle. Oh, Shoxy spots him out. Stealthy man that he is, quickly scurries his way off as well. So at this point, they've fallen back into the 4-on-4. It's been a very slow outside control round coming through from Greyhound. It's not worked out too fantastically for them, as they are left in now a little bit of a stalemate, and this is where it could get very rough.
Yeah, I mean, less than 30 seconds, and they barely have any control of Secret. Even the players floating around towards the lobby, I do believe it's Malta, hasn't really done much here. And yeah, Malta, he's trying to sell something here, and he gets caught out. I love how Judy just pushed in towards the lobby, and now they're stuck. They need to make a play. 10 seconds on the clock. Shoxy spots them out, and it's going to be Sicko. Nice kill there. Makes it a 3v3. They have 7 seconds to get the bomb done, and they will indeed. But Jax, with an MP9, what can he possibly do?
Oh, can he cause some mischief? Be a little bit of a nuisance going into this one. Cast, he's deciding to play it very up close and personal, and there is potential for a big spray down to come through as well. Playing around the smoke, listening out right now. Still a bit paranoid about the fact someone could try and do some damage from Decon. If he walks through the smoke, it all just depends on the timing, really, as he holds his own. waiting for the instigation. Spots out Jax, the easy murder on the first, the flick to the second. Didn't quite realize that Lucky was there, but at this point, he saved the round for them.
Yeah, there's no time remaining here. Lucky just gonna head for the hills. That was brilliantly played by Urkas, and I'm still left scratching my head. How in God's name did Greyhound win that round? They had 26 seconds, Jax, when they managed to make their way towards Secret. They had no map control, they had no information whatsoever. Just ran in. Sicko getting the kill on Shoxy, I think that pretty much was so instrumental in them winning that round.
Yeah, it's quite wild though. I mean, we had about 25 seconds left when they eventually got secret control. At that point, literally, if Shox would have been able to just delay, they would have been out of that entire round. 6 seconds on the plant, but Greyhound, they get it going for themselves. Obviously, this T-side is where they need to make an impact as well. They can't afford to be looking like a pancake at the end of this first half.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head there. If Shox was playing towards a decon, for example, that run was done and dusted. There was no way G2 would have lost that one. But that being said, they do have the 2 players that stayed alive for Greyhound and have the nice shot by Sicko. Unfortunately, not able to land the killing blow. And Kenny S will escape at 17 HP. The thing is, he's got the Desert Eagle. And we all know what he can do with that.
That's very true. It's a bit of a ridiculous angle to be holding, though. That is a filthy Kurt angle if you can hit something.
It is Kenny S.
That is true.
Well, Lucky. He's the only player with any, well, utility weaponry to speak of. The AK-47 picked up earlier. The native flashes smoke. He's got a kit as well. He could make this work. If any of his teammates, if those Deagles can sing and do a little bit of damage, he could just jump in and... Oh no, the timing on that. Shoxy caught out with his pants down. Jax is going to do a smart thing, fall on back down. He hasn't taken any damage yet. He's got the Deagle. He could do something here.
Yeah, he's going to have to lock horns, though. He'll have an entire herd of elephants stampeding their way back. Looks like they're actually heading towards lobby as well. They've set their gaze over on the A site, and they're going to try and see what damage they can do. The timing doesn't work out well for Urkas. Needs to invest into a watch. Sicko gets the trade back on Lucky, luckily enough. And Jax goes down to Malta. Things are looking awful for the G2 squad as they're all getting picked off one by one. And Kenny finds himself in a situation at least to save an AK.
Yeah, I should just hold on to this. They're going to go for the buy anyway. And he should, if my math is correct, my math has been terrible of late after the economy changes, but he should be able to afford an AWP, and he could potentially drop that AK over to a Shox, perhaps, where he can make do with it. But for Greyhound, tying things up, 2-2, surviving the, well, pretty much an eco round from G2. So things looking pretty interesting here. And bear in mind, it's no longer like a super CD-sided map anymore. Teams have been playing this map way more often. They know how it works here. And hold on to that thought. Kenny is getting hunted down. Ooh. Now they know where he is, but yeah, I don't think they'll be able to go for the hunt. And there's no need. Let him save the AK. You don't want to lose an AWP.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in. Now, for G2 as well, over in the group stage, they were actually able to play out 2 nuke games over the course of the season, and they won both of them, taking a 16-11 victory over Fnatic and a 16-14 win versus Na'Vi as well. So it bodes well going into this, at least.
Indeed. I mean, G2 are a team who can play nuke, even the ones where they have lost. It's not like they got completely stomped. They have the protocols right. They know what they know the roles each player is supposed to do. And even when things don't work out, I like how they're able to adapt. And worst case scenario, they have the firepower to make things work. But Sicko comes out on top as Kenny S loses the duel.
Now, this is a bit better as well. They're actually playing a little bit more aggressive towards outside because it was very slow, almost as if they were just giving them way too much respect, right? And that's why Shox was in such a good power play position to do damage. And once again, that name rings a bell. There he is, sat towards main, trying to see what he can do. Jax, utilizing the Kenny S angle, shattering glass and shattering skulls as he rips his way through Sicko.
And Shox, I love this play from him. The smoke, playing at the edge. They didn't expect that. And Dex is barely alive. And while Shox plays distraction, I'm not too sure why Shox had to re-peek out again. They're probably trying to catch someone off guard, but that's going to equalize things. However, that being said, Lucky will spot out Urkas, and it's down to Malta to get the frag on the Lucky, which he will. It's a 2v2 now. He's got a smoke for Mini, and they should get the bomb down here, but this is a very doable retake for G2.
Oh, the Molotov actually goes through as well. Malta going to decide to play around the smoke, pushes in.
That is ballsy. That is so ballsy.
This could be so risky depending on how he actually plays this. Both of them working their way back through Nest. The CT's trying to go in together here. Malta has that deep main control. They've got 4 flashes between the 2 terrorists that remain into this round. They clear it together. G2 going back in to try and mount this retake. They're making a bit of a hubbub. They're causing some ruckus. They don't have much utility, just one smoke, but Aminek's not going to use it. They jump on the bomb. Malta punishes the first, and Jax caught between the crossfire. There's not much he can do. Greyhound with 3.
While Malta got the 3K there and the final 2 kills, props to Dick Stacy. He was the guy who played distraction. He threw a couple of flashbangs, made a lot of noise to a squeaky, and you could see both G2 are like, probably they're playing from HUD or they're playing from lobby. And Malta, perfect timing. Very well played 2v2 there by Greyhound.
That was nice. It was cheeky stuff as well. The confidence actually starting to shine through a little bit more now. That's the factor that I think we need from Greyhound as well. If they're going to have a bit of an upset run and be able to cause really a stir throughout this tournament, they have to use that hype. They've got to use the level of energy that they've found in the past where they just sort of play a little bit balls to the walls crazy and they're not too scared.
That is what you need to do. Like, if you are the underdog here, and let's be honest, everyone's going to expect Greyhound and the likes of a Daytona or Luminosity or TYLOO to be the underdogs. You want to throw that curveball. You want to be a little disruptive. And now, G2, second eco for them. They did eco in the third round. And now, another one coming in. And Greyhound, they can easily make this 4-2. And that's a huge start for the Aussies.
Pistols in play for G2. Choosing to favour those close angles this time around. Obviously just rocking a little bit of the buddy system as Kenny S rolls around. It's the 3-man setup towards the A site. Very slow round from Greyhound, holding to see if there would be any cheeky pushes coming through from G2. If they play their cards just right, one might be developing.
Yeah, and you can see Shoxy already pushed up towards the radio, and they're looking to strike together simultaneously. Unfortunately, oh no, actually, Shox just has a flashbang, but that being said, I take his name, but he falls on back because of some of the utility being deployed by Greyhound towards outer. And I like what Greyhound are doing. They're taking it slow and methodical, using the utility to get more map control. They are aware that G2 are on a very sparse buy or an eco, and they're looking to avoid any trap being laid by the French team.
It's going well for them. First point of contact could slowly be coming up, though, as they're cast. He might be in an elevated angle, but is he going to be on the top of the food chain when it comes to this face, walking his way over towards the A site? Here comes the conversion. Shox goes down first. Cast with one. He's done his job, but Jax, how much of an annoyance can he be? How much cash can he get out of the hands of the T's? Murders the first with a flick onto Dexter. If he could have taken down Dick Stacy, that would have been a nice way to actually damage the economy. Instead, Greyhound, they clean their way through. They do get another round as it goes 4-2.
Yeah, that was a little too expensive for me if I was Greyhound. You can look at that. 3 players being lost, pretty much almost a full eco. We did see a couple of CZs there, and because of that, if you look at the cash, Malta and Sicko are less than $1,000. Urcast less than 2K, so is Dexter. So if they lose this round, they are in, I wouldn't say danger of having to go for a full eco, for a full eco, but the money's not that great yet. However, that being said, it is the buy coming out. Sicko once again going aggressive, this time around towards HUD. Not quite able to land anything, trying to go for the wall bangs as well. And for G2 this time around though, Jack, they have all the utility, sorry, at least all the weaponry to work with. Utility a little sparse, but that's because they have sacrificed utility for all those AUGs, the AUGs.
Yeah, the utility they did have, using quite early, but it was predicted, it was calculated. The Molotov towards Hut, completely denying that play from Sicko. That would have actually been a really big opener, and they could have gone off a play instantly off the back of that if they wanted to. And this is, again, that instant transition of the change of speed coming out. Kenny, did you give him a bit of a haircut there with that AWP?
Yeah, I don't even know how he missed that. I really looked like it was on his head. But yeah, probably a fresh haircut for, I do believe it is, it's Urcast. Bear in mind, Jackie, they don't have a single kit. And especially if they let go of the lower bomb side and they have to go for the retake, they're going to have to push in fast. And when the utility, just a nade and 2 smokes. Shoxy, though, Dick Stacy not checking the angle, and Shoxy will strike, finds 2. I don't know if we've got a second one. Looking for more, Dexter will finally drop him, but he's done his job, and Dexter, however, replies back and makes it a 3v2.
Big Shoxy round once again. Being such a pinnacle player towards outside. Amanek just waiting in the rafters to try and slam down from the top rope, gets that kill on towards Malta, and Dexter will be taken down. And there you have it, G2 finally starting to come back into the fold as they get themselves that 3rd round. Holding it down, and really that just came down to the fact that Dick Stacy didn't clear his angle. If he would have checked that, it could have gone completely different. That was 2 players just off the back of a one-and-done position, really, from Shox.
Absolutely. These are the small little mistakes that Greyhound really can't afford to make. Bear in mind, even though you have a 4-3 lead right now, you should not be feeling too comfortable. You still have a long, long way to go. And like we said earlier, Jackie, money wasn't great, and that means we will be seeing a mixed, kind of a mixed buy. A couple of AKs, the UMP, a Tech 9, and the nade doing a ton of damage to Shox. Lines them up, but doesn't find a single kill, but does so much of damage. That nade, I don't even know Malta's still alive. How is he even alive?
That is rough. A few seconds earlier on the nade, and it could have done so much more damage, blowing them all straight out of the server. Instead, Jax is going to have to do it manually. He wants to try his hand with a little bit of basketball, though. Slams the nade straight into him. Him and Amanek working well as a duo until Sicko has other ideas in mind. Trades it back with a headshot, but wasn't ready for the strike of Amanek. A good defense towards the B side. It looked like it was a little bit shaky off the first contact, but they smooth it over and equalize the scoreline.
I liked what Greyhound did there. They didn't have enough utility. Their weaponry wasn't the best. Couple of AKs and pistols around, so they went for the fast play towards Secret. A little surprised Shox didn't get a single kill there, but Amanek, again, 3K. If he hadn't helped his teammate out there, that round could have gone the way of Greyhound. We don't know, right? But a hero play coming up from Amanek, ensuring that G2 don't get, I wouldn't say eco, but lose a round that they should have won. As Greyhound now, finally on a full eco. Glocks all around, pretty much a free round for G2.
Yeah, let's see if they are just going to go for that shock and all-star play. The straight burst towards A being one of the more common attempts. Again, with a HE rolling through. Looked like actually was going to bounce in there, but doesn't do that much damage whatsoever. Greyhound, all they really need to do on this one is go for a confidence push. Play with all 5. Unfortunately, they're walking straight into the meat grinder. Shoxy awaiting with his open arms to just greet them all. Surely not Shox! Smashes his way through the lot of them. The MP9 smackdown.
I call that Daddy's little trust fund. That's money for days. Money for days for Shoxy. And, well, I mean, Greyhound not going to be too worried about that. I do a call for a tactical timeout. That's a good time to call it out. Many a times I see some of the more underdog teams and newer teams wait too long to call for a tactical timeout when things really aren't clicking here. But dangerous thing is G2, you know, if they start getting fired up, if players like Shoxy, like Amanek start, rolling and start hitting the shots, it could get a little rough for G2. So it's a good tactical timeout. Let's see what they do with it. However, the buy is going to be coming in. I don't believe we'll see an AWP being bought out by or for Sicko. It's going to be AKs all around. The good thing is, though, they have a lot of utility. And so far, I haven't really seen that crazy any utility usage coming out from Greyhound. It's been a few smokes here and there towards outer yard, but nothing too execute heavy, so to speak. And let's see if they have that, because they did allow Nuke through, so I'm expecting at least a couple of cheeky executes coming out from the Aussies.
Yeah, and if there's going to be around to utilize it as well, this would be the sort of play, right? You've had a lot of heavy outside control, very basic smokes that just block off the angles and work as a squad. If you're going to throw something into the mix, do so now when you've got the 5 rifles in play rather than the AWP on Sicko. We saw that one aggressive peek from him, but talking of aggression, it's just a lobby crunch. They're just going for it. G2 are fueled by confidence off the back of that previous round, and that is a huge way to play it.
Oh, you love it. You'd love to see it, don't you? Like, they've been playing a little bit too reactive, and all of a sudden they're like, all right, they went for the attack timeout, they have a buy, they're probably setting up something. Let's make things a little rough for them. And they push in, they get the kill as well, and they establish the man advantage so very early on. And the fact they didn't see anyone in the lobby means Greyhound now have to take time getting back lobby control. Yeah. And yeah, I love this. I love this from G2. And look at Shox now. Again, now I do believe he's making his way towards Secret, where he's going to try and find another free frag here.
This is beautifully played. An awful lot of delay tactics as well from G2 to actually slow this round even further. And they have a ton of utility left. You've still got 2 smokes there, 1 flashbang for Lucky. You've got a little bit of offensive utility on Kenny and Lucky. And it just depends on the timing now. About 45 seconds left on the clock as we get down to crunch time. G2 need to do something soon.
And Shox is everywhere, isn't he? Pushes towards lobby, goes to a secret, now he's in vents. And Jax towards, and I like what Jax is doing. He doesn't need to really make any contact or go for any contact play. Spots out a player, goes for the spray, does so much damage. That's a smart thing. There's no need to fight. They can just keep delaying them. Kenny, yes, no need to aggress her so much. And Jax is holding the line. 23 seconds. Greyhound are going to get completely wiped out here.
Yeah, Jax, literally all he had to do there was try and slow them down even further. He did a fantastic job of falling back towards ramp. Instead, though, gets traded out. And Shoxy, he's been roaming around the map. He's been waiting for some action. But the only thing that's going to come his way is a bullet straight to the cranium, delivered by Dexter. Falling back into the 3 versus 3 now. This is going to be a rough retake.
I completely jinxed it. It was a 5v3. I was like, Greyhound again to get completely destroyed, and somehow Lucky's left alone in a 1v3. He makes it a 1v4, and he makes it a 1v3, but he's gonna get the hell out of there. I don't know how Greyhound won that, and this is the second time we've seen this happen. Yeah. Like, barely 20 seconds remaining. The previous time, they made the way from Secret. This time, it was from ramp. And G2 didn't do anything wrong per se. Maybe Jax could have like stayed alive a little bit longer, stuck around towards that cubby area, towards the lower bomb site, made sure Greyhound expended a little bit more time clearing out the angles. But Greyhound, when it comes down to crunch time, they just hit their shots. And some very good entries coming out, especially from Dexter, the in-game leader.
Well, that's the rough part they fall into, right? Is because the tag we actually saw from Lucky onto Sicko knocks him down to 2 HP. As much as he was incredibly low, he still survived. Had the extra presence with the manpower, they were able to overwhelm him on the side push purely because at that point, you're trying to prioritize one target. You had the one push from the left side of ramp, two pushing from the right. Kenny as well, missing that shot was critical. The difference of the round, if we actually saw Sicko fall, Kenny connect the shot, or even one of the two, they would have been in a much better position to actually close it out. G2, though, I like to see this. They're going instantly in for the tack pause.
They are indeed. Right now it's poised to be anyone's game, right? 5-5. The scores are tied. However, G2 are not going to be too worried quite yet. They have oodles of money to work with. Kenny S with AWP once more. He hasn't been looking it's still very early days, Jackie, but he hasn't been looking too sharp at the op yet. He really hasn't had a chance much to do it, but he was really instrumental in the initial few rounds. Shoxy's woken up, Amanek's looking solid as well, so they're not too worried about things yet. It's still early days. It's not exactly the the 12-3 half CD sides which we used to have a few years back. It's a much more different map here. And for Greyhound, though, winning, one might say a miracle round. Let's see what they can do as Shoxy with the op. Dual op setup, in fact.
See, this is a bit of a different play, right? You give him that first, the secondary orb to actually play the angle, watch towards TYLOO. Kenny S instead, waltzing his way over towards Secret to try and back them up. Urkash should peek into this if he goes for the clear towards outside to support his team. It just depends on Shox's positioning and how long he holds for this. Instead, falling back and a play towards the CT box so he can actually clear the cross. Set up to try and actually hold things here for Kenny. But he doesn't fancy the face, Blur.
He doesn't indeed. And can't really blame him. And for Greyhound, again, they take so much time clearing out these angles and getting map control. But that being said, a little bit more faster this time. And I like how they're using utility. They're not really going for the dry peaks here. They're using some of those flashbangs to move the CTs out of position. See another flashbang, forcing. Bear in mind, Shox is all the way to his garage, and now he's made his way towards hell. But that being said, Kenny has with a re-aggression. Can he catch someone off guard here?
Depends if they understand as well that potentially we do have that double up set up in play. If they focus so heavily on Shox, believing of his position, they might not expect the risky peek from Kenny S. Coming out behind, skulking in the rear, a rapid shot onto Sicko. That's him done for. Shox now kicks it up a notch as well as he wants to come into the fray. Dick Stacey with a trade back onto Jax at least. Makes some kind of an impact into the round, but there's not much time and there is no manpower whatsoever. It really comes down to if they can hit their shots from this point forward.
Indeed. 15 seconds to Dick Stacey floating around as Eurocast will follow Shoxy and Dick can get the bomb down, but his 1v3 might be a little bit too much. Kenny is just going to push in. Well, he's going to be going in alone. There was really no need for that. And that makes things a little bit more possible for Dick Stacey. He's got 2 already, needs to find 2 more. Amanek and Shoxy, they don't have a kit. I do believe there's a kit drop somewhere, though. They should be able to pick this one up. But Dick Stacey, I'm not sure Shoxy spotted him out. He's going to peek on wide, finds Amanek, but Shoxy with the trade with the op, and that too was semi-blinded. That came a little too close for G2. I'm not sure why Kenny really had to go for that.
That's ridiculous. I mean, the position that they've been left in at the end there, the fact he was allowed to get so far out, literally have that 1v1, potentially could have got the flick off and towards Shox, is just outrageous. As you said, Kenny walks in, he expected the plant to be over towards Decon, obviously clears that angle, just wasn't ready for it at all, but it wasn't necessary. You had the manpower advantage, you're not going to lose that round.
Absolutely, and the only escape route that Dick Stacey had was the door where Kenny S came in through. All he had to do was hold that angle, ensure his trap there, wait for his teammates to come in, Amanek and Shoxy. And bear in mind, you have 2 ops. You got to bear that in mind. The retake against AK-47 would have 2 ops. It's never going to be that easy. So that got a little too hairy for G2. And that means that their money has been whittled down, at least for the majority of his players. Kenny S still has 2200, but the rest of them are pretty low on cash. And Greyhound Gaming on a much faster approach. But it's just going to be 2 players being sent in towards Secret, while 3 players are again waiting towards Lobby, and Kenny spots the feet out, but doesn't quite land a shot.
2 shots from Kenny this game feel like they should have hit as well. That's another one that it seemed like it should have been set up for success. The vent burst coming through from Amanek, as he's a man that just loves to cause chaos. Will get the tag off onto Dexter, but he isn't going to die from it. He will stay alive, ready to rumble once more. Caught between 2 men, though. Not quite sure which angle he wants to peek into first. Utilizes Dick Stacey to get the trade back onto Jax. At this point, it's a 2v2 with tons of time on the clock. Kenny and Shox are pretty much trapped outside the site. It just depends off the back of this plant. If Shox actually goes in for this on a contact phase, you can kill Dick and there's so much more you can do.
And Urkas makes it a 1v1, finding Kenny S. He knows exactly where Shox is, but what a flick from Shox. Decapitates the man. And it's going to be G2 getting to round number 7. But again, coming down to 1v1. These rounds are pretty damn close, Jackie.
Yeah, it is wild, actually, how back and forth a lot of these have been, right? Some of the rounds that G2 have picked up very easily could have gone the way of Greyhound, and the same can be said vice versa. It's wild, the fact it's literally just coming down to pure individual plays at this point.
One thing got to point out, though, Shox playing like this in the first game of the tournament, that is a great sign indeed. You can see 138 ADR. The closest is Dexter on 109 for Greyhound. And yeah, Shox has just been incredible so far, right? Even Amanek as well, even though, like, if you look at the ADR, it's not as good as Jax. But if you look at the impact some of those kills have been, it's been great.
Yeah, well, that's the fact. Obviously, we had the complete slaughter with the MP9 to build up his economy, but those other 10 frags were big impact kills. Like,
Absolutely.
the amount of damage he's done to actually save them rounds is critical to the success. Ooh, I like to see this, Blur. Lucky with the blue spruce, the XM10 coming out. I like a little bit of this.
Love to see it. And obviously, because the money's still not that great for G2. They won that round, but they did have just that one player survive. And for Greyhound Gaming, it's a better eco than just going for all Glocks all around. We have a couple of Tech 9s, a couple of Peter Fitties, and a Desert Eagle in the hands of Dexter. They have a lot of utility as well. And again, you're going to be going for the fast play. Oh, that nade right in the face. And there's a huge gap there. Okay, Shox is there to get the kill. I was wondering why Kenny S would fall on back.
I know, I was scared at that point. The ramp rush coming through, though. Flashbang in. Tons of tags, though, at least, from Amanek. It's a smart play as well from Jax. Just back off, play for the actual initial aggression. Dexter with the Deagle. Gets the headshot.
Okay.
Sicko as well coming through with the P250 punish. Surely not the long range. The XM10 coming through as he wants to bite down upon them. Instead switches to the sidearm. A couple of tags here and there. And we're left in the 2v2.
How is this going wrong for G2? Urkas, bear in mind, because they went for the mix buy. That means they have Kevlar. They don't have any head armor, but that's okay. Because Jax is on 12 HP, Jackie. He's internally bleeding. But then again, Shoxy's still very much alive and has got 100 HP to work with here.
You've given Dexter an AUG. He's going to go for that face down. He literally needs to connect one shot off here. The same can be said for Jax, though. It's a headshot angle if he plays it smart. But they don't fancy it. They're not making their play over towards B. They're instead going to back off. It looks like they're setting up to try and take the A annihilation, walk their way in and stake the claim as their territory, but they instant go for the plant. They don't clear it. Shox, all he had to do was sit towards Hut. He peeks out. It's an easy 1-2, left, right, good night, and G2 get another round.
I guess once the toss in the smoke there, they went in really fast towards Heaven. They weren't expecting both the players there, but yeah, a little bit of a misplay I felt like from Greyhound, because they had no control of the lobby. Yeah. They had no idea who was there inside of Hut, and it was Shoxy waiting there, and there was no one really holding that angle either. I don't know who it was playing towards Heaven, but I would have liked it to push out further to make sure that no one pushed in from Hut and got that kill onto the bomb planter. So that's the thing again, right, Jackie? It's like the small little mistakes being made and G2 capitalizing on it.
That's really all it's been coming down to. And G2 again, with a nice early Molotov to try and delay the initial aggression coming through. We're seeing Amanek actually clutching on to the auto shotgun as well. So still some potential for some close range critical kills coming through. They're trading quite effectively at this point, though. Tons of damage coming out. The firefights are all going in favor of Greyhound. And look how low everyone is. This is not a good round for G2, Black.
Oh, no. Amanek and Lucky so very low. Amanek just rattling off shot, trying to hide the sound of his dropping down. And Urkas, by the way, is a man on the mission. 3 kills for him already. He's all the way towards Heaven. This bomb site is theirs for the taking. The only problem here is Lucky on 14 HP. Who has pushed in towards the lobby. So he has some information gleaned. What can he do with this? Because he's not going to be expecting Urkas to be waiting here. And this could be a free kill. This could be kill number 4 for Urkas, who's now on an ace. But Amanek, with the auto shotty, Jackie, what can he do?
Is there any chance for some spice? A little bit of life left in this round. Urkas, he wants the ace, but Amanek just wanted something. Instead, he's going to be greeted by Sicko and put down into an early grave. 8-6 now. As things are actually getting pretty close here. You know, it's either going to be a 9-6 half or an 8-7, and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually did see it go 8-7. It's been so back and forth the whole game. And with what they're left to work with on G2, they need a loan at this point to be able to invest into anything tasty. They're stuck with the pistols. Yeah,
it's just unfortunate, right? So many rounds where it was just a 1v1s or 1v2s, and because of that, and right now they are broke for money. I love what Greyhound did the previous round. The aggression coming out from them, but this time instead of going towards secret or ramp, they went in aggressive towards the CT side, where G2 just lost his deals to Urkas. A man who apart from any of the Renegades players, I do believe he's probably the best Australian player right now. It's Shoxy with the Deagle.
Oh, it was set up for him as well. You could see him getting ready. The itchy trigger finger, but he's not going to be able to kill him. Goes down to Urcast to kick this one off. It was that one bit of potential with a close proximity. But we fall back into an advantage for Greyhound now with 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Well, I keep playing towards Hot with its CZ, but they need to go a little bit more aggressive somewhere here. Dexter already just on a fact-finding mission towards defense. The Molotov is going to push on out the 2 players towards Hut. But looks like by the way... Okay, never mind. Kenny S catches someone by surprise. Jax finds Dexter as well, and the CZ's doing a lot of damage. It's going to be a 2v3 for Greyhound.
Oh no, lucky! My goodness, with the double tap coming through with the CZ, the easy 1-2 hit, he shuts it down, and that is going to be a 9-6 half. There is more to come as we carry this one on after the break. We are back with Greyhound Gaming facing off versus G2 Esports here on Nuke. It's been a bit of a naughty one to kick us off.
I still am trying to digest how G2 won that final round. The CZ's hitting all the shots, and you'll love to see it as now Greyhound. 6 shots on the T side, not too shabby at all. The problem is G2 have so many tricks up their sleeve on their T side that Greyhound, they're going to get pressured here. As Dexter, he's taken one for the team, the in-game leader, nade, and a kit, and USPs all around.
This pistol round really does boast a lot of how this game is going to go. The early smoke out towards main coming through from G2 as they get ready to try and go for a bit of a burst straight through Squeaky, but the only thing Squeaky clean is the shots from Urcast. Connects an instant one straight between the eyes of Amanek and looks to do more.
He doesn't find more, but Sicko is there to reply back. And Jax with the trade as well. Shoxy finding one more, but the trades are thick and fast. And Dick Stacy already from behind. They know where he is. They close the door in his face when Malta finds one. There's no need for him to go for the spot, but he might need to, and he will win it out. And that is going to be the pistol round going the way of Greyhound. If Malta hadn't won that fight, that would have been a 1v1, and that could have been anyone's round. But Greyhound winning a crucial round indeed. And Jack, you got to point out, you saw G2 had 3 players with utility.
Yeah.
They had a plan in mind. That's the thing. They are going to have way more tricks up their sleeve compared to how Greyhound were playing more contact based on their T side. So it's going to be 2 different play styles here on the T side of Nuke.
Oh, that's very true. I expect at this point we're going to see execute heavy plays coming through from G2. The strat that they boast should have an awful lot in it on this map, whereas, as you said, the entire time with Greyhound, it was mostly outside control. We didn't really see a single take towards the A site for the most part. It was just late round contact that came back towards it. And G2, it seems like they're going to try it again.
They do have that one smoke and a flash. The smoke already being expended, and I like that re-smoke coming in from Greyhound, tossing it in, making things a little rough here. The flashbang to pop it out, and it is a slaughter. Dexter finds 2.
Oh no!
Is he going to go for the hunt? Yes, he is. Chasing Kenny S, running for his life, but he will be found out. As Jax does get a kill out of Sicko, who had the scout, and that should be it. Shox with a knife in the smoke, trying to be cheeky here, but yeah, this should be Greyhound all the way.
He's like a lost child in Asda, just waiting for his mum to find him at this point. Switches back to the Glock. Can he really kick up any more of a fuss into the round? No, not at all. Left lifeless at that point as he is taken down by Urcast. It was when he just got to the left side of vent and just got stuck just at the timing. It was beautiful. Much bueno.
It was much better indeed. That was one of the joys of watching Counter-Strike moments like that. As Greyhound, though, just one casualty. Sicko will be dropped the scout from, I do believe it was picked up by Urcast, who was upgraded to an AUG. 2 AUGs, the FAMAS, the MP9 and Dexter. Like we said, Nuke City side, those SMGs do have a place. And for G2, though, it is going to be the buy. Not the best of buys, because it didn't get the bomb down, but 5 AKs, a pretty decent sum of utility, and a very fast take towards outer. However, Sicko with the scout, he could still deal some damage.
Oh, he's got to get those chest shots off, though, and actually connect these wounding hits with the scout. At this point, they tried to slow it down a little bit. They've still got the smokes. They can do the double smoke for the cross. Jax getting peppered by the FAMAS. Sicko spots it just on the near gap of the smoke there as they get down towards Secret, so at least they have a read of what's going on here. But it depends on the defense over at B. Can Dexter actually hold this one down as he waits in the rafters?
He does have Dick Stacy to drop on down. He's still holding the line, Dick Stacy, just wary of the fact that someone could come pushing in from the trophy or radio room, depending on which era of Counter-Strike you come from. And that's true. Lucky is just waiting around towards the trophy area. The bomb still dropped, mind you, so he still has to pick it up. But right now, with G2 having control of Secret, they do have a lot of options here.
That's actually very true. If we have a look at this for the minute, obviously you can see they're still set up one player towards outside. You've got another man sitting over by radio, going to be backing off to try and grab that bomb. They're putting pressure towards the B site, potentially to try and cause that over-rotation, but they're backing off. They're not fully committing to it just yet. There's still potential for this to actually develop into a different play if they want to. They use the smoke towards outside, though, and it does seem like it is going to be that late-round B play.
Yeah, with that smoke, it's a tell. Dick Stacy, wrathing off a few bullets through the smoke, hoping to get lucky, but that's going to announce its presence, and they're going to come charging up, but the crossfire is ready and waiting, but there is a player towards Decon as well. Dexter, that range is not the best, but he will still find one. Does a bit more damage before finally getting taken down by Am, and Kenny finds Dick Stacy as well. And now it's a 4v3, bomb getting planted, retake is on.
It looks like they might have actually been able to put enough fear in them to cause them to back off already, though. That nade hitting the toes of Sicko. At least his shoes will be a bit cheaper now, but he backs off and holds towards the ramp. This is probably just going to be the save play from them, and it seems like G2 actually will get their 10th round here. The slow work in worked out very nicely for them.
Indeed. And, well, for Greyhound, though, they lost the MP9 and they lost the Scout. So it kind of makes sense for them to save these 3 rifles, right? They can still buy into the next round pretty comfortably. I do believe Dexter can. With the bonus money he's going to get from this, he's going to be able to buy up something. Walter could do a bit of damage. Finds Jax. And it's a smart thing. Hold on to the rifle, because that's going to allow his team to go for a pretty solid buy. Dick Stacy is going to get dropped a gun by Malta, I believe. And Dexter should be able to buy for himself. The question is he going to buy an op for Sicko? Is the question. Indeed, he will. Sicko will be dropped the AWP. Dexter will pick up the gun from him, and Dick Stacy will be dropped a gun by Malta.
How does he opt to actually play with this, though, is going to be the key. Are we going to see anything a little bit cheeky coming out? Some spice from Sicko as he heads his way over towards outside. Obviously, G2, last time around, it's a very commanding take. They weren't really dilly-dallying at all. They just pushed straight in, went headstrong, and they took them on. It worked out nicely for them.
It did, and bear in mind, he was winning a couple of early duels, especially against Kenny S with that AWP on the T side. The CD side, something that's definitely going to favor them. Urcast finds 2 in the smoke. Kenny S and Lucky are down for the count, and G2 just have 3 surviving.
Yeah, that was very nice. Just playing on top of the box, obviously using the smoke, gives himself a bit of a one-way angle. Just able to spray his way into him, did so much damage. Sets it up for his teammate Dexter to dissect them as well. And at this point, you're already massively outnumbered going into this round. Not only that, Amanek is looking a little bit green around the gills. He's on 50 HP as he pushes to try and gain that control towards outside. And they might not actually realize as well, if he goes for this drop down, that Dexter's in a position to not only get this info, but potentially deny the play as Shox is waltzing over.
I love that. I love that by Dexter. Just pushes out behind the smoke because he knows Shox can't spot him out and make sure he catches the player. I do believe that was Amanek trying to climb on up. Urcast continues his reign of terror. That's a bomb drop. And Shox is alone towards outer. He could potentially get a kill if he wins his duel against Dexter, but he's been spotted out. He finds one. Finds another. Okay, Shoxy. 1v3 now, Jackie.
Surely this doesn't carry on, right? Oh, he was set up for it as well. You could see him actually priming on the ankle, gets the tag off towards Sicko. It was the fact it was just the 2 crisp headshots back to back. It was like, all right, that's sick. We're getting into it. It's one of those rounds.
How many times have we seen that happen, right?
Yeah.
It's like a 1v4, 1v3, 1v5. It's Shoxy. You're like, yeah, he's not going to win this. Boom, 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 boom. Round's done. And he's clutched it out. Unfortunately for him. Yeah, it just happens. It's Shoxy after all. But Sicko will ensure that he doesn't miss his shots. Shoxy on 21 frags and Dexter on the other hand for his team. Both the in-game leaders, I do believe, top fragging for the team.
Yeah, setting themselves up potentially at this point to actually build himself into a 30 if this one carries on, as it's proven to be a very close affair. Honestly, the way this game has been going, I wouldn't actually be that surprised if we saw this getting very close towards the full 30, as it's so back and forth. You know, that first T side was such a tell from Greyhound that it's going to be a close game. As long as they can maintain that level of play on their CT side, especially when they're set up to just slaughter everyone over by the vents. The bomb did drop down at least.
Yep, and that one buy from Amanek to AK, able to find one, but lucky with the Glock, not able to get anything done. A little surprised to see Amanek go for that buy, because the rest of his team were in an eco, and yes, he can still afford an AK and Kevlar and helmet, but he just has 3,700. That means no utility, or he goes for a Galil or maybe a UMP and has a little bit of extra utility to work with, but I'm a little surprised with that buy. I know they were going for the AK hero play there, but was it really worth it though? Because you can take a look here, no utility. But then again, he can probably play the entry role, probably try and find something, you know, towards ramp or maybe towards hut. But yeah, a little surprising. Little surprised that they went for that buy.
Well, it's also one of those rounds that it feels like doesn't really play into the necessity of having the single AK buy, right? Because you're basically going for a throwaway. Let's try and get the bomb plant down and see if we can make something out of it. It's a weird one. Normally, you want to try and go for like a slower outside play, because then if he dies, you can drop it back.
Yeah, or maybe, you know, just go for a deagle, a couple of deagles perhaps. Just maximize the chances of dealing a little bit of damage. So I'm not a big fan of that. But that being said, AK armor, it's fine. It's not too bad for him. What is interesting though is that it is all things tied up, 10-all, Jackie. And if you look at the weaponry, Augs, the AWP in the hands of Sicko, and for G2 5 AK. So yeah, it's going to be a proper like buy round here, and the winner of this round is probably gonna. I wouldn't say it's going to determine how the next couple of rounds are going to play out, but G2's money is pretty bad at the moment. And for Greyhound as well, it's not that solid. And bear in mind, CT side, you know, you need that extra money for all the utility, for the weaponry, which is usually more expensive. And ouch! That's got to hurt.
Yeah, that is a big nade. Straight on the forehead there. Shox are going to be headering that one away as he takes 50 damage from it. And G2, it looked like they were basically set themselves up to go for the skylight flashes and smokes through and then go for this late round execute towards the A side, but they're already going to be limping in from the damage they've taken. Jax at least wins the initial opener as he gets that opening kill. As the trade back, Sicko leaps out through the vent, gets the capitalization back on Lucky. Shox walks in, but it's kind of like, you know, the John Travolta meme where he walks in, he just sort of looks around, he puts his hands up, right? Because everyone was already dead at that point. It's just kind of not really worth.
I really like the way Greyhound set that one up, especially Sicko was waiting towards the vents, and especially when you have the opener in the vents, you don't want to show yourself, but the timing in the peaks coming in from each and every one of those players was perfect. The second the first player dropped down, I think it was Malta playing towards that side, he got the kill. Then the second they were pushing him, there was a player pushing out from heaven who got the kill, and then Sicko pops in from the vent. So very, very good timing on Greyhound, on the Greyhound players going in for the peaks, and with that, the money, like we mentioned earlier, not that great here. We do have the Soul, the hero, AK-47. Of course, it should be in the hands of Shoxy. The rest of the team, a couple of Deagles, a couple of CZs, but not much. One smoke for utility.
Dick Stacy potentially finding a position to really be tested as well if they do head their way over towards ramp later on into this one. You've got the two players set up towards Squeaky. Shoxy has that AK in hand, but he really needs to kick up a fuss with it. They're going to do something into this one. They're trying to make their presence known at the least. As Jax causes a bit of a hubbub, makes some noise, but here comes the play towards Dick. Throws out a nice hefty nade to do some damage, and Kenny takes the full frontal assault from it, and Dick now hitting him with a Rhino as he rips them both a new one.
I love that from Dick. Like, he tossed in the nade, and he somehow found that little window of opportunity where he was able to sneak his way to the back of ramp. Yeah. They weren't expecting that, and he had Sicko peeking in from hell, getting that kill. They did not expect him to be there. 2 free kills for him, making sure that G2 really did not get up to any shenanigans. But that being said, Shox is still alive, but unfortunately, he will find nothing. Jax left alone in a 1v5 with the bomb down.
I also hate it when I get surprised by a hidden Dick. At this point, though, Jax left in a 1 versus 5. Nothing from Urcast as he will slaughter him over towards Hut. And Greyhound now picking themselves at 12 rounds. Another pause from G2 as well. This is a worrying sign because this is where we get into a position where Greyhound, as we spoke about earlier, especially with Neil behind them, you imagine the amount of uproar that's probably starting to develop, right? How they're starting to get fired up into this. This is where they really do start to run away with things.
Yeah, and their CD side is looking so very good. Their crossfires are on point. They're not really going for any aggressive plays. Like, so far, you haven't seen them go for a lobby push, perhaps, or maybe just like a lobby pincer movement coming in from ramp or whatnot. And we might actually see that coming out here because you'd have gone for the pause, you're going to be going for the buy. And now that they kind of have the slight little edge on top of G2, we might be seeing a little bit more aggressive plays. Neil might have potentially broken a headset already by now.
Not another one. Not another one, Neil. You know, there was a point at a UK event, he was so excited when, I think at the time it was Infused, won a map. He literally started licking the wall. There's a picture of him near a wall, tongue out. Madness, absolute wild scenes. I don't know how we let him on the BBC.
Licking the wall, okay. I have never seen anyone do that, but anyway.
That's Neil M.
That's Neil M right there. And you need a man like that behind you if you want to get these upset wins here as Greyhound on their way to potentially pull off an upset. But that being said, G2 behind the smoke, there is a Dick waiting for them. And he's got that AUG down. Flashbang is good, and that's interesting. Oh, the Molotov's a Telda. Now he knows. Ramp control has been relinquished. And for Greyhound, now if G2 make space here, they could potentially get control. But Sicko with the AWP finds Lucky, looking for more with the wild Flick shot, doesn't find anything as Dick Stacy will be taken down. Amanek finding both. Dexter a little too late to the party as Malta with the spray. And that's going to prevent Jax from getting the bomb down, but still it's man advantage for G2 as the bomb is going to get planted.
And this goes to show as well what G2 need if they're going to be able to actually start smashing their way back into this. That man himself, Amanek, someone that can be such a lethal warrior when it comes down to it, unfortunately, is going to crumble under the pressure, broken through. Their defense is now more open as all the CTs are converging, making their play back over towards this site. It's a good double setup, though. KennyS and Jax working nicely as a well-oiled machine. Technically, they could head back up towards that A side if they want to. Jax does have the bomb. Kenny down to 2 HP, but they get the trade across. They bait for each other. Urcast is trapped over on A. They have time to plant it, Blair. It's technically a 2v1. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. KennyS, 2 points of health, but that AWP in his hands, he's not going to miss those, and that was so back and forth, right? G2, they had lower bombs, that was a 4v3, but they're not able to get the bomb done, and for a moment there, Greyhound had the man advantage as well, but great pair work coming out from G2 there. I do believe it was KennyS and, was it Lucky, who were playing the final, the 2v2, and they played it to perfection, right? The second player gets spotted out, they double peaked that final player who was playing towards Decon. Very well played from them, and that's going to ensure that Greyhound don't quite run away with it yet. But that being said, Greyhound, they've been on such a streak. The money is so very solid. They're going to have no problem with the buy.
No, this has actually been going very well for them, obviously, in terms of cash. They can buy straight back into it. Healthy amount of utility, kits all across the board. And they try and open it up. Those nades getting thrown across, those hefty forearms of the Greyhound boys. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to hit anyone on the side of G2 just yet to make their initial mark on the scene.
KennyS trying to spot something out. A little reminiscent of how Greyhound were playing the T side here. A little bit more contact-ish plays than I'm used to seeing on Nuke. But look at this, Shoxy pushing in aggressively, taking advantage of the smoke and the Molotov to get control of the entrance to its secret. But guess who's waiting for them? It's Sicko with the op. He's always lonesome, but he's a good position. You know, get the pick, hit or miss, just fall on back, play the angles. As you can see, the aggression from G2 towards outer.
He's waiting for that push, but it's not going to be coming towards him. Instead, they decided to opt to go for the garage control. They clear out Dexter. They've been able to find him and eradicate him. They've now got a big opening into this one and could do so much more. The smoke goes in, but Shox, he's suspect of this. He realizes that he could still be playing close in it and waits for the push. However, another bit of contact comes through. Talking of the face, it is going to be Malta that finds Lucky. Kenny with the trade back onto Urcast. At this point, you left into a 3 versus 3, but this is an awkward one. Just when Shoxy bobs his heads up, he gets trapped between 2 men.
This guy right behind them, that is Malta. Perfect timing. He finds 3 in total, and Amanek's going to be left alone with 10 seconds on the clock. There's no time for him. He's just got to go for the save here. I'm surprised he's still floating around, trying to find something, I guess. Trying to inflict a little bit more damage. But there is no time remaining, and he will swap out the AK for the AUG, and he will hold on to this gun. Can I just point out Greyhound, the second they lost out of control, the second they lost Dexter towards the garage, the way they just aggressed towards lobby, they had a player pushing up ramp, and Malta won the duel towards Hut as well. I loved what he did there. Yeah. Aggression. You lose a part of the map, go for more map control. They got the lobby control, Malta from behind, quickly finding those 2 kills back-to-back. Greatly played, great reactive play from Greyhound.
That's really the major sort of key to it, right? Because that's one of the things that we didn't really see that many times from G2. There was only the one sort of lobby crunch, which was a full frontal assault, rather than, as you said, actually causing a bit of a tug of war between map control. Because of how many slow rounds we saw from Greyhound towards outside on their T side, in reality, G2 should have been completely swarming the rest of the map to try and make up for it. And that's what we're seeing now from Greyhound. They have a good understanding of how to actually play this here. Somehow they get this opening pick as well. KennyS has gone down. Jax is trading it, but Jax, double or nothing, and he wants another bit as well. Through the smoke, tags Dexter down to 59. This hasn't gone too well for the Greyhound boys.
Yeah, they got the first opening pick. Dick Stacy, he's been spotted out. There's going to be a double peek coming. Amanek and Lucky going to be peeking together, and there we go. He gets taken up, but Urcast is very much alive here, and he's going to catch one player off guard. He knows there's another one there. Bomb spotted out. He's going to go for the duel. Doesn't quite land the shot, but Lucky is so lucky to be alive and 2 points of health. And look at Dexter. He's pushing towards Squeaky as well. Nate is going to be sailing a little too late. And Lucky's still very much alive. But Dexter, what can he possibly do? He has no idea where Jax is at the moment. But the good thing for G2 is they have a lot of time. Did Jax spot him drop down towards Vent is the question. And I think he has.
Lucky and Jax, they've got full control of the A site. Lucky can go for a complete safe plant. He doesn't have to worry about this one. Dexter Is he going to actually opt to try and work his way back into this round? They do have money to play with, so it's not the worst affair if he loses it. Bobs his head up, but it depends on the timing. He might have actually sold himself to Sauron there. Just as he gets towards the top of the ladder, the repeat comes in from Jax. It's an easy connection with the AK, and it's now 13-12. It really does look like this one could be going the full 30.
I'm just waiting for the graphics to show up later on as to how the rounds have been going.
Yeah.
I think there was only the beginning of the second half. There we go, right on time, right there. We can see the streak they had where they almost won 6 in a row, apart from round number 3 with G2 won. But apart from this, it's just been so back and forth this entire game. And I agree with you, Jackie. I think this could very well be. I smell the beginning of an overtime.
It's there. It's just on the back burner right now. The spices are starting to bubble up. There's still a little bit more of a cooking to go. We'll have to wait and see. The early smoke's coming through towards that side. This is tasty. Malta going for a big play here. If he finds Jax and the bomb, potentially, this could be pretty world-stopping. As the Greyhound Killer Bees are on the swarm, they do get the first, but the trades are thick and fast.
Kenny's having some fun there. All right, there. Eco frags, but still very sharp kills indeed. The 4K for him, well, if he hadn't done his aimbots practice early on, that would have definitely warmed his hand up.
Yeah, that was naughty. Those flicks were very, very lovely. Some tasty little taps there from Kenny S. And finally, another pause coming through as well from Greyhound. We've pretty much seen all of the pauses used at this point mirrored with one apiece left for either of these two teams, as they've needed this time to actually talk about things and adjust. So Greyhound slowing down the pace a little bit now. Going to reassess the situation, work out the buy, and then get straight back into the action. We do have the AWP buy coming through from Sicko, but I'm curious to see what he does with it again, if he's actually going to switch up that pace.
Yeah, he has been a little tame, one might say, with the AWP. He's seen playing towards outer, but the second the flashes come out, he's been playing a little bit more passively. Yeah, he hit a couple of very nice shots. So that's it. Apart from the aggression I've seen come from him towards outer or maybe towards secret, he hasn't been very impactful with that AWP on the CT side especially. I think it was way more impactful on the T side, despite having less of frag. So I'm curious to see what Dexter is going to tell him to do. In the meantime, G2 once again flashes smokes towards outer. Shox is going to be leading the charge. And they have Amanek with a MAC-10. What's he going to do with that?
Well, he's a bit of an entry machine at times. If you throw him in a general direction of some CTs with a MAC-10, he'll probably massacre his way through them. But let's see if the Biggie Smalls play is going to work out well. As he tiptoes his way down through secret, the backstab potential of this man could actually be incredibly high.
And you do see Amanek with Shoxy. They're a two-man expedition crew. Just clearing out secret, getting control of the entrance, the stairs, while the rest of the team are going back towards lobby, where Kenny S with the AWP leading the charge. And if they go towards upper, Shoxy and Amanek can slowly, or rather time their flank towards mini. Molotov being tossed in as well. Molotov, he's aware something's happening here. 2 Molotovs expended already towards the upper bomb side, but then they're going to be making it way towards ramp. Or are they? They've been spotted up by Dick Stacy. Spots one more out. There's no need for him to stick around and go for this fight. He will fall all the way back to safety towards the lower bomb side. And bear in mind, they have no more utility apart from flashbangs remaining for Greyhound and that one solitary nade.
Ooh. They're trying to get that control towards Ness, though, as they fight through. They actually do spook off and cause Sicko to fall back as he misses the opening shot. There's that MAC-10 coming through as Amanek starts to bring the hype, sprints his way down. Dick Stacy, he needed to connect that shot. You're in a prime time angle there. It's the headshot position, but it's not coming out today. Instead, G2 are just slaughtering. All 3 men that have a kill right now have just ripped off the heads on their opening face. It's just Malta and Sicko left. They did have an abundance of cash, but that well has gone dry. They don't have any money, and they need to save this one. They're dialing it back and falling to CT.
Yeah, and with the fact, like you just touched upon, they have no money. So even though they have the AUG and the AWP in the hands of Malta and Sicko, the rest of the team, they're not going to have anything to work with here. Is it going to be a forced buy? Is it going to be pistols? And hold on to that thought. G2 are on the hunt. Flashbang is good. Sicko, that is such good awareness from Jax there. And Sicko, this is another one. Jax will find both the frags. No guns being saved by Greyhound Gaming. And that means G2 can very well get to 15 rounds.
You hate to see it as well in that position. at least should have got the kick back on towards Jax, tried to keep himself alive. If they could have salvaged both of those guns, it would have been a bit better. They would have had the opportunity to potentially try and play a little bit of a hero round. Instead, at this point, they're basically just trying to play it out for the OT because they're going to have to go back in with the pistols. It's a 5.7, 2 P250s, a CZ. Dexter, the only one with armor. He has the smoke as well. In reality, we need a shock and awe play, and it seems like that is going to be over towards ramp as Dexter gets boosted up.
Yeah, shock and awe would be the what they need right now, to the Aussies. The previous round, like, they were losing duels from advantageous positions with Augs. Duels you need to win, or at the very least, get one kill and then get traded, right? But the fact that the first 3 players drive... Oh, he doesn't check! Dexter finds one. And they know where Dick Stacy is well, 5.7 in hand. Haven't seen that one around in a while. Dexter repositions himself, picks up the AK-47. This is so cheeky from him. And Dick Stacy actually finds Amanek through the smoke. They won't be expecting this pace from Dexter, who's got the AK-47. Jax finds Orcus in the meantime. Kenny S caught out, but Dexter doesn't quite land a shot. They're going to be falling on back because Jax has single-handedly opened up that upper bomb site. And now Dick Stacy with that AUG. And I love what Kenny has done. He's just given up the fight and is going to be making his way all the way from Mini. But there's a guy waiting, but the AWP is there and he's going to get dropped on down. Bombs down, and Dick Stacy doing even more damage finds a second kill as well. It's all on Shocks. It's a 1v1.
Blair, this is lunacy. The fact we've even been able to end up in this position is such an unreal scenario. Shocks. 35 seconds on the clock, grabs the bomb, pre-aims the angle, lines it up for the headshot, and it lands straight in the face of Dick. 15 rounds secured for G2. A ridiculous round to even get to that position, right? Dexter, the elevated angle. Sure, at that point, it's a one-and-done position. You don't expect much more. Maybe salvage the AK, retreat, play it safe. No, keeps fighting, keeps fighting, keeps fighting. And I feel like you really have to give props to Jack into that round, really, as well, because without Jax, that could have been a whole different story.
Absolutely, and let's not count out Shocks here. How many clutches has he won so far again? At least 2. At the very least 2. And looking at the scoreline, if those clutches hadn't gone his way, this could have been a very different story altogether. As Lucky finds Eurocast through the door, G2 just need one more round to close this one out. And for Greyhound, they need to win 2 back-to-back. And already a man down, things are not looking pretty.
No, this is a rough spot to be in now for them. Sicko just left towards ramp with the AWP in hand. Ramp has been a bit of a sour spot for Greyhound, really. They haven't been able to lock it down for the most part. G2 have had their number when they pushed towards it. That prior round was a little bit of a blip. Ooh, Shocks has broke his ankles.
Yeah, okay. I think he's trying to imitate a Queserado. Was it Queserado who jumped on down in that that clutch? I forget, but yeah.
Oh, I know the one I think it was, right?
I think it was Queserado. Anyway, Shocks down to 55 HP for no reason, but just as unfortunate. Things happen, it's Counter-Strike, but 4 players this time around. In fact, all 5 players snaking their way towards Secret.
Slivering down.
Shocks is just hurrying up a little bit there because he saw the smoke dissipating. Unfortunately for Greyhound, just 1 player there. And it's not in the side. He's playing towards ramp, and 1 smoke is just going to neutralize his position. And it is Dick Stacy, who has been struggling a little bit so far this game, at least when it comes to winning those duels.
So at this point, they have the control towards the lower site. They've got down, they open the door to try and kick this one off. Dick Stacy peering from across the room, going to be mollied off, but luckily gets the response in. Takes a ton of damage, though, as he's trying to delay for as long as possible. The nade also rolls in, and this carpet bomb of nades, essentially, is just ripping its way through that CT sustainability. The headshot back from Dexter trades it on towards Shocks. They're left in a bit of an unorthodox position as Kenny S is punishing them, and it's all down to Malta and Sicko.
Kenny S hitting those shots. Lucky joins the party. It's all on Sicko, and unfortunately, he's not done anything here, and he will do nothing. Lucky will find.
Thank you so much. Yes, we're jumping into this one. I cannot wait. I am Machine. I'm joined by Henry G, and we're jumping into Nuke. How much do they care is a conversation they just had, Henry. And
it's a good one.
How well do you perform when you don't care?
I feel like this is going to work out for NRG. I think it's a tactical map. I felt like the guy said they've got nothing to lose here. Daps, he won't be pissed off or anything that he's here. He'll be happy the fact he's still got another chance to make some great cash here. It's a team he's designed, and I'm sure he's got plans in the future. He just wants to put himself in the shop window a little bit more and show he can still frag. So certainly can as well. Lovely shots here from NRG. They've still got a lot of power within this team. First 2 kills in their favor. Fnatic Fnatic. They haven't really got much to work with now, Alex.
A T-side pistol round is such a gift as well, especially on Nuke. Getting those early rounds under your belt, it does soften the blow of what is notoriously a very difficult side. Grimdy's managed to get the bomb and a frag, and oh my goodness, a second as well. Breezy's down. Smoke and a Molotov. He's got all the utility. Potentially another frag onto Cirque. If he gets this, it's a real chance. Cirque down to just 2 HP. Ethan down to 4. I think the defuse is going to be just too far away. 10-second defuse, but he is.
Oh, wait.
He has a line. He's got the frag, Henry.
This could actually work out for him. It was looking like such a done deal, but JW out of nowhere, he's actually got the advantage here. It's a 1 versus 1. Ethan can't go for the full defuse. He has no kit. I think they fluffed it. NRG have given this round up. It's going to be too far gone. He cannot get the defuse, and some way, somehow, JW from the ramp room, he gets the 3-on-1 clutch, Alex. Now, let's just break that one down. The bomb was planted behind the silo, right? He could have just sat himself behind the silo and actually had full cover.
He had to so you could do a safe defuse.
You could do a safe defuse. He swung out to the left-hand side, as we saw, right? I think they just thought that was such a done deal. He was standing out towards the side instead of towards the right and being hidden. That is where it all went wrong for him, and that one mistake has cost him the round. I'd have to see a quick replay just to confirm that. But from the plant I saw, it looked like a safe plant towards lower. No problem there whatsoever.
Interesting stuff. I mean, JW, he was in ramp room when they started that defuse.
Yeah.
He had time to get down there, push out, no threat from anyone else, stop the defuse, and of course the damage done by JW earlier was fantastic.
It's one of those plays when you see all your teammates die, you were going for the big flank, and you're just like, oh, sorry guys, unfortunately that didn't work out. He's got the bomb down, but then he gets that view on the diffuser that didn't make sense. Okay, we'll get into round number 2. That was quite monumental, though. It is going to be a force 5 in the CTs here, and these 5-7 CZs, they can be deadly at close range. Dap's about to show us why. 1 kill, fades away as well. Doesn't want to take any damage here. Ethan will take a little bit himself, but he's dished it out towards Twists, and there it is. The 4 versus 4 is going to exist to pull them back at least to an equal situation. They have secret control.
That has been smoked, though, so how much info do they have? Daps, he probably saw another head, and now his teammates on the other side of the map, Breezy, a prime example, is pushing for info, trying to gather the numbers on that outside yard. Pushing Cirque, he's about to have a bit of an awkward fight too. Close quarters, they're pushing aggressive. He's not going to get the second. Just the one on Warehouse as Brolin gets himself a fresh mag and full health. Plenty of time for them to continue to move. 75 to his name, 3v3.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The fact there's so much time here, Fnatic have some moments now just to kind of calculate themselves and work out what the next play is going to be. You can see JW just probing toward his main entrance. They still have 1 smoke, a couple of flashbangs. Certainly not ideal. They know there's serious threats towards his upper bomb site, especially now the timer at 30 seconds. And the pistol master of Breezy, he's going to be stabbed by the vent as well. This is such a prime spot. If he can time this well, Alex, he could be on for a couple of kills, considering they're going towards that main entrance.
These are the fights. These are the fights where the pistol truly does feel like an assault rifle. I mean, look at that. One head gone, a dink on the other. Now just Brolin. He's in a 1v2. Daps, sure, he's taken a hit. 10 seconds. Does manage to get the bomb in his grasp. He's going to have to punch the digits in, though, and I think there is a possible threat from above. It is. Tarek seals the deal. NRG find the second with just the pistols.
You can see how powerful the pistols can be on a map like Nuke. Sure, it might be a scary long-range affair, but if you can avoid outside and apply a little bit of pressure, like Daps did, right? Just towards
that was
Secret,
all he got.
Got that 1 kill, ruffled their feathers, fell back. It kind of cost them a lot of utility at that point. Man, their execution potential towards lower, towards upper, that was completely sabotage. They have to go in towards upper. They're running out of time. They didn't check that key position of the T-vent, and all of a sudden 1 kill comes in, the crossfires are set up, and it all collapses for Fnatic, as they'll be the ones force buying now in round number 3, and the war of attrition continues.
After the heroics of round 1 to lose to just a systematic CT setup, Daps.
He's not done, is he?
Popping heads. He started the previous round. He does the same here. Round 3, first blood. Twist forced to watch now as the rest of his team with just armor and pistols try and find the second.
Yeah, I got to speak to Daps early in the week, and he was saying like he still feels like he knows last year wasn't a great year for him individually, but he knows he can build teams. He feels like his self-confidence isn't quite there right now at this squad, and maybe it's time just to move on. He's still got lots of playing to do, it seems.
And I mean, I think it's a question of how the rest of NRG, I know Daps is the focal point, but I truly believe their success here is going to be determined by how the rest of the other 4 handle playing. Notwithstand, they've been scrimming with him, but how can they just put that aside and just frag? That's going to be the question. That's going to be the determining factor of how deep of a run the North Americans can make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see Brolan. Remember, this was the force buy from the Swedes. And one you can't argue with too much. You've won the pistol. You're trying to shut down the CT money before it really swells. Unfortunately, though, they have not really found a single kill, let alone really damage at all. So Brolan, very skilled player. Might be good for 1 kill here, but Breezy with the Krieg, a weapon that's getting a lot of attention these days, will finish things off. It goes to 2-1. And Alex, unfortunately for us, it's going to be one of those rounds where we don't have much to talk about. It's a full eco.
Okay, well, I've got something to talk about.
Okay, go for it.
I'm intrigued. The T side of Nuke, it's notoriously difficult, sure.
Yeah.
But how often, since they've been making every weapon powerful, 5.7s we've seen in the hands of Breezy can win you rounds, CSEDs, the SMGs, we've seen the MP9 find so much power in the right hands. Have we seen people master the T side, you know, not doing outside smokes, closing the gaps, using SMGs?
I feel like that's such a prevalent conversation right now, one I've really been having a lot of new games in the last 6 weeks. I feel like it might sound almost like it's too much, too sensational to even make a comment on this, but since Astralis gave up, just want to make sure this is a clean round for the CTs. It looks fine. Up until Astralis had that big streak, I feel like teams were not focusing on the map as much because they thought, well, if we want to take down the big dogs, we're going to be vetoing Nuke anyway. And I feel like that's kind of dissuaded them from putting the theory into the T side of Nuke. Now that kind of curse has been broken. I'm seeing so much exciting T sides come through.
Got Furia at the tip of your tongue.
Exactly, yeah. They're the ones that are really kind of showing it doesn't have to be played the same way. It's not to say that the system's broken outside, but there's new approaches, there's innovations being made, there's still upper executions, there's still flashbangs I'm seeing these days that are surprising me, and it's really promising to see that a map that was getting a bit stagnant and that had different iterations. People forget, Nuke has had like, what, 8 changes now overall. This is the latest one, and I feel like it's a really competitive, fun map to watch.
Here we go. Meat and potatoes now, Henry. We do have an AWP on the hands of Twist, and they do blow up the door, hoping to find a quick early line. It is going to be the Molotov smoke just obscuring his vision. He can't catch the glimpse of Daps, who was just dancing around main.
This is a bit of a stalemate now. You can see Daps aware of that AWP angle from the squeaky door. It's going to be Ethan just protecting him. You can see he's got that AK as well. Happy to take some jewels and get the one-tap headshot if required. Cirque, a very aggressive AWPer, known for his flicks, will be heading towards Secret, but not checking out Silo just yet. And Twist, the rival sniper, will be heading towards outside. Very difficult weapon to operate with efficiently on the T side.
Very non-committal from Fnatic. Bomb still at spawn, sniper still at spawn, and they start to gather after their initial probing towards the outside yard. Cirque with an AWP, though. Here come the Molotovs. How does he respond to this? The answer does seem to be to fall off.
Well, this is a really strong position now. We're seeing a lot of AWPers hold that spot. And Brolan, well, speaking of strong, he'll be getting the first headshot at the Krieg. That's Breezy down in towards CT spawn. And 45 seconds, Fnatic are waiting for any sort of reaction, Alex. They're trying to see if anyone wants to push Secret. You can see Daps, he's trying to help out his AWPer. They're trying to work out what's going on here. But JW, the absolute snake of CSGO, just makes his way through the vents. That's such a brilliant maneuver. They have no idea. You can see he's disrupted the defense, and they've got a huge advantage now.
Enough presence shown outside to get eyes away from Squeaky. JW, he sneaks his way in, gets a huge frag on Cirque on the rotate. Now they start to sprint. 20 seconds, though. Time is a problem, and Daps, he still has a good shot at this one. Gets the first, not the second, but Tarek's there to trade. 17, they have to start getting that bomb down. Still resistance being shown by the American. Now just 1v1. JW does shut him down. Ethan left and does have time for the bomb plant. So, JW, they heard the scope. He knows he's locked into it. Tries to bait him out, and he'd fall straight into the trap. Ethan, one bullet was all he was allowed to fire before JW shut him down.
That's such a classic JW round. I can't even begin to break down how cool that was to watch. So the fact that, as you mentioned, his teammates have found that kill outside. They've done a great job at taking aggro away. It's going to force reactions. People aren't going to be watching every single position. That allows JW to sneak down there. He gets to the vent silently. He doesn't drop. You notice he was holding crouch when he was going down there. So silently makes his way down, gets that guaranteed kill towards lower, removes their sniper, and at that point comes down to the 1v1. But what a sick player was. Smoker decon, preempts the CT swing on that, shoots through. Just a really kind of masterclass in how to clutch out.
So comfortable, but half of that happens without him even having to think, and Cirque finds first blood. The first for NRG in some time. Now they have to operate at a disadvantage. What do you do now, Fnatic?
It's a difficult one to give up. Exist, not known to be a sniper, but JW is a bit of a rifler sometimes. It's going to be trading blows here on the CT side, but it is the advantage for NRG for now. 3-2 overall. 4-3 in this round. Exists still with the AWP, and that's pretty much you have to work with. To slow things right down, go towards ramp. But if you're NRG at this point, if someone died towards ramp, I would be livid. You do not need to be challenging in ramp. You need to be holding a position where you get a bit of intel, and then you drop down. We can see there's one CT waiting on the other side. He's just going to be trying to get that intel. It's Tarek right now. He's got backup from the ramp as well. Tarek takes the aggro. This is so beautiful.
They paid such a heavy price for this. Bomb's loose as well. Tarek's repositioned. He's going to pick up Exist. Beautiful handling from NRG. Not only Cirque, who's managed to find himself not only the one, but two on different sides of the map at the start and the end of the round, but he did have that support from Tarek. Patience being shown by NRG, and a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, I feel LAG, like, sure, they're playing. It's going to be a laboured tournament for them, right? There's obviously some difficulties within the team, and Daps wasn't supposed to be here originally. But still, like they're a strong tactical team with some of the best riflers in North America. That sounds like a bold statement. Trust me, it's an accurate one. And they can cause some damage here. On the CT side, they've got some momentum now. This is best of one as well. Anything can and will happen on Nuke. And the fact on the CT side, they've got a strong start now. They really could open up the floodgates, as now they're up against just P250s, a couple of Deagles here, no armor. There are 2 smokes available. So to me, that suggests this is going to be one of those plays. They try and get the bomb down. They smoke outside, throw a player down vent, go towards ramp. Just something to try and cause a bit of chaos here. But it's unlikely they plan.
So the bomb is on the hands of Brolin. They're smoking him across. They're hoping they can perhaps get him across just as the smokes plume. And that's the bomb carrier gone. Obviously scooping it up. And Daps, oh, he's just going to spray through. He's catching them all. They can't find a single chance to get across. JW is hitting his crouch key, but that's not going to get him much further. Just descending now, the remains into the lower part of Nuke. Bomb in the grasp of Crim's, down to 45 with just a Glock. I mean, you could not be more naked. So it's going to be a question of, I mean, you're not even planting at this point. You've had to, I mean, what do? Try and steal away a cheeky org? Not going to happen. Tarek's still set up.
You're like, you know in your heart of hearts, that's what's happening. But like any kills like that and like that, there's always a chance this can happen, Alex. He said the plan might not be on the cards here, but a couple of kills, that's $600 for himself. He's taken money out of the pockets of NRG. That's actually not too bad considering that's a full eco. So that's not the end of the world. It's 5-2. It's still very early days here, and it's considered to be, I dare say, the most CT side of map we have in the pool, but the way it's kind of evolved in the last few weeks, maybe that's changing.
So you're talking about NRG and how it will be a laboured tournament. I brought up the bracket. I was interested. We can actually catch Cirque's first frag. Look at that. Just a second. He counts the seconds. Yep. Catches Brolin as he emerges through the smoke. But I'm looking at it. They play the winner of G2 Greyhound, the winner of this one. A winnable game. A winnable game. Their qualification for playoffs will likely be Astralis. That's the barrier, the brick wall that will stop them from the playoffs. And already, we do see one. Ethan's already taken down JW. Brolin opting for some high ground. Fnatic, they love these outside smokes. They've got so many variations as well. There's some that just don't even block off Secret, just go towards Warehouse and Spawn.
It's absolutely true. Cirque this time finding himself in a bit of bother towards that Secret position. Takes a lot of damage from the flames, but still they have the advantage. And Daps is he's being very upfront today, I have to say. Not as tentative as you might expect from an in-game leader. He's ready to frag and show he still can put up numbers. And his position for Cirque, always good for 1 kill. And they haven't really done a good enough job there of taking him down. They're not going to be able to trade out kills. It's 1 by 1. He's absolutely loving it. They'll get him eventually, but that's enough to win the round. Maybe not.
Bite your tongue, because Brolin, he's not done yet. A huge double kill supported by Exist. Does have utility. Smoke 2 flashes between them. Tarek's going to be the first point of resistance, and Brolin, he's not expecting this one. Already been caught. He will be eliminated. It will fall to a 1v1. Bomb is in the hands of Exist, though. He has the info, and he has the angle. Through the smoke, catches Breezy. Now, chance to tickle the bomb. Gets the info and gets away. Has to hit the shot, though. Has to be clean. It won't be. And Tarek does feel like he's had a huge amount of presence. 12 frags already. We're into round 9.
Yeah, he certainly has star power potential. He's come into this team, and it's difficult to actually say this. They've arguably got worse at some maps, you know, like some things have dropped off, but it's just a matter of time. I feel like with Stanislaw coming in as well, this is going to be one of the scariest teams in North America. They're going to be knocking on the door of Liquid, extra firepower coming in.
Yeah.
If you look, just look at the names on the right-hand side of the screen right now. Last year, you might not have heard of them too much, but Ethan and Breezy, their rifles are just world-class. They're absolutely fantastic. Cirque, a gem somehow unearthed by Daps and brought over to North America. The Bulgarian bulldozer, we're calling it, is absolutely unreal with the AWP. Tarek, major winner, and done some great things in CS. Yeah. He's lifted many trophies, be part of the backbone of some successful teams.
And let me piggyback that with the Stanislaw description, which is probably the highest fragging in-game leader North America's ever had.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, that's an exciting prospect. It certainly is. Cirque, very much just default AWPA tutorial brought to you by the Bulgarian bulldozer. Take a shot, fall back. Take a shot, fall back, gets 2, damage done. We're into round 9 though, and we do see JW's signature weapon. The sword off is in play, ladies and gentlemen. Where's he off with that one? Nowhere. Hell is where he's off to. Breezy sends him there.
So for those not familiar, maybe you haven't been catching Counter-Strike for the last 5 years or so, when we used to play Cobblestone, there was one player called JW that sword off shotgun pretty effectively, and it was quite a scary prospect. But for now, it's Tarek just fending them off. He'll probably go down after the second. That's the bomb down though, so round should be secure, but they want to keep it as clean as possible. Unfortunately, Unfortunately for JW, the shotgun does not deliver any sort of frag this round, but it's always exciting when he brings it out, that's for sure. Exist with the AUG, looking to suit, find another frag. Not going to happen. NRG looking very comfortable, Alex.
Conversation starter on Exist's death there. If he had an M4 and wasn't scoped in,
sure,
he'd have had a lot of time to react to that. This is a conversation I was having with Dupree recently. I was asking about his thoughts on the SG and the AUG, and something he couldn't get used to, and has actually opted to go back to the M4, is that sight. How much vision you sacrifice while holding your lines. You really have to, it's very specific to certain maps where you are comfortable holding a line without the peripheral vision you would otherwise have from the M4. A lot of players are starting to realize there is a price to pay for that additional range, for that additional sight. You do lose a lot of your peripheral.
Oh, this is now a huge round.
He's aggressive. Look at this.
I love this from Daps, though. He is throwing caution to the wind. This time, it'll be thrown right back at him, I'm afraid. Krims will be ready for the aggression. And CTs can do that on Nuke. It's just a very difficult shot. Daps isn't able to do it, but he might as well keep continuing with this campaign because they've already lost the frag, and they're actually falling back from the T-spawn area. So the CTs want to push a bit further. They might be able to catch them off guard here, but the upper execution is looking incredibly likely.
Patience from Breezy at the moment. 3 members of Fnatic are just to his left. A separation of thin metal. He pushes aggressively to catch Exist. That's going to be a lot of information. They start to charge into the site, but he is going to be a wrench in all of this. He takes Twist down. Not another, though. JW already on site. Tarek enough to stabilize, and Cirque... And, I was going to say Cirque and his friend, but it is going to be Cirque to finish things off. From Heaven, does manage to catch him, but a 1-for-1 trade goes in favor of NRG.
Well, there we have it. It is going to be another 1 versus 1 finish there, back and forth. Some Rock'em Sock'em Counter-Strike towards outside especially. I like the push there from Daps. He's been quite tentative so far from main entrance. He has been showing presence. He's been swinging out for kills, but the first time he's really pushed towards T-spawn. Didn't work out for him, but they didn't panic. They managed to funnel them towards the outside area, and at that point, it actually works out for them.
Jesus, 28 for not just 2 members of NRG. 150 ADR for Tarek. He's been having a great CT side, and Cirque well into the 100s as well with 12. 28. I can count, and I want to make that clear.
You do a very good job of counting sometimes.
Thanks, man.
Oh, and Cirque.
He's done it again. Finds one outside. Doesn't matter if there's smoke or not.
Yeah, that's wonderful. The thing is, like, you don't see many Star AWPers shine on Nuke. Like, maybe Device is an exception, but AWPers don't tend to look that phenomenal on it. But he really is putting on a bit of a clinic here, Cirque, and he wants a bit more here as well. Looking towards that squeaky door, detects presence towards outside. There's so many angles he has to check. For now, JW holding squeaky, and we have got a set up towards outside. It's Krims and Brolan finding Daps, and now will that be the cue to make their mark on the upper side?
This is awkward for Cirque now. He was counting on Daps. His back's no longer covered. He's got to play close quarters. Brolan, that's 2 with the SG. Ethan, quick response. That's the bomb loose. He needs another one, though. There's 2 more charging towards his location, and now all on Krims. 1v2.
He wins these, Alex.
He's got time as well. He doesn't have to rush this.
He didn't quite grab the bomb, though. If he got the bomb just then, he would have been okay.
It's in hut, and Tarek's got a perfect line on it.
I don't think he's aware it's in that corner, though. They won't be watching it as like a hawk, like you would imagine. But out he comes.
That's a fight. That's a tag. It's not enough. Breezy with a double as well. Ethan and Breezy, we're talking about them before, both of them finding 2. And 9 now on the CT side of Nuke. I mean, yes, expecting a lead, but perhaps not one as great and grotesque as this one. The money's screwed for Fnatic. This is looking double digits.
Yeah, even with the max loss bonus, they haven't really been able to get those plants done. I think they've had 1 in the last 6 rounds, so that's a bit of an issue. And speaking of one of your star players, your sniper especially, Twist, he's 0-11. Now that's not a massive talking point usually in a best of 3. We'd say the T-side AWPers not going to have that much impact, but this is best of 1, and you've beaten it into Nuke. You've allowed yourself to get to this position. It's an unorthodox map to play in a best of 1, to be honest. And against a team that's got nothing to lose, I'd say this is probably not the map you want to play.
But follow-up question, he's the T-sided AWPer. How much T-side AWPing do we see on Nuke?
Exactly. So it's understandable he's not going to have a huge amount of impact, but I'd feel like if you're a team like Fnatic right now, let's play it to a map where everyone can get stuck in and you can really punish the fact they might not be at 100%. Like CT side of Nuke, NRG set up there, they don't have to do a massive bit of homework. They know how to play this map. They've always been very good at it. So we are going to see Cirque outside once again up against these CZs. Deagles, yeah. My point is it's like, considering the context of this matchup with Daps like just being removed and replaced, I would not want to play them on Nuke, especially if there's a risk you start on the T side. That's where I'm a little bit worried for them.
Well, we'll see how it continues to play out. The whole other half for us to dig our teeth into after this, and we'll see what the Swedes have up their sleeves. But for now, things fall silent, and it is just sidearms, a bit of utility as well. Will be an upper execute, I imagine. And that's the sound cue Ethan needed. You heard that? Glass breaks, smoke released.
We'll see now if that's going to be enough. Smoke down certainly stifles their efforts. You have CZs, 3 smokes. And they got the flashbang as well. Dab's patrolling outside. This is a really nice spot. He's not going to push C-spawn off that. He's confirming they don't need the orb to be focused outside right now. He's read the money well. And they're just going to set up. They'll probably smoke towards Heaven. Maybe try a player down towards Vents, we will see. But here comes a full commitment. The bomb's not going to make it down, that's for sure. Ethan mowing them down. There's no problem at all. Didn't really have to break a sweat there. He styles on them for the final kill as they find double digits as well, Alex. 10-2. Fnatic, I'd say tactical timeout at this point. Let's work out how we're getting these 3 or 4 rounds.
That was a really nice, and I know I'm going to sound like a complete noob here.
No, do it. I love it.
That setup on upper site,
yeah,
it's such a fantastic little anti-eco setup.
Sure.
You had Tarek playing on the bomb site holding main,
yeah,
and you just had Ethan holding the hut cross, right? It's the cross to his teammate.
Exactly.
Like that's everything. What are they going to do?
The best crossfires is when you're covering each other. When things go wrong, you can both switch and adapt.
Both kind of off angles as well.
So
you have to work
really
for
nice.
it.
Really, really nice. That's a good point. Round 13, no orb this time. I don't think Twist will be bringing that out at all. Hasn't had much luck with it. Cirque has just been hitting absolutely everything, so probably not worth it. Didn't take the tactical timeout, at least I wasn't aware of. We were chatting quite a bit. But I think this is the point you really do want to make one. They're waiting for CT aggression towards ramp. That's going to be JW. And look at this nice adjustment. Cirque has been secret steps outside. Heaven, he hasn't gone ramp yet. It's a really nice round just to throw that in when they might be adapting, when they might just be changing things up. He drops a smoke, suggests he could fall back off this and rotate out with someone else. But JW uses that opportunity to actually cross her, and actually might be enough. We'll see. The flashbang. So I don't love that smoke from Cirque because he has allowed JW to get through, and they think ramp's completely covered now for a good 10-15 seconds, but Fnatic have it.
Oh, and Tarek's going to get caught. He actually switched to a nade. That's a perfect display of how surprised he was. He's not dead, but this round could be. So much control already achieved by JW and his stroll. Ethan's rotating towards Decon. There's already 3 Ts flooding the site. What's he got? He's got a shot, and he's got a kill. JW gone. Bomb site control relinquished, though, and a 4v4 with the bomb down.
It's such a difficult retake here, but in terms of utility, NRG certainly have the upper hand. They have smokes, they have incendiaries, and they have position up Decon as well. You can spam those rafters. Ethan trying to do just that. Gives himself a smoke to give himself point of access towards the bomb site. Cirque still aware of the presence towards outside. Flashbang's coming in now, and this can be a very difficult hold. The wallbang's coming through. Twist gets his first kill of the half. Ethan coming through. Good trades.
This is so naughty. He dropped into the smoke just as they pushed. He can just hide. He's disappeared. It's the perfect cover. Problem solved. And that was gorgeous. Brolin, of course, providing the supporting act, providing all of the frags necessary, but by disappearing, if he got found, 3 eyes start looking for Brolin at the same time. They didn't have to. There was a second, there was a bit of paranoia, and he just evaporated like a magician with this little smoke bomb.
It's really cool. And like I said, one of the most difficult bomb sites to retake, just due to the fact now they've changed Nuke up. You used to be able to access the vents and be able to go towards the lower bomb site, no problem. Now you have to go all the way around the back. So once the bomb's planted, CTs don't have presence. Very difficult to get back in there. But I love that move from JW. As I mentioned, sure, Cirque, it looked like he did a good job, but there's a reason we smoked that shallower choke point towards ramp. You enable them to have trophy room. That's fine. If you enable them to go past that and you think it's clear because you've fallen back, he threw the deeper smoke towards the lobby side. It allows JW just to sneak through at that point. It's a great move by him, but if he had the shallow smoke, JW couldn't do with it. He couldn't risk pushing into ramp and checking if it's clear. So that was just that one tiny bit of information, which makes Counter-Strike such an awesome game, by the way. He saw that little mistake and he exploited it, and that cost him the round.
I mean, if you want to do a tutorial on how to find gaps in Counter-Strike, JW just stare at his demos.
Absolutely.
He sees a smoke, he hears a step, he's a frag on the other side of the map. Anything can give him the info he needs to find that gap. Admittedly, not been working out well for Fnatic. He is top of the scoreboard for them, and once again, you can see him bounding towards Squeaky. No nade on the door this time, and so that gives him a bit of a new opportunity. I'm actually going to focus on Crims because he's fighting outside. Little does he know, and he hasn't found that out with that death, that there are 3 CTs going aggressive towards yards. They have all of the info they need now. JW looking to catch them on rotation and does so. Ethan heard the door and still fell. Now Cirque, he's Molotoved off. He's going to force way back towards Heaven. And once again, the lower site will be charged by the remaining Fnatic players. Taps towards radio, though. Smoked off.
It's that lower bomb side again. You can see this execution makes it incredibly difficult to deny the plant, but still they maintain the advantage. Breezy will find JW, who has been the protagonist throughout this T-half campaign. 4 versus 3, but still very difficult to make this one work as the crossfires are established once again.
Ooh, Ooh, tagged up. Twist has to keep a grip on this one. Exist does already. Tarek down. They're going to start to gather. They're all going to be coming in from the same door. It looks like a Molotov. It's a perfectly timed Molotov. Brolin's got the support he needs to provide. Just has to hold this radio push, and he does just that. Cirque's gone, Breezy in sync, and Twist will wrap it all up. Put a bow on it. We've got ourselves another for NRG. Fnatic, though, they do seem to have found a recipe for success.
And they've broken the money of NRG. This is just in time. A 10-5 half on the T side, you're actually okay with that. Like, you're the favourites going into this one, considering NRG and their complications right now. It was looking really rough, but now that 10-4, almost certainly going to be 10-5. I say almost certainly. I do this quite a lot.
Yeah, careful, careful.
You get what I mean, though. Like, they've got a huge chance of taking this 5th round, and for me, that's enough. If they win pistol second half, they're right back in this game, as we'll see. Shotguns, scouts, 5-7s, always can be problematic, but no tag found, and it means they've confirmed it's essentially a force buy, and we'll see whether Fnatic can make this a clean one.
Oh, JW wouldn't. Didn't pull out the knife. Shows he's taking this one seriously. Exist catches Cirque as well. Brolin descending down secret, and it's no secret that Daps is dead. Ethan and Breezy, though, they're stacked up. There should be a trade here. There will be. That Mag 7 does its job, and he upgrades to an AK, but a mammoth task ahead of him. 1-3-3-7 the score. He does have to look rather elite if he wants a chance at this one, and I hate myself for saying it, but bomb goes in. And it's the last round. He's got to have a go.
Chances
Style
are
points.
limited.
He's got to have a style point here, Henry. I'm expecting he's going to run through the Molotov. He's going to 2-tap 2 heads.
Oh,
second Molotov, he's going to run through the second Molotov.
Through the smoke as well
Through the smoke.
after.
No kit, of course,
Yeah.
but he still defuses it. 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I believe him.
Yeah, here we go.
That was unlucky.
In a different world, he wins all that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first game of the tournament. It's 10-5, and Fnatic are back into it. Can they win the pistol in the second half and bring it right back to a scoreline in their favor?
ESL Pro League Season 9 Finals, Day 1, Game 1. I'm your Machine, and I'm joined by Henry G. I was about to say I'm your host.
I know.
Okay, I am your caster. It's so cool. But either way, NRG, Fnatic, second half jumping in. And a quick reminder, starting this event, we've added some trivia and polls to your Twitch stream. To access these polls and take part, hover over the stream and click on the red and white icon. Same again to close it.
Absolutely true, Alex. Here becomes the second half. We switch things over. NRG now on the T side as they head towards ramp. They have no utility as of yet. I assume they've used one smoke already, which has been used towards the upper site. They focus towards ramp, and as usual, you want these younger players, the ramp players, to make sure they drop down. They don't want to overcommit, and we're going towards heaven here. This is aggressive, and Crimson Exist. They're stepping up. They're finding all the headshots required, but surely a couple of trades will come through. Breeze will get them. 3 versus 3. They take the advantage and the plant towards upper.
They're spread out, and they're going to get 1v1. Daps has a fight onto JW, all on his own. No trade possible. Twist is a little late to the party. He knows where Daps is. The call's going to have been made, but he's got so much else to clear. And in the meantime, his teammate Brolin, he is towards hell. There isn't a kit in play either. This is looking very dicey. Twist has to have a bit of a hero moment here. Brolin, he's drawing the attention of one that enables Twist to start the fight and connect it. Now looking towards Hut. Tarek's quick. And Brolin, he's too far away, as is the bomb. And that will surely just be a consolation frag if he can find it. Yep, does avenge his fallen comrades, but nothing more.
Yeah, I didn't love that from Breeze, but it looks like the round's absolutely under control. The bomb is going to be well far gone. It's going to be Tarek to close things out with 2 kills in total there. So it was actually looking very good for Fnatic. That was technically a 5-on-3, but remember, they were scrappy kills, right? They were always going to go down. They actually did well to get 2 kills there. I love that push from NRG because the natural inclination if you're a CT side, if you lose ramp, straight towards lower. That's where they're going to head. That's the natural place to go towards. That's the bomb side, right? It's very rare to see a team focus towards a heaven position like this, but it makes sense. You've got Glocks, right, up against USPs. Let's take that range away when they're rotating, when they're not expecting it. Sure, you lost the first 2 picks, but Breezy makes up for it. They plant the bomb, and they've got a great chance of winning the second round against the CZ.
He was just unzoomed as he got the jump, fed a frag on a plate, decided he wasn't hungry. Tarek pushes towards the warehouse. He's going to get a whole lot of info of Twist, lock him in towards spawn. JW in the meantime does manage to keep them at bay. That's a fantastic smoke. That's going to buy some time for the CTs to stabilize.
Absolutely, and they've tagged Breezy in the meanwhile as well. So this is actually not too bad for Fnatic. They've at least stabilized here. They've contained NRG towards outside.
Twist, he knows that all of that control has been foregone, and therefore we'll have to retake it. He's literally locked in spawn. And I can say literally here, Henry. You can't call me out on that one.
I know, right?
He is literally locked in spawn. I say that could change. There's the tease. They know they've got yard, and they're choosing to use it. Bomb just picked up now by Tarek. His retrieval mission was a success. but still no bodies to hit the deck. An important round as well for Fnatic. If they want to stay competitive, they cannot forgo the initial 3. They're going to be staring down, what, 13, 14? They need to get something cheeky, and they need to get it early.
Well, luckily, NRG, they head towards lower, but that's not so lucky. JW gets his head blown off there. And it's always good to send that MAC-10 in first. If there is 2 CZs waiting the other side, that's the gun you want to give away first, right? If it gets the opening kill, fantastic. Couldn't be better for you. They get a Molotov towards the ramp, smoke the other side. They can go for an open plan here. It doesn't have to be the silo plan. So you can see Tarek on the side. So now they can actually see that from window, ramp, and the double doors. They don't have to worry about decon at all. They've already got ramp locked in with those smokes down. CTs, yeah, they're better off saving
terrifying
here. It's a really horrible save. Like, you don't like to call this one. You've got pistols only, but you get a second bite of the cherry next round at least. You'll still have your CZs, your armor, and your HE and flash. You might as well keep it.
So I've noticed that NRG, when they're taking the site, the lower site, and I say this, actually, I should probably... Fnatic were doing it too.
Sure.
I see a lot of tendencies for everyone groups radio to take the site as opposed to opting for doors or decon. Do you think is there a reason for that? Have you thought about that at all? Why radio does seem to be their main point of
you mean
entrance?
down towards the window room and lower?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So because it seems like such a great point of access, it's good for trades. There's not any angles for CTs to really hold there, right? They can't necessarily drop an incendiary to hold you out of that position because they're there as well. They've already used most of the utility towards ramp. It's like one of those
that
positions.
doors fight is awkward. It's too
There's
direct
2 angles
corners,
there. You have
90
to open
degrees.
the door, then you have to look 2 angles,
Yep.
and just going through window, if you can get 2 players in there with ideally MAC-10s running through and just clearing it out while your teammates smoke decon. They're worrying about shadow, close right, that's all covered.
Yeah, okay.
Window's a really strong part of the map to take over, and once you do get that bomb down, as you mentioned before, CTs can't even think about retaking it. That's why they have to save the CZs, but it does allow them to have a chance here at this third round, I suppose. They've got scouts, deagles, couple of CZs. Unlikely they get it. 13-5 is a strong possibility here, but a team like Fnatic, you never know.
You certainly don't. JW's bought a Zeus. I love it! He's done it! Daps gets electrocuted, and he gets a MAC-10 frag as well.
What?
JW doesn't have to spend a lot to do a lot. That is for sure.
He had a USP, no armor, and a Zeus. He gets 2 kills. That's pretty wild.
They call that a Zico.
Yeah, that's not bad. That is exactly what it is. Lovely shot from Cirque. They still have a huge advantage. Unfortunately for Fnatic, yeah, they got 2 kills, make it 3 now, but they haven't recovered rifles, but still in contention for this round.
I think NRG are just going to try and have to talk that one through. Daps is going to have to explain that he did just get Zeused in a professional game of Counter-Strike.
The problem is you're going towards the tightest choke point on the map. Like, I never like it when I see players go towards ramp when they know they're up against pistols, especially in, they've saved CZs.
Sure.
But still, a 2-on-2.
Doable.
It's definitely doable. They're going towards Heaven right now, and that should be okay. Exist is watching towards Heaven, but he's got the Deagle. If he had the CZ, it might be a better weapon for it, but we'll see whether he can get at least 1.
And so, first shows, and Ethan actually... Oh, he gets 2! Exist! A double kill. Spectacular work from him. And that is an important round for Fnatic. We said they had to do it, and that's exactly it. Ethan and Breezy, they weren't checking, and now the Swedes, they've been given a second shot.
Well, there we go. We have it. It's going to be Fnatic right back in the driving seat here. It's a round they desperately needed. It should have been 13-5, but now 12-6, and money's still there for an RG, but... wind in the sails of Fnatic now. They've got some Khalils from the previous round. They've got the Orb for Twist, who had a very quiet first half, remember. He currently sits on 5-15, so stepping things up and still plenty of time to get his teeth sunk into this game.
We'll have that HUD back up and running shortly, but thank you for staying with us. Does look like we've got a bit of a technical hitch. I like getting them out of the way at the start of the day.
Exactly.
Just get that all done, and we can have a nice and smooth day 1 here in the Occitanie region for the EPL Season 9 finals. Still, I think they're still fighting Fnatic. That was enough. That was enough of a round to convince me.
That round, all bets are off now. They can bring this back and even win like 16-13 or something. The CT side of Nuke, it really can be quite scary to be up against it. Fnatic know it.
What are they doing? There's just a big dot, a lump of NRG.
Yeah, they've all made it to secret, I believe. There's all 5 players made it down there. I think they have. We'll have a look to see whether that's confirmed. Yeah, Daps leading the charge down towards lower, and we'll see whether he can actually open things up. It's going to be a trade for now. Oh, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We're not getting any of this on the stream.
No, I think we're on the delayed feed right now, so we're gonna have a bit of. We can sound really smart here, Henry.
Okay, I see exactly what's happened here. So we're up 5
We're
seconds.
on the replay machine.
Okay, I understand. All right, well, for now, it is a 4-4. I can confirm that. Brolan towards lower with the Orc. He's still alive for now, holds towards Shadow. There are 43 seconds remaining in this reality, and ours is about 30.
Let's cast off this one. Let's pretend we can't see the future. 35 seconds. Brolan is waiting around. Twist still looking to find the early pick in. Brolin is going to have a chance for one. Breezy overextends and gets shot from behind. A flash trying to delay. 25 seconds. Time still ticking away, but the bomb does go down and already traded off. Ethan gone. I don't know how many members are left. Cirque goes down as well, and Tarek, I imagine, was in a 1v1.
We'll find out. Here's Tarek. He
That's
has
hard. That's a real challenge.
4 players to find. It's not going to work out.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a real test for you there. Baptism by fire in your first game here in Pro League.
I think he's alone. I don't know. 1v something.
But no, it's all good. It was the NRG on the force buy there. They had 4 rifles, to be fair, but a distinct lack of utility. 1 player on the PT-50, that was Ethan. They went towards lower, successfully got towards outside. As you noticed, 5 players down there, but Fnatic very aware of it. It's not like they had no idea. The smokes were down, and they had players down in towards that lower bomb site, ready and waiting, and they have forced out an eco for NRG here. So CZ's Deagles, that's about all they have. Just a note, no armor, and 1 smoke and a flash. So maybe a player down the vent. That could be Ethan, who is looking to get in that position, but it's JW who's in towards that main entrance in a great position now to maybe get the first frag, which he does. Take Cirque down, and that should confirm things. 5 on 3.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Tarek. He looks like he's got an opportunity to at least do some damage with that Deagle. Heads can poke out, and his crosshair placement second to very few. JW does take him out of the equation, though, and now just Breezy and Daps. This is looking like a comfortable 8 for the Swedes. Daps has only got a Glock. He tickles J-Dubs, but Breezy's there for the trade from Squeak. It's going to be finished off by Crims, and we are going to be getting this one underway. I mean, the gap's starting to close for Fnatic. I'm looking at the money from NRG as well. Not ideal, but plenty for the AKs and the SG. Have you taken the SG for a spin? Have you fully given it a go?
I have. I just can't get on board of it. I feel like it needs, you need to, retrain your muscle memory from the AK.
The spray as well.
I've got 20 years of that under my belt. So for me to pick the Krieg up, the tap's so great. I'm like, oh, I really get it. Then as soon as it's close range, I fall apart.
Here's a really fun fact. I told you I was talking about these weapons to Dupree. An observation he had made is if an enemy strafes left, because the spray pattern is a hard left, you can't track them if they go right.
I see what you mean,
if they are strafing right, if your target's moving right and you want to spray, you're dragging left. You literally cannot track them.
That's such a funny little
Isn't that
note.
interesting? So you have to hope for the fights go your way. You can fight against an SG by strafing right. There's a pro tip.
Well, we'll see whether NRG can harness that power, as Breezy and Tarek will have the Krieg going into round number 21 here. And at this point, Fnatic look likely to at least tie things up to 12-12. They really do look quite established on that CT side. Orp will be in position. It's going to be Twist towards the garage position, looking towards Silo. He's trying to negate those smokes, as no one has crossed just yet, but Daps is getting in position to do so. He throws a Molotov in towards Secret. And at this stage, going to boost a player up and towards red. That's Cirque, who is ready and waiting to take down the first player that will challenge him. But you can see Fnatic quite defensive here. They're happy to give up outside again. JW pushing Squeaky.
Oh, of course he is.
This could be problematic.
Ethan, I mean, is he checking this? He knows he hasn't had the info, and it does look like he's already looking quite paranoid towards the Squeaky side. Does he clear that close corner? Already, Twist has taken a hit. In the meantime, catches Cirque. JW, that's so much. Not only a frag, but the bomb loose too. Now Breezy has to pick up the pieces and does so. Can he pick up the bomb? Crims is there to challenge. Not necessarily, actually, towards main. Bomb retrieved safely. Daps does have some degree of yard control, but Crims is just staring at his cross. Quite a passive hold as well, with 20 seconds left. Breezy and Daps, they haven't really got a way in. They have to walk into these orgs, and actually, that's a start. Crims gone. Exist does manage to trade, and now all on one man. Breezy from behind is going to be Brolin down now. 10 seconds. He has to find 2. Twist starts the round and ends it, and we have the 9th for Fnatic, and this is the comeback. I can hear them from here.
I like that. You can hear them getting fired up, and it seemed like Fnatic, they're normally known to be quite a kind of subdued team, not too loud, but it's nice to them shouting, getting into it. They know this has been a great effort to get back into this map so far, and it's going to be one of the first few timeouts we've had so far. It's called by NRG. They're currently sat on around $3,000 per player. Loss bonus starting to get there, 4th stage right now. There'll be a maximum to the next, so they definitely can justify Deagles and armors right now.
Sure.
But these are the rounds you can win. We talked about the upper execution potential on a map like Nuke. If you go CZ, Kevlar, couple of smokes, Molotov flashes, you have a serious chance of getting Molotovs on the site, flashes in, bomb down, a couple of trade kills. There's a chance to win the round. Will they get those nades, though? That's the question.
Are you integrating any outside presence when you're doing an upper take? Do you want to be coming from main, or is it all through that hut and door?
Well, it's about those outside smokes usually. This sort of round, it's difficult to really justify that, but let's say it's a gun round and you've been doing those outside smokes every single round. You can throw those outside still and go for the upper execution at the same time.
You want
just
those
to
CTs still there.
You want to show those tendencies that you've been displaying every single gun round. This is a straight-on ramp rush here, and Brolan, he is actually playing this very well. That's what I'd like to see. Just fall back, don't give any frags up, and Twist is there to make sure no one gets towards heaven.
That's the call. That's all he had to say, is they're coming to me, and I'm going to be in a perfect position. Has the headshot angle and has a double. Won't be the triple, couldn't quite get the spray. As Henry was talking about, muscle memory, a whole new weapon. You spent 10,000 hours with one, now everything's different. A powerful weapon, no doubt about it, but JW's making the M4, the retro look very easy. Double digits now for Fnatic here on the CT side. We said, you know, that don't count them out. Absolutely not. This is the CT side of Nuke, but it was a couple of those hero rounds at the start of this half that gave us the belief, and I'm sure probably the players as well. They're starting to build quite the bank.
Absolutely. Now they have a buffer. You'll start to see JW try those more aggressive plays. He'll be pushing Squeaky. He'll be pushing Ramp. He'll be trying to probe towards T-Spawn from outside because they have established finances now. Enables him to take some risks here, and that's what he's so good at. We saw on the T side, that's his play style. He takes the Counter-Strike rulebook, Alec. He throws it out the window.
Oh, so dramatic.
He's not happy about what people usually do. He likes to go against the grain. We'll see if he can do it again as we get into round number 23. Dabs towards outside with the smokes we discussed before. He's already made it to T-Red. So he smokes it down, but notice it's just him outside. So this is a variation of that outside execution with maybe players focusing towards ramp. We'll see what his teammates are up to.
It's a 3-2 split, 3 high, 2 low for Fnatic on this defense. They've invested their AWPer into lower, so that's going to be a very safe call. Nothing secret. JW, he's just got into that position and manages to catch Cirque. Twist in the meantime under threat in lower. JW, he can't help them though. He's got so much else to worry about and he gets caught in the hot box. Couldn't get out of that Molotov, and now Twisty has to win this fight. And he does! Close quarters, that's huge. Daps, he was the linchpin in a bit of a lower take, and now everyone lost and forced towards ramp. Brollan, ready to receive, gets just an opportunity. Tarek, too quick on the trigger, and we have ourselves a 3v3.
Yeah, this is anyone's round, but Fnatic still look comfortable, but Twist needs to hit at least one of these shots. He gets one, takes Tarek down. Breezy will hit a fantastic shot with the Krieg, and this is an absolutely massive round here. 2 versus 2. Decon is the threat, and Crims can't deny it.
Safe plant. Call on one. There's one unknown. They don't know where Exist is now. He's gonna have to make noise. The call surely would be made. It's a very quiet step, and Crims catches Ethan in transition, trying to set up. One man, then Breezy, 2 to find. He knows they're coming from either side, one beneath him. Is he going to take the fight? It shows... Oh, that's quick. Crims, he was in decon for so long, 30 seconds passed, and a predictable second frag enables a very comfortable 1v2.
Yeah, Crims hit such a stunning shot as well from decon. It looked like that would have been enough, but Breezy, as I mentioned, coming into this game, one of the most talented riflers in all of North America. You give him an opportunity like that, and he's always going to come out on top. Twisted well to even get the one frag he needed. We said he needed one, he got that, but here's Breezy just closing things out. Really nice stuff with the Krieg, and we get into round 24. We are going to have the AWP of Twist again. Like we said, the money's still strong on the Fnatic side. NRG need to be careful now. They need to at least get the bomb planted here. Sure, money resets aren't as prevalent as what they used to be, but still, here's Crims now pushing towards that main entrance. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They've got the established finances. Yeah, they just want to kind of steal a kill away. Any default they had in mind, any set piece that was going to be set up, now has to be recalculated.
A very stressful conversation to have with 90 seconds on the clock and changing your mind. It's not easy to do. Ethan outside, he's so committed to this now. I mean, there is no way out of this without a fight. Smoke makes his presence known. We'll block off main. They'll be able to take some outside control. A Molotov as well will enable him to drop. Fnatic, they're just playing the waiting game. They're in the site. They go from a spurt of aggression to just back up into turtle mode, and it's working.
It's all very quiet for now. Advantage Fnatic, outside control for NRG. The Swedes are fine with that, however. You can see they're aware of it. Exists, not the best position, but he did well with the Deagle before. Maybe even go a step further with the AUG this time. He'll be the one patrolling towards heaven. 2 players there, and they only have a couple of flashes, so he's relatively safe. There's not much they can do to flush him out there.
Bundles of utility, 2 Molotovs in 30 seconds. If they get these first frags, they can lock them out, and they do. Still got nades, but so much pressure being put on JW. He does bait them out, forces them to look at him, and Crims and Brollan are there to pick up the pieces. 11 now for Fnatic. They're starting to create quite the string of rounds. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row, and then backing up with the reset now. That's going to put a lot of pressure now on NRG. Yes, they had the lead. Yes, they had a comfortable lead, 10-5 half, but currently 6-3 in the second in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely true, Alex. And now that takes them down a peg in terms of the loss bonus. They don't get the 3,400, they're at 2,900. So you can see now everyone's at about 3K. Really not a great place to be in, and you can feel Fnatic getting closer and closer as they have to take another partial buy with the Tech 9, CZs, Mac 10s, and the Squeaky rush, and this JW is looking like a brick wall on the upper
Every
bomb side.
round we've watched JW, he runs main and he sprays the vent. The corner of the vent, the squeaky door push, Zerk does shut him down eventually, and actually, interestingly enough, gets the Deagle headshot, takes the Tech 9. He's expecting some close quarters and a bit of a sprint in his step for the next step in this round. There's only 3 of them. There's only a smoke grenade, there's only a Molotov. They really are bare bones, and their whereabouts do seem to be pretty sussed out. Brolin, he's been somewhat of a turret here on ramp. Falls back when he needs to, but certainly not the case now, as he's going to catch 1. Should have been 2. Zerk lucky to be alive, but he's got a scrap of health that can't be finished off by Twist. The HE could do it, though. Daps closing the gap towards him, forcing the AWP away. Gives him a bit of a 1v1, but the rest is going to be done, and we have ourselves another Fnatic round, and almost a spotless one at that.
Almost. Just JW after getting 2 frags that was dropped. That's about it. And Zerk with 0 chance of maybe finding a kill at this point.
You're so scared to say 0. This is because it's Counter-Strike, man.
That's the whole thing, and that's a lot of people get upset when I say this round like it should be done.
Yeah.
But amazing things can happen. You have to remember, like the talent on the server, the impossible can happen sometimes.
But
right?
that's the beauty, and I've said it once and I'll say it again. By saying it can't happen, by saying it's not possible, when it becomes possible, when someone is so talented at the game that it becomes possible, then that is a spectacle to behold in itself.
And it's a special moment, and that's why we build it up like that.
Imagine a caster having to, after a big moment, go, "Oh, I guess it was possible. Sorry, guys, I got that one wrong."
Yeah,
you know, like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, this is actually looking, speaking of possible, very possible now for Fnatic.
Yeah,
they are
wow.
right back in this game. On the CT side, finally, NRG are able to scrape together some guns. They get 3 Kriegs, 2 AKs, and bare bones utility. Don't have everything they absolutely need. And JW this time positioned towards ramp. He's just moving around every single round as being a nuisance. Daps has to negate flames, and JW maybe a little bit too aggressive this time. Him and Brolan try to challenge towards that ramp, but Twist knows he needs kills here. Lovely shot. That will do. He brings it to a 3-on-3, and Daps, we know he's towards lower, but exists. Oh, he won't check the vent.
He didn't see the leg.
They don't know at all. I don't think they know they've passed.
He saw a little glimpse of Daps' Gucci shoe.
The Gucci slider just
Gucci
slipping
slides,
on by.
man. And now, Ethan's close by the door. Daps is going to completely surprise them. Hello. Nice to see you. Bomb down. Retake's going to be tough. Twist and exist. It's an AWP. It's a really the opposite of the ideal weapon for a situation like this. Exist. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. If he finds an early one, Twist can arrive on the scene and potentially do some damage. Doors open and no real chance or way in at the moment for these 2 CTs.
Yeah, it's not looking good though. NRG with a Molotov there as well. As soon as they get information as to where one of these CTs are, that Molotov's coming in. Ethan, lovely shot. That should lock things in. Twist to the AWP. It's a great weapon, but not on the post plants towards lower. 14-12, NRG. They've actually kind of bounced back. The last 4 rounds, they've picked up 2 after a really slow start, after dropping that 3rd round against the Pistols. So they are now in touching distance of closing out this best of 1, but still anyone's game here with money still looking pretty good for the Swedes.
And the great bank of Fnatic has just been wavering just a little bit. Just an MP9 for Crims. Everything else, absolutely fine. Everything's hunky-dory, but just an SMG for Crims. That was it. I told you.
I didn't know it was that.
You didn't see the Gucci slide?
I didn't see it. You did spot it. That's a very good, astute observation, Alex.
Eyes of a hawk, me.
Yeah. Well then. CTs, yeah, they have 4 rifles, one of which is the AWP. Crims on the MP9. Not the end of the world if you play it correctly. NRG will be dropping the upper execution. We talked about this, Alex. See the flames all over the bomb site here. Exist had to try and fend them off. Doing a great job so far. Oh, through the smoke. It's breezy to bring it back to a 3-on-3, isolating one player on the upper bomb site. That's going to be JW. We know he's been strong so far, but he needs to try and stay alive as long as possible.
There is a timer on this fight. The smoke's about to clear, and Twist is going to have an eye line. 5 seconds at most before he started the fight. Brolin's there as well, shows face, bomb was going down, and now it's a 1v3, they know exactly where he is, and this is a problem. An AWP, they can hold close corners, you have to come to them.
Yeah, and they know it's Twist as well, and he's synonymous with the AWP, right? So they know that's the weapon he's going to have. He's fired off a shot. He's taken down to 16. That's going to be map points to NRG at this point. Absolutely. They deny the rifle as well. That's nightmare mode now. Breezy, just to note, 4 kills on the upper bomb side. That's the execution. We saw the Molotov on the hut above the rafters as well. They've cleared out those 2 risks. They've got smoke segregating the bomb zone, was cutting it in half, right? Yeah. They can focus on the CT vents. They can focus on the hut, the squeaky door. Somehow get a kill through the smoke as well. That's always beneficial. And at this stage, NRG should close out the game now. They've done enough. They've broken the money right down. They've got map point. They're up against 4 pistols, 1 scout. But remember, it is Fnatic, and NRG historically have struggled against these sort of rounds. And we'll see whether they can finish this one out, best chance you're probably ever going to get to finish off a game, this would be it.
Oh, the wall bang. JW, that predictable start has come back to haunt him, down to 46 through Hut. He only needs 1 HP to get a frag with that CZ, though. You turn your back, you walk out and check the other corner. That CZ is there to strike. No one better to wield it. There is a kit on him as well, but at the moment, NRG full control and a comfortable situation for them. Bomb in the hands of Ethan. He's being escorted by Tarek, top of the scoreboard for his team. They've sent the muscle to escort Ethan on this very important Protect the President mission.
Such a difficult round here for Fnatic. They've lost outside control. They know they don't have the range to really do anything about it. Someone has to step up. Brolan has taken matters into his own hands. He's pushing around. They're going in towards the hut. You can see why they're doing it. Trying to close the distance here, trying to steal some rifles away. It could work out. The attention taken. Damage done. CT's actually making this work now. Daps needs to find a couple of kills. He's isolated. Oh, it's all falling apart, but still, they maintain the advantage. Exist gives his position up, and unless he finds that kill, I feel like it's the game going against them. Twist, once again, the last player remaining, Alex, with the scouts.
He has had to have this feeling 5-6 times this game, left alone with really no shot at the round. You just have to kind of have a go. It's a tough feeling for a professional player, strive to win, and yet you know that your odds are just so far stacked against you.
Yeah, and this is NRG. Remember, they've just replaced Daps. He wasn't expecting to be here. They're opening up the tournament with a victory. Best of 1, a great position to be in the format. Move on to a best of 3 next. You can be in the playoffs very early on. Great result there for
So much. Tristan and Sorrenthus, yes, house on fire. Certainly not a room on fire. And Astralis versus Cloud9 is about to go down. I'm joined by my co-caster, comrade, and all-round nice guy. It's Henry Greer, everybody.
One of those things is true. We'll move into the first round here. Indeed, Astralis on the T side, they've got 3 smokes, Alex. So that suggests to me they'll be finishing up towards A. You don't necessarily need 3 smokes to be bomb site unless you want the smoke for the post plan, which I just don't think that's going to be a thing, for me at least, right now. So we'll see how this one pans out. Just to note, Golden has the kit and the smoke, just in case things get a little bit problematic. Can also use that in the mid-rounds as well, but ideally wants to chuck the smoke on the bomb for a post plan if it comes to it. They are actually heading towards B here. The Molotov for new boxes. And remember, one smoke for spawn, 1 for coffins, and then you've got that 3rd smoke for post plan, I suppose, if you need it. You don't necessarily need that at all to enter the bomb site. We'll see which way they are inclined. Magisk, he's the one with the smoke and the HE. So HE towards coffins, I'd imagine, first here, Alex. We'll see if that's the case.
Does that smoke keep them at bay? My initial reaction is no, and, well, they seem to be stagnating. Oh, Golden dunked out of this one. He is gone. Forgotten, and Cajun B, well, he's going to have to do something quite heroic. Couple of bullets through the smoke don't connect, and now Vice, he was the initial B player. He's being Molotov'd, he's being flashed, and he's being fragged. Device has no fear and nearly no bullets. Still gets the frag as rushes on the retake. Catches Zipnix, that's banana control back for the CTs. They start their advance. Dupree, he does have one very low. A bullet would do it, but backs away. They have the numbers, and I mean, that's... The way this round starts is a summary of how it's likely to end unless Rush does something crazy.
Yeah, that was a masterclass. Just like I said, that 3rd smoke for post plant as well, that's exactly what they've done. A double HE to kick things off. Nice kill from Rush, just to know, but he almost had no chance of winning that one. What a fantastic round from Astralis there. So the double HEs, they kind of showed us how powerful grenades can be in Counter-Strike. Last year, the beginning of 2018, they showed us the true potential of HE grenades, especially on Inferno. I haven't seen many kills towards coffins like that. I've seen damage being done. Yeah, I've never seen a clean kill like that. It's very difficult with 2 grenades to find a kill on an armored opposition. They managed to do 100 damage. There's the replay. Golden just blown out the water, and that's, of course, it's a cue to go in. If you get that kill, you're going to go through, and there will be a force buy response. Don't hate that on Inferno. You can play like a gun round. You get CZ armor. You've got 5 smokes as well, and it's trying to hold them off and run that clock down as low as you possibly can.
And a fun little tidbit of information for anyone wanting to replicate that in your matchmaking games is they boosted on the little wall, the banana wall, in order to get the elevation for that nade. I think 1, if not both, were on that wall to some extent. This is exactly the boost I'm talking about. Matt just given us a nice little demonstration. In fact, he might even be doing the lineup. Here you go. Take note, kids. That's a different one.
That's just boost, I think.
That's a quick nade towards the CT boost.
Yeah, they've got some really cool little grenades. You can bounce grenades to first oranges towards you can do Molotovs towards the new boxes, of course. You can nade towards Emo as well, towards the back left. There's plenty of things you can do if you know the tendencies of the CT defense there. So that first nade doesn't do a ton of damage, but here they go towards middle, smoke down, Molotovs as well towards Boiler. They've flashed up and they've got mid control, so looking good for Astralis right now. In terms of Cloud9, in terms of stacks, they don't have a massive amount. They have 2 players towards B, 1 in transition. That's going to be automatic, and a Molotov there going to be thrown towards what looks like apartments to me. It doesn't land. That's a very technical Molotov. Doesn't quite make the mark, but that's okay.
I mean, this is all just smoke and mirrors at this point. Astralis, they've got mid control, they're nading A, and now they're about to take B. All in the space of about 10 seconds. Smoke starting to land. Vice and Golden looking to make up for their previous failings. I say failings, you can't really consider getting double naded a failing. Vice, however, finds some success. Just the one. Automatics there with a second with the CZ. Device is even fragging him with the USP. He doesn't care. UMP on his back as he finds his way into the site and finds that bomb down. Retake coming from Banana as Cajun B first to challenge and first to fall. Rush, 3 frags in that first. He's looking for his 4th. It enabled him to get this SMG. What can he do with it? Oh, it's a good frag. It's an upgrade, but it's only 46 points of health.
Indeed. He has got the kit and an AK-47. Might as well give it a go. At least see if he can find another frag. Round pretty much out of reach at this point, but an AK-47, he's got a kit. If they do somehow get in a post-spawn situation that's viable, that will be fantastic going forward. But unfortunately for him, they are going to be pretty much full eco next round. At the very most in P250s to go with his AK, but Rush, on his day, I will go into that statement a little bit further after this, but on his day, he can be absolutely electrifying with a rifle. He has a crazy good aim, but he is such a streaky player. I find like he has amazing days or days he's almost not even there on the server sometimes, which is the problem.
It's been a while as well. I mean, I can actually bring up his rating. We can actually see if we can put some, money where our mouth is, some numbers to back that up. But it does feel like Rush, I mean, yes, he has games where he truly does feel like just this train who can take a site on his own. It's been a while, though, and I'm going to look into that while we get ready for our next round. To recap what Astralis have been doing, though, we had a nice little stack nade towards B, and then a posture A hit B.
Absolutely. I like that Molotov towards the end of the balcony as well. That's a cool idea, just to push anyone off that position. So it takes vision away from the apartments especially. Didn't land, but it was a cool idea. They win the round. It was an expensive one to some extent, but as I mentioned, not really much investment can be made here by Cloud9. But the Rush on an AK, if they make a mistake and walk into his crosshair, could be problematic. He does a little bit of damage, but takes even more in return. He is down to 28.
Yeah, and as we continue to see this round unfold, you realize just how stacked up against them this round the odds are. Astralis, they can take their time. They'll just find those fights, those unarmored CTs. Cajun, he is just an unarmored USP and Apps, and Dupree, he played the waiting game long enough to find his first frag of the game. This is a best of 1, most best of 3s though, so don't panic. Just 1 best of 1 until they get deeper into the bracket, and then they'll be playing best of 3s from then on out. Excited to see how this whole tournament plays out. We've got some big names and a lot of unanswered questions here.
Pro League, always one of the absolute mainstays of the CSGO calendar. It really is turning into an exciting event. Has a great regular season now, no longer online. It's all land-based. It all culminates here in France, and it's going to be a great tournament. I can feel it. You can see the odds not looking too forgiving there for Cloud9, understandably so. They're going for their own roster turmoil right now. A lot of rumors flying around as to what the future holds for this team. I love this boost. This is one of my favorite boosts Rush is doing right now at the back of the site. It means you can just jump up, get a quick kill, and you won't be in too much danger, actually. There's the first, and unfortunately for him, Magisk is an excellent player. The rifle does go towards Vice with no armor. He'll be taken down with a jump shot of Glaive. Close range of the UMP. 10 seconds left from the plant, but not a big deal. That boost, if he had 100 HP, I dare say maybe Rush gets 2, but good for 1 kill, and it was a round they probably weren't going to win anyway. It's going to be Astralis, a 4-player surviving here. Automatic will be dropped towards Banana and Golden. Same treatment at Coffin. So Astralis with the 3-0, but they have no real bonus situation here. They don't have loads of MAC-10s and SMGs here, so their money's not out of control, but it's decent.
And I did my homework.
Go on, what have you got for me?
So Rush, 2019, he's had 2 positive events of 9.
Okay.
That's LAN events.
Sure.
2 of 8. I think I need to correct myself because I recounted. But yeah, the only performances successfully he's had has been in kind of domestic soil. It was the North American Pro League, which was played on LAN, I should remind you, and the iBuy Power Masters.
Yeah, it's certainly been a difficult year, I'd say, for his career ever since the heady days when Optic were lifting trophies. And
yeah, I mean, I'm looking at 2018. There isn't red to be seen. And so, yeah, just indicative of a quiet year. And that's not, there's so many different factors. We're not just, criticizing the player himself. There is so many things, so many stimuli that can influence a player's performance. Already Vice gone, though, and that's first blood that he's going to be regretting. Now leaves Golden relatively alone to this. He has had a rotate come in, though, and already Golden burns to a crisp. Device's Molotov is all it takes. I think tagged up by him as well. But 5-3 with 70 seconds still on the clock.
Yeah, this is where Astralis do their best work. You won't see them make many mistakes in these sort of scenarios. Sure, this run is still possible for Cloud9, but how do you even set up? A lot of teams have to take a gamble stack at this point. They have 2 players towards B, but at this stage, Astralis, with still a minute on the clock, the majority of their utility, they'll just let Device just probe, just see what's going on, see if he can bait out another smoke from them. On that side of the map, they have Automatic and Rush. Those guys have just 2 flashes between them and an HE. They have no smokes, they have no incendiary. That nade has to do a load of damage, which it does. They needed that. That helps things out somewhat, but it's still a 5 versus 3 here.
Rush has to be more than one. It's not even that. Magis catches him. No headshot necessary. Now they start to cross. Automatic spray through the smoke is not enough either. Cajun, the first frag of the round for C9. There is a degree of a rotate. He's still on A. They're divided. They're hunting down dupreeh, but the bomb goes down elsewhere, and this is at the end of the round. Automatic, he was looking to try and support his teammate in saving, but now dupreeh, he's behind enemy lines, and he's got himself 2.
Another clean round from Astralis. They get the early 5-on-3. Cloud9 trying to take the fight to the Danes. And on Inferno, you've got to be very brave to pull that one off. If Cloud9 win the pistol, they get all the money. Automatic gets a nice early AWP. He's very good at finding opening picks and getting that confidence up. But if they had to start like this in the best of 1, I don't think there's a massive chance they'll make much of a dent here on their CT side. I'm saying 5 rounds, for me, is top end for them on the CT side. After this start, 5 would actually be like, all right, at least we got something out of this. Astralis, once they get going, they start showing that lack of respect for you. That's when you're in trouble. But there's always a chance Cloud9 can steal one of these rounds away. The Deagles, the CZs, they're very problematic on a map like Inferno. All it takes is one player to be a little bit overzealous, give his rifle up, and Cloud9 have the talent to do enough with one rifle.
The story starts with 3 of Astralis gathering towards Banana. The bomb is not committing with them, but the smokes are starting to fall in. How much of the communication is there? You can see Automatic is starting to rotate to respond to this utility. Bomb, I remind you, is not there. HE goes in and does touch up just a little bit of Glave's HP down to 75. Firing. They're not hiding this. They're trying to make this as clear of a B presence as possible. And he's got Automatic looking a little lost. You can see just knife out, walking back and forth. That's the sign of unknown for the defenders. I have a question, Hank.
Go for it. I love questions.
So you know when I'm going into like a matchmaking game and I feel like the players I'm playing against are much better than me. Like I have the knowledge in my head before I go in.
Okay.
These guys are really good.
I know where this is going, yeah,
and you know, Cloud9, they're not stupid. They go into this knowing that they're coming in as an underdog. Like their team's, you know, in ruin. There's rumors of potential roster changes. That's all in their minds as well. Excuse me, as well. They're going up against Astralis. Surely that's something you have to shake if you plan to succeed here.
You can't. They're not stupid, right? They're not going into this saying, "Oh, we've got a real solid chance of winning."
What do you say? What do you say?
They'll just. Unfortunately, it's the old cliche. They'll just play their game. They know they have got a solid Inferno, but as you mentioned, the main problem for me in this that we know roster changes are coming to Cloud9, right? It's difficult for me to believe that all of them are fully invested mentally into this tournament, thinking, "Oh, we can cause a dent here. We've got so much preparation. We've got everything we possibly need." They definitely don't. They're changing things up. We know that. And for me, it's just like one of those tournaments that they'll give it everything they've got. I just want to make that clear. They're not coming in saying, "Oh, we definitely can't win," but they know it's very unlikely. Astralis, for them, it's the perfect opening game of the tournament. It's one of the maps they're expected to win. They're certainly not having the best of times recently. They want to make sure they win every single round and make a statement in the opening game in this tournament. So they won't be giving anything up here. They won't be taking their foot off the gas at any stage. But to answer your question, Cloud9, all they can really do is try their best and see whether some rounds come in their favor. Automatic has the AWP now, and I think that, to me, is one of the massive win conditions here. His AWP on its day is world-class. It has to step up.
We heard the analyst talking, Maniac. He was given the tough question of win conditions for Cloud9, and the only answer he had was the name, Automatic. And actually, Rush finding a very strong first blood. dupreeh gone, and he's got his life. Only just...
Yeah, that was
scrap of HP.
That was in the apartments there, the one-on-one duel. It's a bit of a classic one. CT's got to be pretty brave to try even challenge that, because remember, you're up against AKs there. You have an AUG, which can be one-tap potential, but only pretty much put the barrel down their throat. So to challenge that AK, you've got to be brave. I think he must have either got dinged through the wall or spammed down, as he's at 5 HP. So lucky to be alive, but he gets the opening kill. And will this be where Cloud9 get their first round on the board? 4 players for Astralis ready commits towards the B site.
They've tried all sorts of boosts. They've tried crossfires. This time it's Golden who's given the opportunity. Perhaps it's a Golden opportunity. We'll find out. Starting to encroach on the site. The issue is, as soon as you get one, you've got a good idea of where the second is. He's boosted, they say. Eyes on Nubox. Vice goes down with just one. They've got one to show for that investment. The bomb site completely taken over by Astralis. A scary retake. Automatic, though. There is no smoke. This is where the AWP could strike. He has an angle. Can't connect it. And that's Device making this round look almost said and done. Rush so low from the earliest exchange, and he's the last man left.
Yeah, such an unfortunate round. He worked hard to get that first kill on Dupree as well. Anyone who's been watching Astralis for the last few years know that Dupree's flight path on this map, go for apartments, head towards the boiler room. That's where he's going to be running his defaults. It was Rush that gets that first kill. And yes, you spotted that nice boost towards the banana side of the map. It's a great boost, but if you're a team like Astralis, you're pre-firing that. You're smoking coffins, you're smoking spawn, you're flashing over, and if you haven't Molotov new boxes, there's going to be a player checking it, right? Unless you're Molotoving it, you don't have to check it. But they definitely did, and unless you get that first kill and you drop down, you're buying time, that's when that boost works out. If they pre-fire the first dude and there's someone beneath him, unfortunately, they know exactly where the second guy is, and that's what happened. They were playing heads-up CS there, and it's not a crossfire, and that's what the B side, if you play those sort of setups, those sort of boosts, you have to hit your shots. If you're not on a crossfire, you can't play off each other. That can be very problematic, and Astralis just deal with it. No problem whatsoever. It's going to be 6-0 here on the T side of Inferno. Best of one. Opening game of the tournament for both of these teams, of course, and we are going to see a bit of investment here. I believe Rush is invested with the AUG. Remember, he saved the AK before, so it's a bit more money than his teammates. So he goes for the hero rifle. You normally see this on the T side, Alex, like an AK comes out around Tech 9s or CZs. Sure. That makes sense. He has more money than his teammates, so I suppose that's fine.
But it's going to be the nature of CT,
he
right?
saved his, sorry. He didn't invest this. He saved the AUG from the previous round. But my point is, I don't think it's enough to actually win a round here.
On the T side, it makes sense. Spearhead of the assault. You're all going in one direction. With the CTs, it's a gamble one way or the other. You have to just hope and pray that you can, with communication and just a little bit of luck, put that's the hardest hitting weapon where those Ts are coming. And I mean, there's always been action in Banana, and it is safe to say that Cloud9, they haven't been particularly proactive in gaining this Banana control.
The thing is, when you're against a team like Astralis, great name, by the way, a lot of damage there. If you're against a team like Astralis, who kind of paved the way on how to play the Banana side of the map, it can be a very scary prospect to think, let's go challenge these guys. You know, every trick in the book and design this push. And especially if you haven't got any kind of resources in your back pocket, you haven't got money there, you haven't got all the grenades.
It's happening again.
It can be difficult.
Golden, if he catches this again, it's a different, they're stagnating the boost.
Yes.
Oh, I thought they were doing that. He was there. Two times in one game, that would have been enough for him to slash quit.
Yeah, that's almost too much. But the good news is they have done reasonable damage to 3 players. That makes those CZs and Deagles. Like that Deagle, some of those players are going to be in one-shot potential. A nice chest shot towards the Device, that could be enough. We will see how it goes down. Time ticking away. The bomb's down towards bottom and middle. And for now, Rush is actually at the top. They could still win this. I actually like the look of this round for Cloud9.
So he's got the indication that they're coming. He's going to be full blind off that one, but they do start to gather in Banana. They are so good at showing just enough presence to keep him there, but the rotate has happened.
Yep, 4 players there. Rush holding middle with the rifle. It's only pistols on the other side. They've already needed the boost, so they might not suspect Cajun B up here. Here they come, though. Full commitment now from Astralis. Time ticking away. First kill is theirs, and the boost is a little bit problematic for them overall. Automatic brings one more back. They know exactly where he is. 10 seconds. Might seem like it's too close, but the bomb's going down. Rush is nowhere to be seen, and he does have a chance to win this. He's got the kit. No smoke, though. That really would have helped him out. If he has the smoke here, he can smoke Banana, at least focus on the bomb site. But now he's just got to hope that someone challenges him.
And Xyp9x gave him just a chance. The double flash, he's using that just to cover his steps as he charges, hoping he can have some degree of an element of surprise, and he does! Perfect use of the flash, perfect use of the speed, and now just one. He's got a good idea. Does he hold it? Does he fake it? He's trying to get in the head of Device, but already he started the walk, and too damn smart. He had he knew that Rush would think that there was an unsafe angle. Like he knew that there was a window, and starts the walk immediately.
It was his only chance of winning it, really. If he gets off that, Device knows exactly where he is with that difficult plant. Sure, it's not the best angle, but there's only one position the CT can be in, right? He has to hide in one corner. He goes with the full defuse. I don't mind it at all. Rush had to go for something, but Device, pro players have a mental time clock, right? When they hear that defuse come in, they're counting to 5. He comes around and swings, takes his shot like 4.5 seconds. He's done it absolutely perfect there. Really well played from Device. 7-0 in a round that felt so tantalizingly close. It's unfortunate, but unless you actually get the round on the board, it doesn't mean too much when Astrala's knocking on the door $10,000 for Device.
A little bit more of an active banana control. We talked about it, and the nades once again succeed. Device, he's bleeding internally. 9 points of health. That is a problem. He's going to be playing a bit of a backseat round now as they start to gather towards A, and it is going to be Dupree. You said it. He is always in the boiler. Finds himself there again. Rush to receive. He's flashed off. Does throw a smoke in response, but Magis could have got ahead of that. Chose not to.
Ooh, decent mid-control from Astrala. You could see Rush was considering the swing around, but the smoke will dissuade him. 1 minute remaining, and it looks like Dupree might be left towards middle. They've had so much success towards B. Cloud9 trying to counteract that right now, Alex. They've actually got a bait set up now set towards B. So you can see a player right down at the bottom. That's going to be Vice, I believe. He's down there being baited in by Golden. Golden holds barrels. He'll fire off shots. He'll fight as much as he can, just so the attention is taken away from Vice if they do come in that position. Which it will do. Let's see how it works out for them. Oh, he's left them, though. That's a one-and-done position. Not even that.
Not even one.
So if you're going to set him up like that, you do need to bait him in the best you can. So Golden now, he'll be left alone, but he does have the incendiary. Round not done just yet. Still a 4-4 of HP in the favor of Cloud9. Golden finally finding some frags.
He needed to get away. He needed to get another. He's done it. Can't find the third, but Zipnix is there. And so is the bomb. 1 versus 3. It is where he does his very best work. He's going to get caught off by the timing, though. One coming from behind. Coffins, Banana. 2-1 split. If he finds this 1v1, he can't. Cajun's too quick, finds the head, and we have ourselves the first for Cloud9.
Former teammate Cajun B, the one to take him down. It was looking a bit scary for me. When Zipnix gets the bomb down and they were isolated behind the smoke, I thought if he kills Cajun, I thought, oh no, he's going to do it again. But it was 3 players surviving for Cloud9 there. A decent round. Golden had to step up. Like we said, that bait setup towards B, I really would have preferred it just to stay this 10 seconds longer would have been enough. But they obviously felt presence towards A. It left Vice with almost nothing to do there at the bottom. Unfortunate for him, Golden did what he could though. They win the round, so no harm, no foul. The problem is now they've got to reinvest in all those grenades. Vice down to almost nothing. Same story for Cajun B. Golden 1400, Rush 750. They need to win the next 2 rounds cleanly, Alex. It has to happen. Nothing else will do at this point.
It's interesting what you said to me as well about just Astralis not, they're here to prove a point. They have to pick up every single round. Absolutely. They want to look clean. They want to look back to their former glory. Vice, aggression rewarded on Banana. That's going to really throw a bit of a spanner in the works because it's always a late B presence. Then it's not necessarily always all guns blazing out of the gates, but perhaps Astralis will end up on A this time. Perhaps that's enough. Dupree, Boiler, Frag. A familiar combination.
Absolutely. Automatic. I think he was trying to dodge a flashbang at that point, but not dodging bullets. Device will be taken down towards the apartments, but it's such a brawl here on the A side. Back and forth we go. Dupree will take the advantage. Cajun B alone towards the apartments. Golden will rotate in. They've made a bit of a gamble here and left B bomb site completely open.
Cajun B, he can hear the steps. Dupree had a knife in his hands and it's taken from him. Now all on to Cajun. Former teammate. I almost slipped my mind completely.
Exactly.
My goodness.
Oh,
he did a 1v1. That's the bomb. 44 seconds. A 1v1 versus Zipnix.
Here we go. Massive advantage for Cajun B. I can't stress that enough. He has the bomb. He has no information. Zipnix, that is, as to where he's heading. But of course, he walks into his crosshair. The clutch minister is stepping up once again. Cool as a cucumber, Alex. No problem at all. Didn't even have to work for it. Just walks in the boiler and finds the kill.
And just to sprinkle some perspective on that, you know how hard rounds have been so far. Like you've seen the strife they've gone through to pick up 1.
Sure.
You're then in a situation where it's just a 1v1. It's an aim duel. It's a fight. And the advantage is so firmly in your grasp. You've got the bomb and you know where he's coming from.
Yep.
Still, Zipnix manages to take that 1v1 and do it so calmly.
So the smoke was down there, and he was like, right, bomb's down second middle, get ready for this. Just a great shot. Really unfortunate time of occasion. He didn't do anything wrong.
No.
He didn't make a mistake, just very fortunate. For Zipex, grenade damage is something we're going to talk about a lot in this Inferno game, I'd imagine.
I need utility damage stats
Indeed. And there is a rifle at the top there. It's Device battling them at the very top. His Rush, he's got the 5-7. He's looking away for now. He's good for a couple of kills, it seems. Make it 3. This is massive from Rush. He's given them a lifeline in this round. It's a 2 versus 1. Magisk, the one to step out this time. He has got the bomb. Makes his way towards A. Clean plant coming through.
So it's Golden and Vice. The AK picked up by Magisk. He is low, though.
Problem is, Alex, Magisk is the A player, the A anchor for Astralis. This is his bread and butter. Holding this side of the map, he has no problem operating around here. So he'll go towards Boiler right now. Remember, they have no kits, no armor. They have a smoke, though. The best they can do is smoke the bomb, full defuse, and hope they can cover. That's going to be my call at this point. That's all they can really go for.
The fact that Magisk has dug so deep, he had so much time to reposition, he is going to be coming from short. They fake it, they fight it, and Golden thrives. That's going to be 2 for Cloud9. They need every single one. Wait, there's no kit.
Close.
You did say no kit.
No, they've got it. It's okay. I was about to say that is going to be a factor, but they've got it. If they would have lost that first kill, definitely done. Magisk could have toyed with that a little bit more, I'd say. But overall, still Cloud9 picking it up. It's their second. Sure, it was a good round to win, but there's still so much money for Astralis. They've got a full buy again. They've got the Krieg for device. Consider himself a scope-only player now. But this is great from Rush. 3 kills at a 5-7. It's a weapon that's having a bit of a resurgence. It was nerfed somewhat. The spam potential was reduced last year. But it seems like a few players now are really kind of showing it's still a viable weapon in the game. And Rush, 3 massive kills there.
Yeah, I mean, 20 bullets, close range, one-shot headshot. I mean, the list is pretty strong and pretty compelling. For the strengths of the 5-7, looks like we're going to be just getting that game sound back in just a moment, fixing all of those issues, getting those bugs out of the system. But Golden and Rush have thrown themselves a stack nade this time in favor of Cloud9. They've been on the receiving end of many so far here on Inferno. In fact, I had those utility damage stats for you, but at the moment, numbers do favor Cloud9. We'll see for how long. That's the banana control they've been looking for, and it is firmly held now by the North Americans.
It's nice to see them get that confidence at this stage, but it won't last for too long. dupreeh has been such a nuisance for them. He gets dinged in the process, but at least take down Rush. It's such an aggressive game from both sides. Automatic knows he has to push through a smoke to try and get a kill in their favor. Successfully does so. Cajun B's pushing apartments here. There's a low HP player waiting for him. I feel like he's about to go down. Indeed he will. dupreeh, very patient, but still the advantage for Cloud9. Less than a minute remaining. Bombs at the bottom of B. If Zipex gets his kill on Vice, that could be it. That's going to be dupreeh dropped, and Zipex waiting for his opportunity here. He knows what they're up to. If he gets this kill, it's done. But yeah, Vice, I think, spotted him. He gets the hell out of there. He doesn't want to be anything to do with that duel.
If Vice was just 5% more aggressive on that rotate, because he was thinking about it. He was trying to check it to back up for that last. There's a line of sight straight to Xyp9x getting a plant in a 1v2 with time to reposition. Now, it does feel like it's all said and done. He's got players pushing from behind, locked out with a smoke in front. Bullets connecting, and dies with a knife in his hand. A third for Cloud9, a necessity.
And they might have broken the bank as well. That's the first bit of good news Cloud9 have had in this entire map so far. This has been labor. This has been difficult. And it's going to be round 12. Astralis finally yield. They'll be taking, what, Deagle's armor. That's about it. Problem is, you've got some of the world's best Deagle players on this squad. dupreeh, for me, stands out. Zipex can be dangerous. Magisk boy especially. Let's watch out for these guys. They're going to be finding a couple of kills this round. Luckily, there's only 2 Deagles. It'll be Magisk and dupreeh. So we'll see what they can do. Magisk will opt for a bit of Kevlar. And as I mentioned it, Alex, that's what you've got to be careful of. He can do those sort of things.
Oh, and they're picking up the pace. They're charging. Rush, he's on short, but he's only going to find one. The rest are already on the way. Perhaps a little bit of a veggie wrap a la Cloud9. Saying that, Rush has shut down dupreeh as well. Cajun B, he's going to be able to have a bit of a pincer here. Comes from behind, does strike enough to find just the one, but they already start to get the bomb down. They've managed to make this a 2v3 after plant.
Yeah, Glaive up. He's got the AK-47. No, remember, no armor for him. They have a flashbang. Zipex for the Glock. And that's all they'll have now. I think that's going to be it.
Could not have been better. Lovely little nade onto the only threat. And Cloud9, they find 4. They're starting to pick up a little bit of speed here, and that's, of course, a bit of a freebie. I say freebie. Astralis didn't make it look free. And actually, while I have the scoreboard up, I'm going to read some of those utility stats. Admittedly, this is from the game. I'm not a pinch of salt, perhaps, but I'm pretty sure this is legit. Device, 200 utility damage so far in this game. 166 for Glaive, 128 for Xyp9x. And actually, interestingly enough, similar numbers can be found for Cloud9. 244 for Vice. The B player makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. The B player for those HEs down there, and he'll be Rush with 151 after that round. So there we go. It's going to be a tactical timeout for the first time for Astralis on their T side. At this stage, I'm sure most of you diehard fans will be aware of this by now. Astralis on Inferno. T side, they've got 8 rounds to their name. They're feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
They have said many times, dupreeh, especially in a lot of interviews, will say they're used to a bad start. They're the team that they prefer to come back from a 5-0 deficit, grind their way back into it, get comfortable, and then have to really work for it. But this is a great start for them. They've already got 8 rounds. Anything at this point, I would say, is a bonus. If they get double digits, Cloud9 are in a lot of trouble. But if they convert it to 8-7, win the pistol in the second half, there's always a chance they can bring it back. Whether they will, I'm not sure, but there's some storylines for you.
It's a good point you raise as well. Astralis have made no secret of most of their flaws, most of their faults, at least most visible ones, are on their T side.
Yeah.
Specifically Mirage, but other maps as well. Cajun, that flash, a team flash, does force him off. Those nades we were talking about, once again, do favor Cloud9. Glaive got very little to work with for the rest of this round. Vice, an aggressive angle. He has to take these. He has to be proactive, and he's going for the fight. He wasn't expecting close, and now Golden's there to back him up. A second would be lovely. It's not going to be the case, though. The Danes, they've got themselves a nice little lead, and Automatic has arrived just in the nick of time to keep Banana under control.
So if you're Astralis now, you know you've killed 2 players towards the B side. Rotation almost definite. It's going to be Automatic, and he knows he has to play heads-up Counter-Strike here. He can't just sit back on the bomb site. He needs intel. He needs a frag, ideally. He gets it. Does he want to fade away? He does. I like this from Automatic. He stays for now. The bomb's down. He's actually done a really strong job. Glaive on the other side, though, outstays his welcome. I think he just assumed it was clear. I like the idea of getting 1 kill and falling back, funneling them towards a 2-man play towards A. That would have been great. But I guess he didn't feel like he had enough intel to really justify that.
You painted the picture perfectly, though, because now you could understand Automatic's decision-making. He immediately wanted to give them the absolute call, saying, yes, boys, you know, fortify A, they're on the way. Glaive, he just realized he had so much time to play with, he could linger. And, well, that linger gets him a frag. 8-4 is the score. Looking for the 9th now. Astralis, they've got themselves the bomb down with a man advantage.
Have no more utility now, Alex. Rush and Cajun B certainly capable of winning the round, but Rush will have to step up. He's had some big moments so far. This one will have to be absolutely massive. Bomb ticking away at some pace now. He has no idea who these last 2 players are. He can no longer defuse the bomb, just hoping to get a consolation frag. That's not going to happen. There we have it. It is going to be 9-4. Astralis bounce back. A nice sort of gambit from Cloud9 to push towards that B position. We noticed early on in the half, they didn't seem to be as confident in their ability to actually challenge towards B. This time, opening frag, they actually get an equal situation. It was looking good, but then that was the push. Automatic, low HP, as you mentioned, is trying to get definitive information as to whether they're going towards A or B. That was a brave call on 10 HP, the one he had, but I don't hate it, and it was just unfortunate. The Glaive, very, very good in Inferno. A specialist on this map was just waiting for the mistake.
And needed down to 16 points of health before any of those frags. He got 2. And look at this, aggression being rewarded. A Molotov frag as well as Magisk spray. That's the B defenders gone. Cajun B, not Automatic, is the first on the scene for this rotate now.
Oof, and they're still aware of him as well. They're spamming through this smoke.
90 seconds on the clock, and you've just lost both your B defenders. It's such an uphill struggle now. Cloud9, they're going to have some heroics.
Yeah, they really are. I'm not really sure what the call would be at this stage, like how you get yourself out of this position.
I mean, they're going to check this. They're going to spray it, right?
Is he still behind that?
He is. Listen.
I like it. Cajun, I like this a lot.
They surely check this. Someone
I don't think they will.
Path. It's going to be 1. He has to get out. No, he's going to find a second. Magisk. He opened this round. He intends to close it. Automatic's in trouble as well. But look at Astralis' restraint. Catches one on the retreat. That's Magisk gone. Does throw a molly to give him a little bit of a chance to stabilize, but I think he's actually got a good read. Yeah, this is looking fantastic. Really strong Counter-Strike here for Cloud9. This is what they had to do. You can still see, even with the perfect calls and setup, it might not be enough here, but Automatic's in position. I love this. 1 versus 1 now. Device versus Automatic. But Device challenges. Automatic couldn't have played that round better. He pulled out all the stops there. They made great mid-round calls. They were reacting to the defeats they were finding in the initial engagements. But still, it's just that difference, that 5% that Astralis seem to have over most teams. As soon as you feel like you've got them, they find a way out of it. They can fight their way out of almost every situation. 3v5. You lose 2 players. You manage to get it down to a 1v2.
Yeah, it was great.
You know where they're... A 1v1. I should correct myself. They really handled that well.
So see that repeat from Device. So he knew, the crossover. Automatic was trying to get towards quad and just really kind of bamboozle him while he had to go for the plant. Really nice idea, great effort, and he'll be gutted he didn't win it, but there it is, double digits for Astralis. And you can see the money, not fantastic on either side. Galil's, Mac 10s, UMPs, and an opening, I was about to say Deagle kill would look good for Cajun, but it's Dupree, again, getting his 13th kill in the apartments.
Taps his crouch key as he's showed his face for the first time. That click is going to be difficult. And now the numbers are going to continue just to collect for Astralis. It's the final round of the first half of our second game here on our first day for EPL Season 9 Finals. Just the one for Automatic CZ before he's shut down by Xyp9x's Mac 10.
Wow. Just the 2 players remain, Vice and Golden. And they're both towards A, to be fair, so you can't write this off fully. There is a chance that the pistols will deliver, but if you're Astralis, you've still got a boatload of utility, and you've got a bit of information now that at least one player's towards A. Do you want to commit to this? No. Get towards B. That's a really nice play. A lot of teams would be like, I don't want to use the word lazy, but they're just like, oh, it's just a pistol. Let's just get through. But there is a chance you open the floodgates there. They now know there's a player that's rotated from B. We know he's a B player. Let's get to the other side of the map. If Vice is towards A, you can pretty much guarantee B is going to be open. Nice work from Glaive. Good calls. And it's up to Golden now to win a 2-on-1. He's got a smoke and a Molotov, but he doesn't really have the time to work with them. He has to just jump through now and see if he can get a quick kill. And he knows it. He's trying to do anything. Every trick in the book here, Alex.
Trying to draw out fire, have a chance to see the tracer fire. Connect through the smoke. Now the Molotov's touching him down to 7. Smoke on top of it. All chances starting to dwindle now for Golden, and it's going to be Dupree just to receive the 11th round. Astralis, what a spectacular half. That's the T half, need I remind you, and they're looking poised to collect this one. And so the story continues for Cloud9, a team in disarray facing the very best. Astralis 11-4 up at the half, going into the CT side of Inferno, the side they often thrive the most on, one of their most potent map picks. I am Machine, I'm joined by Henry G, and we're going straight back into the thick of it.
Oh, we really are, and it's not looking good for the North Americans, I have to say. They are going to find themselves in a spot of bother here. The pistol is an absolute must-win. They have one smoke, one HE, and we'll see if they want to head towards B off that. Zipex, he'll be finding out early if they are regardless. He's pushing down right down towards the bottom of middle here, and they are going to send 5 players towards B. They have one smoke for the CT cross, and Magis, Zipex coming in the back lines here. This makes things incredibly difficult to contain.
The patience of Magisk. He knew he only needed one. He took an additional second while he had someone staring straight into his eyes and managed to catch the player lining up the smoke towards Logs. Now just 2 remain. There was 4 members of Astralis in middle at the start of that round. It gives you a whole lot of power in Dupree. Well, he's oozing power right now. 2 very quick frags with the USP to connect the round, and that is 12 now to 4. You said it was a must-win, and now the story gets dreary, now it gets bleak, but also positive. I mean, let's talk about Astralis for a moment, because this is a team, you said something to prove, but let's add some context to that, because this is a team that, just not long ago, 5, 6 months ago, we would have said, we'd just start talking about semi-finals, we start talking about grand finals.
Unfortunately for them, and this is not something I subscribe to, they've gone from being the poster boys of CSGO to almost the villains in the last month or so, and they know it. Yeah. It's nothing to do with them specifically. There's a lot of drama outside the game, and I feel like it's affecting them mentally. I feel like that's obviously not the only reason they have skipped out on some big events. They maybe haven't had as much of a practice regimen you may expect, but they're not looking their best. But it's not like it's over. A lot of people say, "Oh, you'll never see them back. They're never going to perform again." Let's chill out and then see what they can do. And Automatic, he's doing something a little bit filthy towards middle. That's a lovely shot from him. But yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later in the timeout. Maybe we'll kind of delve into it a bit further. But for now, 3 versus 3. Cloud9 making something of this. Remember, they got no armor here, Alex. They didn't really bring much
nothing.
at all.
They had a deagle for Automatic, and it was enough to find the entry. Zipnix will shut down the low HP of Vice, and there's a second man right there, Golden, who will scavenge away his teammate's UMP. So it's a mental game, Counter-Strike, and Astralis' kind of performance is definitely testament to that. It's not just about your capability of putting your head, or putting your let me get this right. The crosshair on the head and clicking. That's the words I was trying to say. But they start to regroup. Cloud9, they really haven't got anything. They're juggling this one UMP. It's their golden ticket to a potential 5th round. Bomb in the hands of Cajun as well. Golden, he is going to be the bait. Take note, kids. This is a 19 HP Glock looking for info. It didn't quite bear fruit. It will be double for Dupree. Same as the round prior. A little double from Dupe to bring them number 13.
Well, this is where the game comes to a head. If Cloud9 are going to have a chance of pulling this one back, it has to start right here, right now. They cannot afford to give up any more rounds at this stage of the game. They took the full eco in the previous round, so they could have AKs right here. They're 13-4 down. They're not going to take the timeout, at least not yet, and confirm they're not going to. 5 AKs, or distinct lack of utility as well. Rush with just a Molotov and the smokes. Same story for Golden as well. This could be a very difficult round for them as Device brings out that infamous AWP, and this is one of his most spectacular maps. It really suits his playstyle. You can be dynamic, you can be assertive, you can be aggressive, you can do all of it. As look at the damage that's being done, but there's a bit more. That's more like it from Vice. He gets right up towards the top of that half wall. Double kill for him, and Astralis are known for this. They should be saving at this stage. They don't necessarily need to go for this round at all. Mages to at least rotate over and see what's available to them. That might change their mind. It's Cajun B trying to lurk out of the apartment. So,
oh, if he was to pull the trigger. 3 on the site already. Bomb's gonna actually, that's gonna tag automatic down again. Magix finishes it off. That's Golden down. Now 3v3. Vice and automatic, they're low as well. They could go for this. You said, yeah, typically Astralis would choose to save, and they are all still gathering around the A site. Now they've taken Rush down from behind enemy lines. There are kits present. I say that with a pinch of salt. No kit available. And I guess this is just a contained procedure. They're going to concede the round and just try and make it as costly for the North Americans as possible.
we'll see. They are both locked in towards Emo here. It's a bit of a classic setup, but you're right. At least everyone will be going down at the blast at this point. It's Mages taking one down, but they haven't suspected automatic there as well. So you're right. They get all the kills there, and I feel like 2 players should survive. Actually, all 3 of them. So that's not bad at all. They give the round up. And like I said, Astralis are a team known when they give up those sort of plays at the start, when they give up 2 frags, they would normally just turtle up on the bomb site. They find Cajun B backstabbing from the apartment position, and that's the cue. They said they might as well go for it, might as well see what damage can be done. They take all 5 players down, keep 3 up themselves, and they've got a 13-5 scoreline. Look how it affects Cloud9 going forward, Alex. They have 4 Galils and a Mac 10 to try and stay alive in this best of one.
After winning a round.
After winning the previous round. That's why it's so valuable just to go for those last few kills. If one of them survives, they wouldn't be in such a difficult spot, but all 5 go down, and that means $3,500 per player. Automatic, he'll go in first, but Zipex waiting. He'll be at the sandbags, guns him down with the UMP, and it's just an absolute bloodbath here at the top of B. Zipex will be taken down in due course. Same story for Mages, but there is one more player waiting for them. That is going to be Glaive. He's so strong on the B-bomb side. If he ever gets to play it, you'll see some fireworks go off. And he's only got the UMP, but a great smoke to buy some time. Reposition can happen here. And Cloud9 shouldn't be committing anytime soon. You can see the bomb right down there at T-steps. So they're going to have trust in Glaive and to say, you hold that by yourself, aim for 1 kill, Device and Dupree. That's where the firepower is, the heavy artillery, the AWP and the AK-47. If they do end up there, those boys will be able to handle it.
Now, what cue did these 2 receive? Because both of them are starting to barrel towards B. Device and Dupree. Is it a gamble? Was there something Glaive heard? He heard steps running away from Banana, but he did turn back. It was Golden who kind of looked a little indecisive. Now the smokes are raining in towards B. Still no commitment with that bomb.
It's what we call a gamble stack, I suppose. They know they've lost 2 kills towards B, so the natural inclination, I guess, from Cloud9 at this point, let's finish up there. They probably have 1 player there. If Astralis do let the bomb get planted towards A, that could be an issue.
Info. Look at Rush.
But Device is there. He's in library. He seems to be aware of this. He's got him. Oh, not quite, but he knows. Does he know?
He's moving like he does. And that's going to be enough. Dude, that's twice now. Rush has been caught off by this Device rotate every time.
So Device now needs to go towards library. If he can get to library before they get to quad, he actually has a shot. There it is. That's the play we need to see. Oh, the timing. 9 seconds. Can he deny the plant? It's not the low HP player, so it's not going to happen. But a 3-on-2 winnable round for Cloud9. Galil, AK, 1 flashbang, and a 3 versus 2 now.
Vice, he's low, but he can still do damage. He's already found 2 in this round. We can kind of just count him out. Cajun is the linchpin. He has a flashbang and a Galil. These sacrifices they had to make because of Astralis' hunting could come back to haunt them. That's a fight he has to win on Glaive. Quick adjustment, and they do go down to just 1. Dupree, he's got the kit. But he doesn't have too much time. He doesn't have the fights, and he is going to be backing out of this one. Cloud9, a necessity once again. They need to start closing this gap. Perhaps a little cleaner than that, but they'll take anything they can. 3 from Vice, and a huge performance from a player that we haven't really been talking too much about.
Absolutely true. What the future holds for him with the current rumors of Cloud9 yet to be seen, but wants to put himself in the shop window and show he can frag with the best of them. That was a really strong round from him. 3 kills in total. A difficult post-plant situation as well. 3 versus 2. You got a Galil. 1 player absolutely the walking wounded there with 4 HP. They win the round. They actually shut the Astralis cash down here as well. And this is where things got very interesting. The exchange of grenades running through the flames. That's Vice down to just 24 HP at the very start of the round. Finished off on 3 kills. Force buy of sorts.
Astralis force buying.
So we've got the Dupree AK-47 from the previous round. You've got PT-50 CZs, a shotgun. They haven't gone all in. Zipex still has 1700, but they've got enough to win a round here. The shotgun, it's one of those weapons. If you get that 1 kill, you're normally going to steal away a rifle, and that's when the round turns on its head.
Let's see how Cloud9 intend to pick this round up. Similar strategy of just poking and prodding without a commitment of the bomb. Nade, evade from Device. Things hit a standstill. First contact does look likely to be on B, and Dupree So poised for that. He's just taking the fight in the open. He knows he's got to do something special. He's the only real, solid weapon on his side, and so takes the fight rather actively, and it's rewarded. Now Cloud9, they start to set their sights towards the A site. They haven't even got brackets yet. They're yet to clear these corners.
This is such a scary round. You know, a player like Dupree's got an AK. You've lost that first pick. You don't really have much left. Automatic's already been tagged up as well. You have almost zero map control. You've got a bit of middle, but it's smoked off towards Arch. You don't know what resides on the other side there.
You've got to spend 10 seconds clearing Banana again.
Yep, and they now have to execute. They do have the utility to Molotov new boxes, coffins, and CT spawn, but there is a boosted player. Zipex, luckily for them, only has the P250, but that sort of position, I'd say it's good for one frag. Nice bait work from Dupree. Is it enough, though? We'll see. Zipex needs to find now 2 kills to stand a chance of winning the round, and surely they're going to check it. First is his. You're not going to find many with the P250, but he's done well to get 1.5. Yeah.
How is he alive? Glaive finishes what Zipnik started. 8 seconds. Where's that bomb? It needs to be planted. Rush is the one doing just that. KHB in the meantime does the dirty. Glaive down. 2v3. It actually kind of favors Cloud9 at this point. Rush is going to get himself into a prime position to catch more than one. And that's the start. Device gone. 2v2 now. They're still locked out on construction. The smoke's still there. Majeski could go for a risky walk through it. Cajun's there holding the support. Start to regroup. They haven't got the weapons for this fight. They shouldn't have the weapons for this fight, as I hear a dink and rushes down to 3. And, well, Zipnix finishes it now. Close quarters. It's a mag 7. He flies around the corner. Not far off, but Cloud9 gets 7.
They absolutely do, Alex.
Whew.
It wasn't pretty.
My goodness.
But they got there in the end, and that's all that counts. And remember, that wasn't the Force Mistralis, but they did invest a lot. So there we have it. It's going to be 13-7. Cloud9 will keep themselves in it for now, but you can still see it doesn't look comfortable over there. You're not seeing the hugs, the fist bumps coming through. It's just a sigh of relief at that point. It's like, okay, we've won that round.
We did it.
We should be up against an eco now. Let's hope we can have a cleaner one here, because KHB had to dig so deep to get that final kill. And P250s, 5.7s, no armor apart from Zipex, who gets Kevlar and the CZ. So looking for 8 rounds here. Cloud9 shouldn't be an issue.
I'm loving the different colored Molotovs on the map. I haven't seen that before. That's gorgeous. So CT's flames are blue.
Let me check that out.
Yeah, this is, so that the orange one, that's your default T-molly.
I like that a lot.
And incendiaries are blue.
That's something I've been asking for years.
Look, check it out. Look, here you go. Oh, there's a smoke. Damn you. Keep your eyes for the blue flame, but I like that. That's smart.
That is a very good point. Always evolving. Always just kind of changing little things like that makes the viewing experience that much better. We are going to see Dupree in his position towards the boiler room. Rush gets his head plucked off by Dupree. That's not bad at all. He is a little bit deadly with that deagle, Alex.
I mean, that's ballsy, right? You hear him, you know he's got a better weapon than you, and you swing in with a one click of your mouse. It's a heavy investment and a player gone now from Cloud9.
Well then, it all comes to a standstill for now, but Cloud9 have got arch control. This is the perfect play from them, considering the setup of Astralis. Yeah, it's a nice crossfire, but Mages can do nothing from that. He's not getting a kill towards Library from that position. He'll do what he can, but a little bit of damage is about it. And lovely stuff there from Cloud9. Well held, not too much panic at all, making sure they pincer the bomb site together, they get the information, hit the shots, nothing too technical required, and that's going to be round in their favor. Absolutely so. I don't see a world where this goes against them. Zipex and Device, they'll be holding towards the arch side. Glaive T spawn, they're just looking for any sort of exit frags they can get at this stage.
I mean, an LAK would certainly not go amiss. Into the next, their money's far from comfortable. Automatic, he's hunting for Zipnix. He wants an extra bit of $300 in his back pocket and does do just that. Glaive's the last man standing. He's at T-steps. He's probably going to be meeting Vice's AK in a couple of seconds' time. At what point do I start saying Cloud9 closing the gap? When can I start saying they're closing the gap?
I normally say, Alex, the rule of thumb is double digits, we can start talking about a comeback. So until that moment, we kind of maintain the storyline that Astralis are just waiting to close this out. But if we get to 13-10, that's when you can start bringing in your storylines.
Yeah,
you can start bringing all that gravitas from the desk. You can start bringing that all in.
Great, I'm excited.
We'll get a soundtrack over the back. You could do a monologue and everything.
I'd like that.
There you go.
Oh,
here it comes.
And so, Cloud9, they called an important timeout. It was time to fight or flight. Rounds 8-13. I mean, that gap is so small for Astralis. Your margin for error is already out of the window.
Exactly.
And on the T side as well, it can spiral so quickly. If just one member of this Danish powerhouse decides to take a fight early, you lose it. That's a scary disadvantage to overcome.
It absolutely is, Alex. This is where Cloud9 will have to prove themselves. Nothing to lose this event. They want to show that this team can still compete with the big names. We get into round number 22. It's a full buy on either side. Device brings out his iconic AWP. Up against the 5 AKs here of Cloud9. Fast approach from Golden once again, this time punished by Glaive. And if you're a CT player, an opening pick like that, taking no damage, get the hell out of there. You're happy with it. You don't need to fight anymore. The battle is essentially over, but they still want more. It's going to be Device who gets that kill towards the boiler room, I believe, as they get a 5-on-3 and heavy damage inflicted towards Automatic and Vice.
This is very big from Rush, though. He sees the smoke, catches the fight before the smoke plumed. Gives him a way out as well. Numbers still favor Astralis, though, thanks to Device's handiwork. He is gone now, or lying on the ground idle. And they start to gather towards mid. Rushy was the first on the scene. Hasn't gathered too much ground since, though. Currently held by Magisk, with Dupree picking up his teammates' orb. Where did that bullet come from? Spot of damage doesn't distract him, though, as much as it did me, and Rush does get the trade. That's a big start. Automatic, he's present as well with the bomb.
Now you got Magisk, who is one of, or I would say, the best pit player in the game right now. This is the final boss of the A-bomb, so you got to try and get him out of position. Everyone knows where he plays, but it doesn't seem to matter. His org work is absolutely stellar. He's done enough there just to take the aggro for his teammates. He gets that very important, really strong shot as well, I have to say, towards Graveyard. Once he gets that, his teammates can all swing out, and I really don't feel like I'm going over the top there. Magisk in pit is so impressive. You watch some of his demos, the way he plays that spot is just second to none.
And if any of you, kind of wince at the idea of being the best at a particular position,
sure,
I implore you to try and play it. You realize just how difficult it is to truly have impact on pit. Everyone's checking pit, everyone's nading pit, everyone's looking at pit. It's one of your priority, T-side clears. And to be able to find multi-kills regularly, especially when it's an expectation of your opponent, is a skill. And it's something
exactly. I've made it to play Broken Wall almost every single round and get away with it. Olafmeister is doing great work in that spot as well.
Another name I'd throw in the ring.
Absolutely. There's so many players. And Twist, that's one final one.
There we go.
Those are the big heavy hitters in that position. It's not easy.
A certain skill set required. Agent B, that's an important first frag. Sure, he paid the price, and Rush, well, he's played the ultimate one. He's out. And he may be forced to watch as the 15th is on the board for his opponents. Cajun's already tagged. He did manage to find 2, though. Dupree falls. It needs to trade onto Golden. Ooh, Vice has gone on a bit of a scouting mission here.
He's actually managed to break through the initial choke point, at least. This kill is very important with the gap in the smoke. That smoke, unfortunately, at pro level, you see that way too often. The smoke, it just looks like it's such a dead deal. But as soon as you do have that one small gap, it can cost you the round because you're not aware of it until you cross. Bomb to be planted at least. 3 versus 2. Backstab coming in from the bottom of B. I think that's Device with the AWP, and indeed it is. He watches towards the barrels, but Cajun B's positioned himself perfectly. Lovely shot as well.
I like the idea from that. The Molotov was going to give Glaive sound cues to wallbang through that road, through the stained glass. Didn't connect, now a 2v2.
Both players towards the banana position. Is there a smoke for the CTs? Absolutely not. If there was, that's a guaranteed round in my book. But now Cajun B, he can fight a little bit more, and it's up to Automatic, AK in hand. One of these players will have to defuse with the kit. That'll be Zipex. Low HP Glaive to defend. I don't think they can do this. Automatic should be able to win this, no problem. Oh no, he's let it go away.
Oh, it was just 2 seconds. That is a real shame. Glaive, he had the low HP. He wanted to try and keep Automatic busy. Gets the frag, and just a little wider than he anticipated for the defuse.
You're absolutely right. It felt like as soon as he got that first kill, the low HP players, it looked like it was done just 1 second.
If there was a flowchart for his thought process, it's check bomb. It's not where I expected. He's probably pushing me. So that little bit of hesitation.
So you can plant, obviously, directly on the coffins, and maybe that was the angle he's expecting. You could just get the instant peek. And yes, you're right. It was just a quarter of a second. It cost him to swing out a little bit further. And that was it. It was too much. And that's the danger point now. It's going to be Cloud9 with 7 map points ahead of them. So they've got Mac 10s, 3 AKs here. Unfortunately, it's just a matter of time, I would say, at this stage until Astralis close it out. But if they can break the money now, somehow, there's still a conversation to be had that can take us to overtime.
I like the aggression from Vice, unfazed by the importance of the round, and he gets it relatively painlessly. That's a B defender gone. You can see immediately Device springs to life. He's on the rotate. Does have the Org on his back for this one. 3 Orgs and the FAMAS for Magisk. C9, though, with this early frag, didn't necessarily choose to push too much. Oof. Decoy scares me. A 2-2 split for the CTs. Not a whisper on Inferno.
It's very quiet, isn't it? Almost haunting. 40 seconds. Bomb's still down. Remember, we're 35 seconds here, Alex. The bomb's in underpass. Now, that's a problem in itself. You're getting great map control here. Golden will go back and retrieve, but the time he does and gets towards middle, time will be a very massive factor of this round. 20 seconds at this point. Mages can Dupree both holding the pit once again.
This is the primo headshot angle from Dupree being held. He's going to have to adapt. He wants to play the time now. He realizes 15 seconds. Survival is all that matters. He's being pushed, though. Cajun being a hero once again. Double kills. The bomb will go down in time. And the two CTs, they're scarpering. Zipnix, he's out of there. He's going to try and keep hold of his weapon because things are going to start getting a little bit scary if Cloud9 build a bank, right? I mean, the realistic check boxes for a comeback is they start to build a load of money, load of Skrilla, go on this delightful little spree. Not losing weapons, clean rounds, scary.
They can justify this push as well. They know Astralis saved 2 rifles. There's a chance they can win the next round. They want to remove this AUG from Zipek. And looks like they've done enough here. Maybe not quite. It's not a huge deal. But still, they really wanted to take him down just because they know if they do force around his AUG next round, they're still going to have a lot of problems just to fully reinvest in this round. Remember, for winning a round in CSGO with the bomb explosion, it's $3,500 per player. You had 3 players at 0 there. So it's going to be Rush, Automatic, getting $3,500 each. That's enough for what, like an AK armor. You're going to have to get some drops in there as well. So they can juggle the money around. It will be fine, but there's going to be compromises here. And we'll see what those are as we get into the next round. They might want to take a timer here just to fully explore all the options. So it's not too bad. Okay. Yeah. So with the AUG being brought in as well, it's actually pretty decent for them. And you can see Astralis, they invest again into this one. Not fully, they save themselves about $600 per player. They've got the AUG, the CZs, they want that first kill. Zipex and Mages pushing through, and it's going to be a double kill in their favor. One goes against them, and it's Dupree looking to close this out right here, right now. 3 versus 2. Russian Cajun B to hold on.
Magisk did not let go of W, just charging, wanted his one and got it. Caught off guard from a very speedy Dane. Now Russian Cajun to keep Cloud9's hopes of this best of 1 win.
Oh, Devices gets 1 kill here. All bets are off, round's over. But they've got the bomb down, and now they'll be aware of that prospect.
A trifecta of threat, though. Looking to retake this one. A nice little Molotov will keep Device locked in towards balcony. Cajun B's hungry for info. He wants to just paint a little bit of a picture of where they're coming from. Now Device shows. That's info. 1 of 3 has been called, and now we do see the swing. Glaive trying to get the CZ frag. It's going to be all onto Cajun. He's got to do more. It's not enough. Device. Patience prevails. Astralis prevail. And the Danes are off to the best of 3, staying in the upper bracket.
Well, there we have it. 16-9 will be your final scoreline there. Just confirm the bomb will be defused. A little bit touch and go.
Ban as well. Dust2 is going to be coming in. I'm not sure if we do know what the map bans and picks are, but Dust2 coming in. Here's the interesting, right? Oh, it's going to be going in very live very quickly there, and already we do have Freiburg has been taken down.
Yeah, we're straight into the fray. No messing around today as we kick this one off. So Daytona, they've got a bit of a nice start, it seems, into this round, but just as we get the sound back, that's when we lose PTR. He gets his face ripped off. Turtle will trade it back onto S-Tag at least, as now it is... Ooh. A nice connection from NATO Sapphics.
Okay, these trades are very reminiscent of the G2 Greyhound game. Back and forth, but now it's Staden and Blame F. Blame F finds both of them. It's all on Tiburcio. I think that's how I pronounce his name. And the 1v2 almost could have happened. Look at Staden on 3 points of health, Jackie. This, I mean, that was as close as it could get.
It's a weird one to be thrown straight into, right? We come into it, Freiburg's already dead, they're basically out long, they bombard their way up, instantly it's just back and forth and back and forth. The headshots that were being tapped were absolutely lovely as well, but already, we'll put that to one side. Heroic, they open it up, they get that initial win. Could have been a different story for Daytona, and that might have been the fight they needed, but with them starting on the T side, this is where, for me, it's just going to be interesting to see how they go, right? Because they're a team that appears to be quite aggressive. Instantly, they'd rebuy up into this. You've got the 2 AKs there, a Scout, a Galil. The Galil face on long that comes around from VSN. He just bound his way out, fought through the blindness. That's BlameF done for. He can't think if he doesn't have his brain.
Yeah, and we have this duel taking place here as well. The scouts over at mid. Stop. Finds Turtle, ensuring that the man disadvantage has been neutralized for his side. And can I just point out BlameF in the previous round, the pistol round, didn't have any Kevlar. He had gone for the kit buy, and those 2 headshots back-to-back, especially against Glocks when you don't have any armor, that the aim punch is going to be a pain, but you won't get aim punched if you get those headshots that quickly. As it does look like Daytona are going to be gathering for his B hit. Unfortunately for them, this AUG is going to be a pain to overcome.
Well, VSM trades it back at least. He gets one off on towards Stavin. Ooh, the scout smackdown coming through. The speed of this man is beautiful. But there is a tap back. VSM, he's had all of the success into this round for the side of Daytona, and he looks to still do more. He's going to start to retreat and work his way back around, going the entire way through T-spawn. Now, Safix with a scout. If he peers up down Suicide Alley, he might actually spot the cross, but no one's looking there. They're so heavily focused on the play towards B, Blair, they haven't realized he's diddled them. He's gone the whole way back.
Yeah, I kind of felt like NATO would be holding towards lower tunnels, while his teammate that's Freiburg would be spotting towards T-spawn to see the cross. But as they walk into the B-bomb site, now they know. The thing is, VSM has that timing. He's got a timing down. He's going to be able to cross on over. Doesn't see anyone. He's probably going to be wondering what they're doing. And in 12 seconds on the clock, he's run the marathon and is going to get the bomb down, plan it for long. And I don't think he'll be able to cross on over, though, as we do see Freiburg looking for the AUG. The AUG and the scout. I'm not sure why NATO's looking towards top mid, because his bomb just got planted, so probably forgetting just one player left alive. But VSM, he's got the angle. He's got a Molotov as well, Jackie.
They're so suspicious going into this retake, right? That's the bigger picture. The flashbang coming over. They've got 2 flashbangs there. VSM, he's low HP. He just wanted to try and hold the angle and go for the straight-up firefight. It's a smart idea. I mean, if it works, it works. Play the headshot angle, tap him down with the AK instead, though. NATO Safix and Freiburg just come pounding round the corner. They clear it back out. A weird one, but nevertheless, another round for Heroic.
I was a little worried for NATO there because he just had the scout.
Yes.
And I do believe he would have been able to, he could have picked up one of the rifles from tunnels. So I was a little surprised he stuck around with the scout once they found out there was no one there. We do see the Betway odds for you guys over there. Heavily favored for Heroic. And would you really be surprised?
Yeah, I think that's got to be expected, right? It's fairly skewed to Heroic, but it's still not as inflated of some of the Betway odds that you see at times when it's super one-sided. So a little bit of faith in Daytona, potentially here. They've gone for a deco, basically, into this round.
The good old deco reminds me of good old the Russians in 1.6. As VSM finds one, BlameF should be careful here. It does have backup. It's gonna be... What the... What? VSM, 3 headshots back-to-back, and Stavin's going to be left alone in a 1v3. How did that even happen?
The deco domination. That's just absolutely ludicrous. I mean, all right, at this point, it's just Stavin in a 1v3. They're already spamming him down. They get the tag across, 76 HP. He's bailing out of there. He washes his hands with this round. VSM, he's coming in hot to this matchup. He is hungry.
Oh, yes, indeed, he is. That 3K in the previous round, and if it won that, it would have been an ace as well, clutch ace, but a smart play from him as well, getting the bomb down. And now with the deagle, they didn't waste any time, just went in for the contact play, and wow. I mean, what can you do if you're going to be faced with deagles like that, right? And they've salvaged 3 AUGs, bomb down. They took down 4 players as well. That is just a nightmare scenario for Heroic.
You think about the fact, literally, all that was a deagle armor buy for your 5 players, and you have just sprinted up short. 2 of you get tagged down to below 50 HP to kick the round off, but you just don't care. You just keep on pushing. That's scary. Now, for Daytona, obviously, when we did a little bit of the pre-game when we were talking about stuff in the the pre-show, the thing that I said about them was if they're coming into this, they need to just not play with respect versus other well-known teams, right? Because obviously, the fact is, people won't have a benchmark for Daytona. They don't know how they play. There's no anti-strap potential. There's not really that much available to learn about them. So coming into this, if they just play their style and don't give a damn about what's going on or who they're playing against, that's where it gets rough.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And from what we've seen so far in these early exchanges, Daytona do have the firepower, especially VSM, man. I mean, what a way to start things off. I think it's already close to like 8 kills, perhaps 7 at the very least in 3 rounds. And that is quite a ridiculous start. 7 kills for him. That's a ridiculous start for the man. As Hardzao. I'm still struggling a little bit with these names. I'm not too used to their names. Turtle, PRT, VSM, Hardzao, and Tiburcio. Interesting fact about Daytona is I think about 3 of these players can op. There's no like dedicated primary opper at all times. If I'm not mistaken, Tiburcio, Hardzao, and I think Turtle or VSM, one of these guys can wield the op as well. So especially in a map like Dust 2, that opens up a lot of opportunities, especially in the CD side. But then, that's a while away. Right now, Daytona, they do have the weaponry here as they are looking to go for short control.
Well, Turtle living up to his name right now as he plays it fairly slow, sticking in his shell over towards Longhouse, but the true action is coming down over on short, where a big play is about to unfold. They've still got that abundance of utility left, multiple flashbangs, 2 Molotovs and a smoke. NATO Safix fires off the warning shot to try and hold back the floodgates, but here comes the push. The river of Daytona flooding towards the A site. NATO, a well-timed headshot could be the difference maker, but it's a near miss. He barely scratches by. Unfortunately for Blame F, those biceps won't do too much when he gets overwhelmed by 3 men on the site.
And NATO doing the smart thing, falling on back towards pit. Freiburg getting the kill onto the player towards long is going to be huge as NATO strikes with nice shot. Stun. It looked like he kind of whiffed that, but he does get the kill. VSM getting hounded, and so many players looking his direction. It's on Hardzao, and NATO Safix instant brain surgery with the scout. And that's such a good retake by Heroic, and a huge win as well. That was a very mixed buy. They had, I think, they had the AUG, they had the AWP. Sorry, they had the scout on NATO. And look at the weapons they've upgraded to. 2 AUGs, the AK-47, and an AWP picked up for NATO Safix.
Yeah, they've smashed back into it off the back of that round. It was nicely played from them. The thing is as well, what was worrying about that is there was a couple of instances where it could have been so rough for them. As you said with Stavern, it was literally mid-movement backpedal, right, that kind of caused the recoil to actually shoot one of the bullets up. You get that lucky headshot off. As much as it's lucky, it saved them the round, really. It put them into a position to actually excel from where they were. Heroic now come back into the fold. The only difference is for Daytona, though, it's basically the same buy. You just don't have the AWP. And I'm not sure if I'd actually favor them just going with this 5 rifle setup, playing with that aggression that we saw before, because when they pushed in, they pushed hard.
They pushed hard, but one thing I loved about what Heroic did that round was how the second the bomb got planted, they were on the rotate, they were on the retake. Yeah. And the thing is, Daytona were not able to get into those more comfortable post-plant situations, right? They were caught on the rotate, trying to get into more advantageous positions to play the post-plant from. And of course, NATO and Stavn being a problem for them. But like you said, they have the guns to work with here. And quite a bit of utility remaining as well. PRT with the smoke, I do believe it's going to be towards Xbox. Or, yeah, it's going to be on top of Xbox. But I like this haul from Heroic. They've given up long. They're going to be holding aggressive towards short, because they've been facing a lot of pressure there from Daytona. Now, it's all about timing, as Daytona look like they're going to be going for this A pincer.
Okay, if they work their way up short, there is a bit of a dastardly duo in position. You've got Blame F with support of Freiburg there, so they're going to be ready to try and tackle it. Instead, though, it's only one man, really. It's VSM, the difference maker, probably the pinnacle player for Daytona at the moment. Whilst the rest of the squad has a clear run the entire way up long. As long as they smoke this, they block off NATO's
They don't
angle.
have a smoke.
Oh, no, they're going to have to just walk into it, Blair.
They don't have the smoke, that early smoke they used up. It's, oh, what a shot from Hardzao. I thought that would be a free kill for Blame F as VSM strikes. That's perfect timing for VSM, catching Freiburg, who was caught in 2 minds. He was like, what do I do? But here comes Heroic with a quick rotate. 3 players coming in from short. The flashbang is perfect. VSM is blinded for days. Estai finds him. It's a 3v3.
Oh, this is rough. We fall back into it already. The aggression between these 2 teams has been fierce. Look at the full rotation as well from Turtle. He's gone the whole way back around. It's the backstab from short. He could be the difference maker. He sets himself up for the slaughter. The spray down through from Turtle, as that man is a snapping turtle biting at their heels.
Oh, they've been just destroyed. The sheer conviction in that rotate from Turtle was brilliant. He knew the second his teammate died there, he was like, there's at least 2 or 3 players there. He runs in from long, doesn't waste any time. 3 kills for him. Because that round could have gone the way of Heroic. If they managed to push in any further, that bomb could have been defused. And even if he made his way to a short, because speed was of the essence, and Turtle, like you said it best, he was a snapping turtle that round.
He looked more like the hare in that round, I'll be honest, right? Because I've not seen a turtle move that fast in years. VSM, though, he's trying to do a little bit of the speed play into this one. The AWP in hand, they're going to face him as well. Oh, right between. He couldn't kill 2 birds with 1 stone there. Ooh.
These guys are showing. I mean, it is pretty much a throwaway round, to be honest, for Heroic. I like the fact they didn't waste much time here. Just ran in to the blender, and Tiburcio and Turtle wasting no time dispatching of those players as Heroic. We'll go for yet another buy. Not the best of buys. We do have the FAMAS in the hands of Blamef, being ever the sacrificial player for his team, and the op again in the hands of NATO Safix, who has been pretty decent so far, but usually he's had to wield only the scout.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, as you said, obviously Tiburcio picking up the AWP previously. We have Turtle now donning the weapon. Before this, he's been slaughtered with the AK. They're actually playing off the back of the spawn, I think, as well, because they wanted to try and get that pick in towards the B site. He hasn't got much for his troubles. PRT out towards long, gets locked. The two bulls clashing horns, but Freiburg will prove to be the stronger male there, overthrows him.
The alpha male, Mr. Freiburg. Man, he's been around for so long, right? And it's great to see him playing with, you know, a bunch of, some might say, youngsters. And with the tenure this guy's had in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, obviously he's going to be adding a lot of intangible factors into the team. But let's hold on to the thought for a while. Because Daytona are heading towards the B bomb site. Starvin with that AUG. He's all alone. And he's got to win this duel. He's going to find one. Goes for the second and the third. He's just slaughtering everyone coming towards the B bomb site. Tiburcio with the trade. But S-Attack's going to have none of it. He finds the final kill. And such a nice hole from Starvin. It looked like we'd actually get all 4 kills. But yeah, there we go. Heroic bounce back. 4-3. Just a casualty that round. And for Daytona, though, they're still going to go for the buy. They have money. They have money to eke out a pretty solid buy, in fact.
Yeah, Heroic having to get a bit outrageous to find their way back into the game there as they lay the smackdown over at the B site. What more do they have to come through? It's a double up setup now in play as they opt to try and give themselves a little bit more of a railgun potential over on that CT side. Oh, that is a rough fight towards long. Freiburg basically just left on his own to be decimated as Turtle leaps out. That's not a good start.
Yeah, I kind of expected. Okay, that was a shot I thought NATO would probably hit with his eyes closed, to be honest. And little too ballsy from Daytona. The flash wasn't good enough either, but they do luckily manage to make the way towards the pit. And it was Turtle who was low anyway, after all. Yeah. So that's good. Just keep him there, and then now you have a lot of things to do. Look at Heroic, the way they've rotated. They have 2 players, one player with CD spawn, 2 players towards short, and I think it is Starvin with the AUG playing from elevator. So they've pretty much relinquished that B bomb side. The thing is, Tiburcio with that AWP all the way from T-spawn can gather so much information. They don't know where all the CTs are right now, but this is something that could either work for Heroic. It's a big gamble.
You got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them, Blair. As we get back into this one now, 40 seconds on the clock as the push comes towards long. Daytona slowly skulking their way up as they shiftly make their move. Stavern in position with the AUG. He's did some damage in the past. Can he repeat history? Gets one onto PRT. NATO Safix with the execution there on towards Hardzau as well. They're all locked in as well. They're struggling to actually get a crossover towards the site. NATO falls into a better position as he sits at Gandalf. That should be a free kill, but he misses. And now it could get awkward potentially if the T's can actually show back up from here.
Starvin, I think he was trying to go for the jumping shot there. Gets taken out by Turtle as a bomb will get planted. It's a 3v3. Health advantage definitely firmly in favor of Heroic. However, these positions are pretty solid for Daytona. VSM playing towards a headshot angle, towards the default. NATO Safix pinned down behind Gandalf. This taps some Turtle. They are very deadly indeed, and they have Tiburcio with the AWP as well. As they're walking up, spots a player, finds VSM looking for more, finds another one, and the last player remaining, Tiburcio, they still don't know where he is. He goes to the flick shot, flashbang is perfection, but they miss each other. But it's going to be S-Attack coming out on top. Triple kill for the man, and the defuse going the way of Heroic.
Oh, the timing on the end there, just as he leaps around the corner, literally trapped between both of them, trying to get the flick up, didn't know who to shoot at. The fact they've even come back into that round and literally been saved by the skin of their teeth with a double AWP setup, just luckily still being in effect at the end from S-Tag is ridiculous. And you know what I am actually surprised about? I know it's early doors, but it's the fact of how close this matchup has already been, what it's shown to us.
I kind of find it, I think we've seen it twice already, where Daytona like going towards long kind of late. With minimal utility. They have the Molotovs or the post plants, and they have a couple of flashbangs. When we're crossing over there, you want to use all these smokes. But when they went for that play, trying to cross towards the A bomb site, they went for contact plays. They lost the first 2 duels. Good job bouncing back and getting the bomb down. And we saw how close it was in the end. It was a 2v2. But if they'd use a smoke earlier on, maybe use the flashbangs and try to cross on over during the chaos, they could have probably kept at least one more player alive. They could have won it. So I'm not a big fan of this late A-long play, especially when they're going for a contact play, when you know your opponents have those AUGs trained in those positions along with the AWP. So maybe a little bit of variation in that, I think, would pay more dividends. But for now, though, they do have the AK hero buy on Turtle, the rest of them Deagles and a smoke. But then again, we've seen what this Deagles can do.
And there was very nearly a bit of a display from that Deagle as well there towards long early. Almost the chance to actually get that connection off on towards Freiburg. Talking about connecting your shots, NATO, he needed to hit those. Luckily, Stavn, he has been just through the roof right now with a skill ceiling of how effective he's been using that AUG. He dismantles the push through mid, buys his teammates enough time to actually get involved and help him out. They shut down that play. It's good they only lost one player. NATO's the only one that dies. That's not the worst thing in the world. You can scavenge that AUG, pass it back, forget about it.
Absolutely. Stavn, one of the players in that Danish Fractures lineup who have been, has been picked up by Heroic. And I like to see how he's grown as well. 13 frags for the man, Jackie, early on in this game. And for Daytona, that AK buy doesn't quite pan out, but that's okay. They have a lot of more AKs to work with here. And this time they got 3 smokes and a Molotov as they make their way towards long. They still have to do anything, though. And Heroic, once again, just relinquishing long, but look at this play from Stavn. His push-up towards tunnels, that's so much information being gleaned here, Jackie. They can just stack towards the A, and he's going to be going in for the flank as well. They know it's going to be an A play.
They've read them like a book in the face as well, BlameF. He wanted it. He went for the wide swing across. He was trying to shut down the round before it even started. Again, they've only got one smoke, and they're not going to throw it towards the cross. They're just going to have to go for the raw fight. Instead, they'll utilize a smoke boost over on the side of Heroic. They punish each and every one of them, bar VSM. If he does not clear towards elevator here, he will go down, spots out the barrel, a sliver of health left, gets the connection onto NATO Safix as well. But he will take the firefight, and he wins it. Again, though, somehow, Daytona, it doesn't matter what position they're thrown into, they claw it back to a reasonably close round at the finale.
Yeah, VSM, again, by the way, he got a 3K there. He would have had to get the ace clutch to win that one out. But NATO, that looked a little scary. If NATO missed the shot and he got taken down, that would have been a 1v1 there for VSM, something which he could potentially have won. But once again, Daytona, this long plays with Heroic poking and prodding, gathering so much information early on in the round. Stavn doing it again. They don't know that he did this earlier, mind you. So he could actually get lucky, find another kill here. But no, VSM this time around, the Deagle will sing loud and proud, gets the frag. However, it is just a trade, as their teammate has been found out earlier on. NATO finds another frag for himself.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in now for Heroic. The Danish boys starting to actually do a little bit of demolishing against the Daytona squad. Turtle playing a game of chicken, basically, here over towards the B site, waiting for the face to come round. But the rotation will be coming in. Ooh, not going to work out too well for Turtle there.
Yeah, we're just delaying the inevitable as hard Zhao. I wonder what Zhao means. But it is hard, and he's got a Deagle. He's got a dream, a prayer on his lips, but the prayer is dead. Nice job from Esatag and NATO holding down the fort. The dual op setup coming into play here as Heroic. They have a pretty solid lead here, 8-3 on the first half. And if you look at the money as well, it's not really out of control yet, but there are no immediate danger of getting reset. So they told her they have a little bit of work to do if they want to give themselves a little bit more breathing space going into the second half, Jackie.
Yeah, they need more rounds. And it feels like they would probably be able to achieve more here still on their T side as well. They're always getting themselves down to these pretty close positions. A bit of a, this is a kerfuffle. That was awkward trying to get themselves up on short there. That took a while.
Yeah, it makes me feel so good about myself because I always mess that up when I'm playing. And as an aggressive play, though, the pre-fire trying to bait out a shot, but a nice shot from him on the turtle. A little bit of a downward flick. He's expecting the boost to come on out. And he's going to get the kill, tosses a Molotov, falls on back. Nice work from him. I'd love to see it. You know, you get the first pick, fall into a more favorable angle, don't go for the re-peek. These are fundamentals, but you see time and time again with newer players when they struggle. And my lord, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. A lovely 3-point shot there coming through as everyone takes damage, leaving us a nice little trickling down graph there as everyone takes such a big hit from the grenade. A minute still left on the clock. The response, another nade rolling through. This one a near miss, but still that entire army of the Daytona squad is waiting on short. And BlameF is actually playing with fire here.
Yeah, Daytona just they're biding the time. They really have no control. They have control of Cat, but that's it. They have no one at long. They have no one towards mid as well. They're going to instead just come running into a short that is so surprising, but they win that duel. And now a smoke towards CD spawn that makes Heroic think as to what this play might be, but S-Attack's not going to force and go on ahead. He's going to keep his crosshair trained towards short because he's got his teammate that's Starvin playing from B doors, and then Molotov's going to be the tell. It's going to be the A play, and S-Attack ready and waiting.
Sights on fire, but is Daytona going to be trailblazing here? S-Tag with a near miss on the follow-up there. Nearly the pixel connection as well. 2 kills already to his name, and he still wants more into the round. 11 seconds just as that bomb gets planted, saving the bacon of Daytona, because they're into a 3 versus 4.
And I've seen so far, the post plans haven't been quite the best, Jackie. You can see S-Attack and Freiburg both towards long. They're waiting for any aggression, but Daytona aren't really going for anything crazy here. They're just going to hold their positions. 2 players near towards the Gandalf area. And of course, we have Hards out with the SG pushing up towards short. Nice smoke there to cross on over. Tiburcio, are they going to go for the bait play here is the question. Tiburcio, he's going to go for the fight. Starvin finds one, they find both, they don't know where the final player is. PRT, he strikes, he gets a diffuser, but he just finds 1 kill, and of course they have the time and the kid. Do they though? There's barely time remaining, and he's gonna clutch it out, PRT! The bait play works out, Jackie.
That's madness. That's madness. They played it so well, literally down to the point where it would have taken about an extra sort of 1.5 seconds to actually get the defuse off. No one expected it.
And that's what happens, right? If Heroic had even 1 player coming in from short, he didn't have to get the kill. He just needed to spot it out. All 3 players would have just like been looking at his direction. But PRT, perfect timing, and they steal a round away. It looked like at one point they didn't know what to do. It's only when Hardlove got a kill towards short that they decided to go for that A play. But that was a round it felt like Heroic had in their pocket all this while, and my lord, the damage being dealt out, but not a single kill.
That was rough as well. It nearly left them in a position actually where they would have lost that fight towards long. But luckily, the repeaks came through. However, the trades are rapid. They're coming in thick and fast as they get 2 kills into VSM and Tiburcio. And now it gets worse for where the longer this round goes on, it's teetering on a knife's edge of how it is going to go. NATO Safik supporting Stavin. They're both playing towards CT. There's a small gap in the smoke on the cross. They're going to have to leap across it. And the first man finds success. However, the bomb is on Hards out.
Well, he went back to pick up a second smoke. That is smart. That is finally smart from them. They get the bomb, but that's allowed a lot of time for Starvin to rotate all the way towards long because he knows that both the players are probably towards the A bomb side. Flashbang's going to come up high. That's going to blind both the players. Is that going to allow Starvin to creep up or spot something? He spots a player out, but he misses the shots. And that's going to make life a little miserable here. NATO Savix with the op, but he misses the shot.
He was so exposed, went for the leap out, wasn't quite sure how to react in that situation. Stab him with the instant rapid fire coming through. There's not much time left on the bomb now. He does have a kit, but he's got to make his decision on what he wants to do. Looking for an angle. Once again, it's the bait play towards Gandalf, but the wizardry is going to win them the round. They're able to salvage this one. Stavin forced to retreat and scurry out of there. A 5th round will be picked up for Daytona, but at least it is a salvaged AWP for Stavin.
It is a salvaged AWP indeed. And to be honest, if you're Heroic, you're not going to be feeling too hard-pressed already. You're 8 rounds up on the CD side, 2 more rounds remaining here. They don't have money right now, though, so it's probably going to be an eco. But the fact that an AWP is alive is huge. You have S-Attack, you have NATO Safix. They can change the complexity of a round on its own, turn around on its head all around with that AWP. So they could try doing something here, but I expect to see pretty much a full eco coming out from the rest of the team. The question is, like I said, do they go for the naked AWP? Because Starvin's the only one with the armor, and if NATO picks up the AWP, he would want to go for some Kevlar buy. So I think it's going to be Starvin AWPing. I think he can at least try his hand with that. And if he dies, NATO picks it up, or S-Stack picks it up, and they try something with that. But this is a good round for Daytona. If they can make it to 7 rounds, we do have a game in our hands.
Oh, that's very true. And it doesn't feel like they're running out of steam as well. They're still being able to bite back into the majority of these rounds.
Can I just point out, even though PRD has 2 kills,
Yeah.
that 1 kill won them that round in a 1v4.
That is true. Without them, well, without that one individual frag, the amount of impact they would have had definitely would have dwindled away. Let's see if the short boost is going to be a little bit nicer this time around. They're struggling. They're struggling, but they do get up there in the end.
Makes me feel good about myself. Ooh, stun. It doesn't take too much damage either, 76 HP. He's going to be pretty happy with that. Now, But that being said, Turtle just pushes in mid and decapitates him. They know that the weapon is not that great for the rest of the team, but that being said, that I do believe it's a P250 doing so much damage onto Turtle, and the AWP has been picked up by Mr. NATO Safix as BlameF with the P250. He finds one more, and NATO with the AWP. We know what he can do. He misses the shot, though. And it's now a 2v3. Freiburg with the P250 coming into a short as well.
There you go. Spotting the shadow there, expecting potentially the drop down. Freiburg, creeping by in close proximity. He's going to flashbang over. They might actually just bypass it from the smoke, but unfortunately, NATO gets spotted out. Freiburg trades it in the meantime, though. The backstab was there. The heroic Hurricane needs to blow them all away towards the site, though, as they creep their way out. The silent assassin in Freiburg is no more. Struck down, and PTR with his third kill, but still more impact into the game as it goes 8-6. We could have an 8-7 half on our hands now.
Yeah, we could definitely. That was a little messy, and unfortunately, because they lost the AWP, Heroic don't have the big green zoom banger to work with, but they do have the AUGs. 3 AUGs, 2 M4s, decent summer utility, and I see the lack of a kit. There's not a single kit, and many a time they've gone for the retake plays. If they don't have the kit, that's going to be a problem. They might have to play a little bit more proactively. For Daytona, though, the aggression continues towards long. Oh, what? How did he even get that kill? How does he get another one? This is just absolute insanity. But the frags, the trades will go the way of the CTs. Oh no, he's caught out in the open via some Starver, not expecting him to be so aggressive. And they're all dead with 1 minute and 32 seconds remaining on the clock, Jackie. What the hell just happened?
Absolutely ludicrous scenes. We'll see more between these two squads, though, as we come back in after the break. As we return to the action here, Daytona Gaming versus Heroic. Daytona living up to their name, as they are looking an awful lot like the Daytona Speedway. They have been blitzing into rounds with lightning speed, Blair.
They have been indeed, right? And I mean, that's one thing that's kind of worked for them, one might say, the element of surprise, and especially these two players, Turtle and VSM. These two guys have zero fear. They just love taking those fights. And so far, they've been winning a few of them. As Heroic, they do have the 1-round lead. Let's see if they can get the second pistol round on board here.
Yeah, if they can add more to that growing tally. Well, the V bombardment seems to be coming out on the pistol round. VSM waiting to kick it off, gets one. PRT adds as well, but BlameF is battling back. It's a bit of an awkward one as they trade blow for blow. The leap across from BlameF looks good. Toll, he was in the rear. The strike could have done everything, Blur, but they sniffed him out and shut him down.
Freiburg, wow. He just like peeks, it almost felt like a shoulder peek, but it just lands the headshot while running away. And that's going to be a little bit of a troublesome scenario here for Tiburcio, who is also the in-game leader of the team. A 1v3 with a smoke and a flashbang, but no Kevlar against Glocks. That's going to be rough. And not just Glocks, they have a P2K, they have a USP, and he's going to make his way inside, but unfortunately, too many angles to check, and Freiburg will strike Mr. Freiburg with a 3K.
It's a good way to start it off, obviously, in the second half, putting themselves into a better position to further this lead even more so now. And for Heroic, it really just depends on if they figure out sort of the play style that Daytona are going to be rocking their CT side early. Ooh. All right, I had a bit of a debate. I wanted to see if they were actually going to try and go for a bit of a moose strat, where maybe they would push everyone up mid and have Hard Zal cover it with a scout. Instead, though, they're just going to get domed on the cross. S-Attack, he's not messing around. Blaze 2.
Yeah, that's a good way to handle the anti-eco. Just kill everyone through the door at that range. As PRT, let's see what he's got for us here. He was already the hero for that 1 round. A couple of rounds, but he needs to find more. The Deagle will sing, but it's really off-key. As Hardzao is going to be left alone with a scout. Can we replicate what S-Attack did is the question everyone flips. As he's in a 1v5, no kit, no Kevlar, no utility in the wrong bomb site.
Yeah, chances are about as low as they can possibly be on this one, as it is not a good position for him to be in. saving the scout, although it is going to be an extra bit of firepower, I don't know if it's really going to give them an edge going forward. And Stavum finds that kill with him at 10. Probably the worst way for him to actually die into this round, as he's died to one of the two players that had SMGs.
Yeah, that's a little bit of extra money in the bag for Heroic. And this is going to be the fact that they had 2 AKs and the scout means they don't really have to upgrade too much. And yeah, it was a force buy from Daytona. It's going to be a full eco. Do see 3 deagles coming out. And again, you know, these deagles have been pretty decent so far, especially in the hands of VSM. But being on a CD side, you don't have the element of surprise. You don't have the aggression working your way. You have to still try and figure something out. And so, it's still early days, 10-7. Anything could happen. Daytona just trailing by 3 rounds. It's going to be 4 rounds here unless Heroic completely fluff it up here. But it looks like it's going to be a play towards long. Blamef leading the charge with an AK-47. The Molotov is going to be quite a pain in the butt for PRT.
Yeah, looking a little bit warm over there. However, the response is just ludicrous. He hits that shot with the deagle somehow on the way out, wanted to go down with a bang, and he definitely did that in his blaze of glory. More aggression towards long, though, with the face coming through. A trade of damage from either side. Turtle's firing on 19 HP. Is he going to be blown out of the server? Nearly.
Nearly. Attack's been really sharp with that scout. I don't think he's even missed a single shot so far. I think maybe a couple here and there. Landed the shots. Can't really blame Blamef, to be honest. When he threw the Molotov, he didn't see anyone move. So he was like, oh, okay, there's no one there. So he changed his angle. And fortunately for him, there was a player waiting. As Stavn has got control of mid. He knows where 2 players are. They're just trying to figure out where the final one is. Stavn finds Hardzao, and they come charging in. They still don't know where the final player is. Tiburcio could be a little bit of a surprise here, but Freiburg will get things done. Another very comfortable round for Heroic. They just lose 1 player in the past 2 rounds. It's very, very good anti-eco rounds coming out from the Danish-Swedish mix.
Yeah, great understanding of how to actually sort of counter Daytona going into this, obviously playing against them with the weapons they do have. They don't want to mess around, though. They're not going to be going through with a bit of a mixed bag of a buy here and there, keeping the MAC-10 or that UMP. They cast them to a side, and they buy up the full AK buys. They've also got S-Tag now on the AWP as well. So if you thought he was lethal with a scout, this is where you'd see him at his full glory. Have they found a weakness here, Blair? It seems like they've actually been able to get out mid fairly easily. Going into this round, it was almost the straight just sprint, the marathon down mid.
Yeah, well, also, there is a caveat that Daytona were on kind of like force buys and ecos earlier, so Heroic were kind of bullying them with the SMGs, especially when they don't have any Kevlar or whatnot. This setup is curious. They have 2 towards short, they have 2 inside of B, and 1 towards long. They literally have no eyes on mid anywhere. And if Heroic decide to go for an expedition out towards mid, this could be quite problematic for Daytona. They do have Hardzao, I think, is playing towards window with the AUG. The AWP in the hands of Tiburcio, who is all the way towards car. But yeah, there's not much map control, so to speak. And the fact is Heroic are slowly sneaking their way out from middle. This could be a problem here.
This could be very rough indeed. It just depends on the actual play, right? Because as you said, right now they're basically going into this round pretty much blind. The only response is from Hardzao if he looks towards window. He is trying to boost his way up a little bit, it seems, but he still hasn't actually gone for the face. He's now walking out through the doors, going to play just outside of B site towards the boxes. They've deviated back from mid. It looks like actually they're going to be taking short here and going for the crunch. The pincer play towards the A site. The Shoxy angle works out well for PRT as he gets 1, goes back in for a second as well. Stavn with a rapid flick from the AWP will be able to punish him, but he is now the only man left alive into this. The defense from Daytona somehow comes in strong out of nowhere.
That was well done. For a moment there, it looked like that when they were repositioning, when they were rotating towards mid, that Heroic actually had the play right. They were going to be going towards short with just 1 player there, but PRT, he gets the first kill. He fakes the drop, I do believe, and then he just peeks out wide and goes for the wild spray. Finding 2, great job from Daytona, winning a very, very crucial round here. They still have a long way to go. Heroic, bear in mind, those anti-ecos were very solid indeed, right? So they have a lot of money in the bank to go for a buy. But that being said, with this buy, the coffers have been depleted. They have to somewhat convert the stop, making his way out in all the chaos. Molotov being tossed in towards the pit, and PRT, that's a tell. He knows where 1 player is.
Turtle going to be tested here on the push coming through. Flashbangs over as they light up the sky. He will get a tag across and eventually converts it into a kill as well, eliminating both Freiburg and Blamef. Still hungering for more, but Nate will be able to trade it. And this is where things really get rocky as the boat starts to get smashed about. Hardzao going for the wide extension through, shoots between the legs of Stavn, bringing him down to just 32 HP. And the whole task, this tall order, is now cast upon VSM in a 1 versus 3. Probably not worth it, just back off.
Yeah, absolutely not worth it. Look at the money for the rest of your team. They can eke out a buy, but it will be a very rough buy. And if they do go for the eco, they want to keep this M4 to at least try and have a sliver of a chance, sliver of a dream to win that force buy or eco. So Heroic, good reply from them. A much more faster pace coming out from the players, just running out short. You could see Daytona were not expecting that fast play. They didn't have a chance, an opportunity to use their utility to keep Heroic at bay. Instead, they had to go for those duels. And yeah, some nice shots coming out from Freiburg, from S-Tag as well. And even though they kept the play towards long, the fact that Heroic didn't just send one floater, they sent 2 players pushing out long and showed that they had long control early as well. So a very fast play, a very fast reply coming out from Heroic. And Daytona, they're going to go for the force buy. And why not? They have enough money to eke it out with a new money system, of course. Well, I say it's new, but it's been there for a while now. Unfortunately, though, the utility is going to be very sparse for Hardstyle and Tiburcio because they have those 2 Augs.
The firepower addition actually back up, though, the losses they cut, as you said, with the utility there. It's also, what does Heroic do once again? Are they still going to conform to the same sort of rounds we've seen coming out? Very slow plays. They've just been clearing things, trying to play for that last sort of 30-second point of the round. This time, very heavily over towards tunnels. The early aggression, same similar play towards mid, Molotov it, spam the doors, see if anyone's playing close. But they switch things up a little bit here. They are actually going towards short much earlier into the round, Blair.
They are, and Daytona have no one there. They switched it up. They have a player towards mid, the Tiburcio, with the AUG, a little up close. And they have only one player watching short. It's PRT, and he has a scout. And he needs to get those tags in. If he doesn't land his headshots, he needs to get those tags in. As you can slowly see, Heroic making life miserable. Turtle trying to be cheeky, trying to push in towards long and get the timing right, but he will be sent back in pain. As we do see Heroic, they're trying to just expand on out, trying to find something. S-Tag with the op. Is he going to get lucky? Is he going to get a shot in the angle? Oh, Freiburg and S-Tag teaming up together, gets the kill. Turtle and 15 HP as well. Things are looking rough here, but it looks like it's going to be the B hit. And this could actually work over Daytona. They have 2 players ready and waiting.
Yeah, mid to B. Oh! But S-Tag wants to be the best as he gets the flick off with the AWP, takes down Hardstyle. VSM, he's in an angle to cause a bit of a ruckus at the very least as he gets a flick up on towards Freiburg, but he couldn't double down for more. They've got full site control. The bomb's going to be planted at this point. Heroic, they chisel another round into their tablet as they work out that this one is going to be theirs. It's set in stone at this point. Turtle actually might find something. He's just not going to check towards there, not expecting someone sat on the pallets, posted up like a bit of a gangster towards T-spawn.
Yeah, I guess Don wasn't expecting them to have already been saving towards T-spawn so early on, but Heroic, what Daytona are doing right now is that the way they held that side, apart from the 2 players with the B bomb side, the rest of them, there was 1 mid, 1 long, 1 towards Goose, and there's no trade potential. That means they need to win those duels, right? The second the player towards mid died, Heroic pushed on out. They had all the choice in the world what they wanted to do. They went towards B, S-Tag again winning the duel towards player towards window, leaving VSM all alone as 4 players came barreling in. And yeah, that's the best they could do. He at least found 1 kill, but the trade was going to be immediate anyway. Yeah, Daytona, they're struggling a little bit on the CT side. I think the T side was much more better. They were able to... And that's the thing, right? On the T side, you have his star players. You have the players like Turtle and VSM. You send them to a side, they can open things up, catch teams off guard. On the CT side, where you're playing so reactive, Heroic going to have the read on it. They're just going to get a kill towards B. All right, let's go towards A to complete a misinformation game. And right now, not only are Daytona not being too proactive, they're also not being reactive enough, if that makes any sense.
Well, that's sort of the key point as well, is the fact that it's like, with a team like Daytona, obviously coming into this, where in reality the sort of setups that Heroic are going to be keen to rocking over on their T side, where it's very execute heavy, it's all based in pretty much run strats that they've been doing over and over again. They do have a tactical edge. Their CT side is crumbling from that. We're also seeing them actually playing some unorthodox setups at times, so they are sort of, they're cutting their nose off to spite their face, really, in sort of some of the positions we've seen them playing. A couple of the rounds it worked just out of the sheer shock factor, I think, but it was way better on their T side. And I think that just comes down to the raw aggression as well. The confidence they had there, we've not really seen that on their CT side. I don't really remember too many plays we've seen where they've actually got aggressive, more so than sort of playing that two-player setup on short one of the rounds. That's about it, right?
Yeah, and this is a one-and-done spot from Turtle. He's going to find one. There we go. Immediate trade comes out. And although the flash is being tossed in by the CTs, Tiburcio with the scout, no need for him to really go for this fight. And it's caught out in the open as Blamef comes charging in through the flames. I don't think that Molotov was perfect. PRT left alone. He's going to flash his way out, pop his way out, trying to find something. And Heroic, 26 seconds. They need to make some haste here. All three players coming in from long. Double smokes in to cross on over. There is a gap, but the player is going to cross on over. Good flashbangs from the T's as PRT is going to be boosting his teammate up. VSM spots ahead. He's holding on his trigger finger. He's going to finally spray. He finds NATO, but the bomb is going to get planted. And S-Attack with the AWP. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, Stavin gets the first as he flicks back down onto VSM. The miss from S-Attack. He's been hitting everything with the scout, but he gets the tag. The back shot coming through. This is rough. Stavin could win it now. It comes instantly back into the 1 versus 1. It's all about who's got the quick draw coming from. The boosted play there. Hardzau puts himself on the box, but he isn't going to be on a pedestal. There's no AWP save for Stavin, but at least he saved the whole round. Heroic, 14-8 now, as they're starting to soar ahead.
S-Attack, man, like he's been hitting the nuttiest shots, and he hits a sitter, he misses a sitter there, but he makes up for it with the tag. Can I just point out how Stavin played a 1v2 to perfection? He gets first kill, and the second he gets it, he immediately crouches down, repositions himself towards Goose, and the final player left alive. I do believe it was, I think it was PRT or Turtle. I forget who it was, but I think it was Hardzau. He had no clue where he was. It's pretty much a free frag for him. Stavin, the youngster, Danish youngster, playing lights out right now. 25 frags for him, top fragging in the server, followed by S-Attack on 21, and 14-8 for Heroic. They're just 2 rounds away. And bear in mind, unless my stats are very much mistaken, they have never played Dust 2 on LAN. They've only played it 3 times online, of which they have been undefeated. So yeah, this might be the streak continuing on Dust 2.
There you go. Potentially so. As at this point for Daytona, we're forced back into a deco, really, apart from the 1 scout on Tiburcio. And we did see a little bit of deco domination. I won't lie. The first half had a few moments of magic from VSM with a weapon. And they actually are playing a little bit more aggressive as well. The 2-player short push coming round. Stavin is there, though. And he's been a prime-time headhunter. This man has been out for blood the whole day. He spots out 2 targets. There was the potential for 2 early eliminations. But he doesn't actually connect the shots with the Kalashnikov spam.
The Kalashnikov spam, yeah, does do a lot of damage, but you do need to connect. Tiburcio with the scout. There's a gun at this range. The pre-fire works out. He can win this duel. He's trying to go for the wall bang. That's, there we go. The second he hears the scout sound, pace being put in by Heroic. NATO Sapphics leading the charge. AK-47 out. Finds 2. Freiburg joins the party, and like 10 pins, they fall. VSM left alone again with his trusty deagle. But in 1v5, bomb down, wrong bomb site. Yeah, don't really fancy his chances.
No, surely not. Spots out 1 player towards top mid there, tries to get off a connection onto Stavin. He's only on 51 HP. Oh, brings Blamef down to just 2 hit points. Literally going to be limping away. Actually, no, he decides to stay and fight it. Confident in his own skill there as he gets the shot off. 2 HP in a dream, and the dream comes true. 15 rounds now for Heroic. They need 1 more to put Daytona to bed and walk away with a win here in the best of 1.
Yeah, this has been a much more clear-cut game compared to the G2 Greyhound game we saw earlier. That was way more back and forth. Yeah. At one point, it looked like Greyhound just might run away with it, but G2 able to bounce back. Greyhound making a few too many mistakes. Here, it just clearly looks like Heroic are outclassing Daytona, right? If you look at each and every one of these players, from the veterans like Freiburg to the new guys like Blamef, and of course S-Attack, and even NATO, they just look like the better team and seem to have the better players. Tiburcio caught in the corner, he finds 1, but that's all he'll get as the trades are going back and forth. There's still a player inside the B bomb site as PRT is barely alive at 2 HP and VSM with the AWP now. He's gonna strike, leaving it all the NATO Sapphics in a 1v3.
NATO wanted to try and have a showstopper of a play here. Gets in with a backstab, finds the shot into VSM. The victory stab with his knife. Oh, nearly the follow-up shot as well. Turtle and PRT are the last 2 remaining CTs into this one. He does still have to recover the bomb. as he tiptoes his way down. Turtle just going to play around the smoke, and a slow backstab developing from PRT. He's on 1 HP, Blair. This is not a good position. Oh! NATO hits the shot, Blade pushes out, he finds the shot on Turtle. There was no reason for him to push that close and fight this. He had the bomb control unless he didn't spot it.
And the flashbang from PRT gave it away. NATO knows where he is, and he's gonna clutch it out. Oh, that is not how look at the names on that lineup. They're going to shred through you. But will they shred through North is the question on everyone's lips. It's going to be Dust 2 again. Back-to-back Dust 2s coming in here.
Well,
Ooh, okay.
the fight down mid from Liquid is a very audacious early play. Nitro with the support of Naf. Everyone just sat there waiting in position as they're going to fire off those warning shots down mid. We saw the initial kill onto AZ, but Kirby looks to try and trade it back, it seems, as he waits for the push to come his way. Flashbang early, gets the spot and at least some info, Blair.
Yeah, I really like what Liquid did there. 3 players with Glocks towards T-spawn. They were expecting an aggro play from North towards mid. Obviously, when you have the USB, you would be favored to win those duels. But when the 3 Glocks looking down at you, it's going to be a problem, especially considering the aimers on that Team Liquid side. Here comes the smoke towards for the CD spawn from mid to B. But Liquid are gathering up for the short play.
Yugi. He is a ridiculous sniper when it comes down to his warping capabilities, but what can he achieve with a USP in hand? Not too much. Twists overpowers him as they push their way through straight away. Yugi down, site control taken, and it's just left on the 3 Musketeers of North to try and mount some kind of a retake. They do have a kit, which will be very effective into the late round, but they still need to get these frags first.
And Kirby, he could find one. But Twist will shut him down. Valde left alone in a 1v5. Makes it a 1v4, but it's not much he can do. And I think he's doing a smart thing, getting the hell out of there. He's got that Kevlar, which he could try and save into the next round, but a very solid start from Team Liquid. And look at the pace coming in from there. They're going in for the hunt here. And Valde, he's going to be found out. Staring to the ground, trying to cross that over, but Nitro is going to be spotting him out, and that would have been a funny sight for him. Liquid win the pistol round in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, a good way to start it off, obviously, for the Liquid side. The Betway odds actually not that unreasonable. They're fairly close together there, really, providing that there is some leeway for either of these two teams. North maybe having a chance to actually come into this one, obviously being the debate, but Team Liquid definitely being the heavy favourite. In terms of the buy we actually have going through here, 2 Kriegs in play for Nitro and Elige.
Taking a page out of the Furia book, the SGs. Many people don't. I mean, yeah, the spray pattern is obviously much more different from the AUGs, but okay, this could be a one-tap heaven for Elige. Unfortunately, it won't spot anyone. The first bullet accuracy on this gun is absolutely ridiculous. As so far, North with an interesting setup. 3 plays towards short, 2 towards mid, looking to get lucky. Elige getting tagged down to 44 HP, and immediately he will disengage from that fight as he is getting hunted down. Nice smoke there to keep them at bay. They have nothing to push on through. If they're going to push on through, it's going to be a shooting gallery for Mr. Elige. Goes for the spray, finds AZ through the smoke, trying to go for the running boost, but Elige having no trouble whatsoever finding the kills as backup is arriving as well in the form of Nav.
Yeah, this is Krieg 101 here from Elige as he has kept them stuck in position. This could actually be the ace picked up as well. Gets the 4K at the very least, taking down the end by Kirby, who looks to try and recover the weapon and do some more damage with it in his own hands. But Naf had other ideas in mind. The slaughter with the UMP. Ooh, he wanted to scavenge it, but couldn't quite grab it.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Like if you die with a nade or an object near the gun, you do sometimes struggle to pick it up. But not gonna be too worried about it. He gets his 3 kills. That's $900 inside of his pocket. And for North, though, it is gonna be the buy coming out. No AWPs yet for Yugi, but they do have the AUGs. They have a lot of decent sum of utility. Basically smokes and a handful of flashbangs, but no kits as Liquid are gonna be pushing out towards the long.
Oh, Naf, instant out. Takes no damage, completely unscathed for his troubles there. Somehow just flew his way across and was able to tag up Valde, at least put some fear into them as well. But this is an instant reactive play. They're up short already. The smokes have lit up the sky. The flashbangs are across. The Molotovs are crashing down. Yugi suffers the same fate as he hits the DECK, but Kirby responds as he loads the clip into the AUG.
That is such a good, like you just mentioned right now, Jack, it's such a reactive play from Liquid. The second they saw the presence towards long, they just made haste towards short. They get the bomb down. Yes, they have a man disadvantage. Yes, they don't have any utility remaining, but the bomb is down, and there's other two plays towards short. These post plants are pretty solid indeed. And for North, they have to make some haste. Remember, they have no kits.
Nitro in a position to try and punish the push, but instead, AZ starts to unleash himself a little bit here. They're hitting the shots with the Kriegs, but the retake was actually very nicely done. They were trading for each other. They complement each other on the faces. AZ works his way through with 2 kills into the round, jumps on the bomb as well to get that defuse off. And North, they defend towards the A site. They're not giving that one up for free.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, of course, some casualties being suffered, so they will have to buy back into this. And I hope to see a few kits. There we go, Gade and Kirby. A couple of kits being purchased, a lot of utility as well. UMP will be wielded by Yugi for the time being, and for Team Liquid, however, they're going to have no trouble going for this buy. The Krieg's going to come out again in the hands of Naf this time around, and with the rest of them, AK-47s and the AWP in the hands of Stewie, and I think Elige just has Deagle. That is unfortunate.
Well, we've seen a bit of damage with a Deagle today on T-side Dust 2, obviously with the Daytona squad. You give one to Elige, and we'll see what he can actually achieve as we get into round 4 here. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock as it's early doors into this one. Once again, favouring the play over towards short. Stewie tagged up very heavily already, down to sub 40 HP. Luckily, Bogdan's Law can try and work out here as he still has the AWP.
Good old Bogdan. Well, he's still looking to find something. This nade. Ooh, twist down. The 59 HP, a few shots through the smoke. Hoping to get lucky. As right now, it's a little bit of a standoff here towards the short area. And Team Liquid haven't really pressurized at B-bomb side yet. They really do enjoy, seemingly enjoy playing towards A, where Kirby is once again ready and waiting. He's got his teammate, that is Yugi, playing towards Goose with that UMP. Can Kirby be a big enough distraction is the question.
Ooh. Flashbang goes over. There's the response with the double molly. Forces them out from close ramp. Yuki taking a ton of damage as well as he sits in position by Goose. Twists with a flashbang assist coming out. Is able to clear out these angles also effortlessly. And now they put themselves into a fantastic spot. You've got full control of the A site. Naf can get the bomb plant down. They've just got to hold for the re-aggression. And North right now are spread so far thin. It's like when you get to the last bit of the butter and you can't quite finish your toast, Blur. It's not good.
Indeed. That was an insta-save. That was an insta-save. The second Liquid got the second kill there. And again, there's 2 Molotovs, flashbangs. Nice little explode execute coming out from Liquid. And that's going to be 3-1. And for North, though, if they can keep his 3 guns alive, they can potentially eke out a buy. I think Gade could probably drop a gun towards Yugi, while Kirby could potentially buy something for himself. But yeah, this is a pretty rough start for North. And a very good start for Liquid.
Yeah, it's a good response instantly as well. Straight back into the action there, just playing with speed. Obviously trying to prove that the weaker knee is still at the A site and that it was a blip in the past as they just delve straight back into the action. Curious to see what they actually do with the loadout they do have now, as it really is a mixed bag, essentially. You've got the 2 AKs on either side, surrounded by the 2 scoped weapons in the Org and the Krieg, and then finally Stewie with the AWP.
Stewie with the AWP. He hasn't really had much to do, to be honest. The rest of his team really doing the brunt of the fragging right now. As North have opted to go for an eco on the other 2 players. Yugi hasn't purchased anything. Nothing's been dropped towards him. They will stick around with the AUGs and the AK, but I say the AUGs and Valde will fall, and they are just getting bullied here towards the long. Yugi's still alive in the smoke, and he's going to be pushing in with a USP, trying to be cheeky, but Twist is there to save his teammate. There is a reply back, though. AZ has found himself a frag. Can Gade and Kirby do more?
Kirby boosted up towards the site. Wants to try and be a little bit sneaky into this one as they get up close and personal. That's where he can excel. But unfortunately, his life is ripped away from him, instantly smacked down by Nitro. And they have a huge advantage, outnumbering them 2-1. At this point, they begin to back off. Gade will find himself an AUG to clutch onto. AZ has an AK. Just leave it. Bow yourselves out of this one, keep onto those weapons and come back through in round 6. As Team Liquid, they are still overwhelming them towards the A site. They have easy access every round, it seems.
Yeah, they haven't even... I don't think Liquid even know that there's a B bomb site at this rate, right? They just keep going towards A, and North really don't seem to have an answer. Apart from that one round where they had a very nice retake, but apart from that, Liquid, they're just so explosive with the way that they're taking control of this A bomb site. They're hitting the shots, and for North, they might get a couple of kills here and there, but the trades just aren't working out. They're not able to counter whatever Liquid's throwing at them, and yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty rough for the boys from Denmark.
Yeah, it's not a good way to kick this one off. Obviously, that T side giving them more and more confidence as well, getting straight into it when you feel fresh. Normally with the AKs in your hands, but this time with the Kriegs as well, causing the same fate against North. They're being able to just go for these pretty audacious plays, obviously, just fast hits towards that A site. They're very confident in their peaks. And it's working nicely for them. I mean, a good majority of Counter-Strike is just confidence. So if you're willing to actually take those firefights, you're going to be able to win them.
And speaking of taking those firefights, I think it was this interview which Valde gave to HLTV recently where he mentioned how they're feeling much more comfortable with the CT side, especially Yugi being allowed the freedom to go in aggressively and go for those early picks, to initiate those early duels, so to speak. And, well, to be honest, it's still been early days, just 5 rounds down. He hasn't had the opportunity to wield his favorite weapon yet, but here we go. He's got the AWP. And right now, again, he's playing a very passive angle towards that A bomb site as Kirby and AZ. 2 quick kills, and that excursion towards mid has been shut down.
Yeah, a good little 2-man setup there. Tasty crossfire, set up easily to be able to not only get the first pick, but also double down, removing a lead from the server as well. And at this point, Team Liquid are now left in much more of a sticky predicament. You've got the 3 versus 5 to work with, a minute on the clock, 2 smokes, 1 on NAF, 1 on Twist, as they set themselves up to try and cast these out over towards the A site. Flash in as well, as they are going to make their play, but it's all been an elaborate ruse. They double back, they go through mid, they get the first pick, but they need the second, but AZ has other ideas in mind, slaughters them both in cold blood there at mid, and NAF has now such a tall order to deal with, Blair.
But he has managed to fall all the way back towards mid. I don't think they're going to be expecting that. And you can see North, they're playing the safe. They don't want to do anything crazy. And NAF won't be expecting a player out wide in the open right like that. Valde with a perfect read finds him. And it's going to be a very crucial round for North. Not only do they win it, but they keep 3 players alive. And money is very crucial indeed. And we do have the dual up setup coming out. Yugi and AZ on the Zoom Bangers.
Yeah, those big green guns looking to try and put a hole through some fools. They're a sniper with a hell of a scope, Blair, and they're looking to try and take out a cop or 2. But let's see if they're going to be able to bring the ruckus into this one as we delve straight back into round 7. They're split through mid this time. No tags from Team Liquid as they spam their way down. But the peek from Stewie. He wasn't ready for AZ to just sprint straight in with the AWP. And that's the opener they needed. But they're still confident for more.
That was... I'm not sure if the flashbang was from Gate. No, it wasn't from Gate. It was, I think, AZ self-flashing himself in, and that was such a good flashbang. I think Stewie probably got a drop on him, but the flashbang caught him jumping, and AZ with a beautiful peek, winning the initial duel. And that's something that North need more often, getting these man advantages early on, and trying to capitalize on it. AZ, this time around, repositioning himself, floating out towards mid. He's got backup as well in the form of Kirby in case there is a presence towards mid. But look at Liquid, though. Still towards Suicide and top mid with a minute left on the clock.
Again, Team Liquid setting their gaze over towards short. That's where the majority of their rounds have found success, leading them in towards the A site with their heavy hits. Molotov will at least buy some more time for North, really running that clock down to its last few seconds. Oh, the nade as well is absolute filth. Shrapnel rinsing its way for everyone on the Liquid side. This is not a good position to be in. And there's a follow-up. Ooh.
Ooh! That's a right on the chin for Nitro. I love that from Valde. Waiting out, timing the nade with the Molotov, and they're just getting bullied by utility. And 22 seconds on the clock, Liquid just might have to go for a save here. This is North pretty much guaranteeing themselves a round only with utility.
Yeah, it's actually quite mad they've been able to find some success, right? Literally off 2 nades from the A site. That was a pretty rough one. Kirby pushing down, clearing towards the stairs. Doesn't want any Harry Potter shenanigans from the cupboard under the stairs. As he gets the first, looks for the second. Kirby's just overthrowing everyone. Will go down, luckily. NAF stays alive, doesn't die after time, and also gets away with an AWP as well. But the scoreline now getting closer once again, 4-3.
And yeah, and what I loved about that is the fact that if Liquid had kept all the 3 players alive, they would have stood a much better chance of winning this round. You know, even if the other 2 players, they probably would have bought up, forced it up. But now with just 1 op surviving, it's not going to be a buy. So getting those 2 kills at the end pretty much guaranteed North another round. And that is such a smart play coming out from the Danes.
Now, Naf, coming into this with Yorp, has to have those hero plays. The 12th highest rated player over the entire event on LAN, going back into this with a 1.18 rating. Let's see if he'll be able to show exactly why that rating is so high, if he can pop off going into this one. As he looks for the early opener. Leading the whole pack, it really is the Wolf Pack unit, the group's bombardment from Team Liquid, again towards short. They love attacking towards this A site. They have not favored B. Obviously, the one opportunity they went for, they were smited by the AWP of AZ, but he's repositioned now. He's lying wait in A, and he might have a similar affair go down into this one.
Yeah, I'd like to see them be a little bit more adventurous towards a B-bomb side. I haven't tested it enough, but then again, you know, it's still 4-3 in favor of Team Liquid, as Naf with the AWP, he does have the smoke and a Molotov as well. He's the only player who has anything to work with. Elige with the P250, but that's about it. The rest of his team are on Glocks. So Naf has to find this opening pick to make anything work for his team. And right now, North are not really being adventurous with the way they're positioned here. Very passive setups. We have a pretty much default 3-2 setup here, but it looks like it's going to be a B play, and it's going to be a very enjoyable time indeed for Gade and Yugi. Gade's going to be making contact first with the AUG. He finds Nitro. He's going to peek out wide as a question because there's a player ready and waiting for him. Actually, it's going to be Yugi with the AUG. A nice shutdown coming out. There are no casualties at all for North. They make it 4-4.
That was a glorious round from Gade. Very nicely played, obviously knowing when and where he needed to peak, not overextending himself, not falling into any traps as well, just complimenting his teammates. And in the end, that gives North the advantage they need to pull this one back into a 4-4 game. Team Liquid delving straight back into it though. With the arsenal they have this time around, there is one thing lacking, the AWP on Stewie. However, really, it's not had much of an impact, right? He's had 1 frag so far into the game. The AWP hasn't really given them that much of an edge when he's had it in his hands. Normally, he can be very effective with it, but into today's matchup, struggling in these early few rounds. Now on an AK, I prefer this. I think we can see more of that level of aggression we saw coming out previously, where they were going hard and fast. That was working way nicer for them. The edge they had just charging in, the confidence was there. Maybe we'll see a bit of a return to that.
Once again, presence from Liquid towards short. The only round they went B, well, was on that eco full-fledged, and now Kirby and AZ. They've been this 1-2 wombo combo between these 2 teammates have been working on great. Kirby with the they've done this again in the past. First nade, and then the second time nade. This time around, it's not going to find, well, at least the second time. The first nade did, however, do a lot of damage. That being said, will Liquid finally find success on the B-bomb side? They are slowly gravitating towards there. Unfortunately for them, Kirby's towards CD spawn, ready to rotate, and there are 2 players sitting inside of the bomb site.
Gade. Oh, this could be crazy. I mean, he's up close and personal. Unfortunately for him, Stewie actually spots him out with the AK and gets the kill. Yugi pushes back in. Yugi going big there with a double kill. Naf will trade it. You leave yourselves into a 3 versus 2. Nitro with a swing and the near miss, as he could have taken down AZ and secured the round so easily for them. Instead, they fall back into a 2-on-1. AZ, though, not looking like he really fancies his chances going into this, was trying to spot the feet on the cross. Instead, just backs off. Really, Liquid have secured themselves another one. He does have a kit, but it's not worth it. They're going to give that one back over. And finally, they've head on over to B, and they put on a bit of a show for us.
Yeah, and it's not like there was no defense. There were 2 players, 1 player towards mid, 2 players towards the B-bomb side, but the trades go their way. And Liquid taking the B-bomb side. And for a moment there, Jackie, I kind of believed in Yugi. It was, it was reminiscent of some of those moments I've seen him have back in the previous teams he played on, where he would just go off with the AWP. 2 nice shots, but it was not to be. Gets traded, and I think AZ did the right thing with the op going for the save. So Team Liquid finally going to this B-bomb side in a much more convincing fashion, and they win it as well.
Yeah, I've always been a huge advocate for Yugi and sort of the playstyle he had, where it was always very reminiscent of the older sort of Kenny S style, in your face, fast, flashy. I remember obviously with the Pro League debut where he came into things as well, quite a long time ago now, funnily enough. It's the fact of I always just wanted to see him playing with that style more and more, and obviously trying to fit in that sort of essence that he has in his own style into the game. So it's always fun when you see glimpses of the true Yugi when all the pieces come together. North, though, opting to take themselves a little bit of a tactical timeout here, slow things down, reassess the situation going back into it. They do still have the AWP on Yugi, one for AZ as well. The rest of the squad rocking the Augs, and an acceptable amount of utility across the board.
It has been pretty back and forth, hasn't it? The first 5 rounds, 4 of them going the way of Liquid, but then the last 4 rounds, 3 of them did go the way of North. So 5-4. Although that being said, even though the scoreline is so close, it does look like Liquid have been a better team, hasn't it? Like when they win, they win so convincingly, and when they do lose, it's North, you know, able to pull off something crazy. Or bear in mind that the majority of the rounds in North have won. At least 2 of them have been against Liquid on kind of like a half buy or an eco. So 5-4, Liquid looking to solidify the lead, have a bigger one here. And once again, they're going back to their pretty much their bread and butter, you know, just holding towards top and mid, getting control of tunnels, ensuring that North don't really aggress much towards tunnels to get much information, and then go for this late or mid-round, late play towards the A-bomb side.
2 smokes out towards long early. This could actually cause a bit of panic from North as well, depending on how they opt to play around this. Tons of flashbangs as well. It's the old very game style of literally empty a basket of flashbangs at long and see what position you panic the opposition into. They flash themselves out. Twist actually getting blinded on the contact as they push around. Valde with a tasty angle, makes it work, gets one with a flick up on the headshot there on Naf. Yugi starts to aggress down as well. The nade could be critical, Blair.
Good night. Twist is out for the count, and Valde is looking for more. Bear in mind, he has taken no damage yet. But I say that, and Stewie will decapitate him. Yugi now with the op. The flashbang is perfect. That's going to allow Stewie to know where he is. And he's going to peek out on wide. I thought he would get that kill on Kirby, who somehow stays alive. But the man advantage definitely firmly in favor of North in a 3v2 as Nitro finds a frag.
Nitro coming up from long, switches from AWP to AK Yuki. He misses it. It was the opportunity for him to hit the shot there instead. Goes down. You leave yourself in a 2 versus 2. They're susceptible to the attack here, though. Nitro only has 6 HP. Luckily enough, the HE is going to whiz by him. The Molotov ignites the site. Elite, burning to death, gets punished by the AWP of AZ. And it eventually will extinguish, allowing them to get the defuse up, save the double AWP setup, and get themselves a 5th round. Talk about it being back and forth.
Where did he even come from? Comes out of long like a magician out of nowhere. Finds 2 kills. The second one even being a wall bang, I believe it was. And, well, kind of digging North out from what looked like was going to be a pretty sticky situation there. 5-5. And yeah, I mean, we sound like a broken record right now, but it has been very, very back and forth indeed. Even though the bomb is planted for Team Liquid, money is not going to be that great at the moment. But that's going to allow them to at least go for a number of Desert Eagles. P250 in the mix as well, and a pretty decent sum of utility. I'm expecting to see a much more explosive play coming out here. It's going to be towards short, why not? They have a ton of flashbangs to toss in towards A, and who's waiting for them? It is going to be Yugi with the AWP.
Well, with the deco, give them any type of an edge here, hitting them with a fast speed as they go for the Ferrari peaks, bombarding their way towards the site, but Yugi is quick on the draw, looking like a hardcore sniper, barely misses the final connection there, but Kirby will bail him out from a bit of an awkward spot, and there's the killing blow. The last shot from Yugi, rounding it out to a nice hat trick of frags with the AWP, as North eventually take the lead, setting it in stone as a 6-5 scoreline now.
6-5. And a lead is a lead, right? And they just had 1 casualty there as well. For Liquid, I can't really blame them for that play. That made complete sense. Flash is raining out, but Yugi doing a very good job. After he got flashed initially, kind of felt like the pace, the spacing on the flashes were not the best it could have been for Liquid, or else he could have been blinded much longer. I think they used up all the flashes early on, but look at this, Kirby holding a close angle. He just finds one though, as Naf will get the trade on towards mid. So 4v4, but look at Valde. This is insane from him. 1 minute and 33 seconds on the clock, and he's going to make his way towards top mid. But does he know there's a player right behind him? The timing on that is just insanity. As Stewie has no idea where Valde is, and he could just throw a spanner in the works here. A leash caught on the open. Valde, he's not going to have any safe trigger finger. He's going to go for the fight. Finds the both of them. And now Stewie, he knows where he is. He's got to get this kill. But the scope has been heard on out, and Valde peeks on out, but Stewie somehow comes out on top.
But that's ridiculous. The fact that he got the first 2 kills, Stewie as well, with the timing of the unscope, it seemed like it was going to happen. He was set up for it. literally the most reactive play we could have hoped for going into that, right? You instantly realize there was some kind of presence. You've gone for the push outside of long. Not only have you cleared it and got the read of where they're situated towards, you slaughter 2 of them. You leave them damaged as well. A weakened Stewie now has to fight his way out, and he is going to be crushed through. Twists left to try and save the day. Can the young Russell actually bail him out from this position? Barely missing as he fires back with a Kalashnikov. Hits one, takes down Gade, looks for more as he needs to crack his way through some more craniums. AZ trying to bail out of there. Yugi as well with a flashbang over from short, makes his presence known. AZ goes for the peak, doesn't quite spot it. Twists, fights it, goes for the face, literally bouncing back and forth as they swarm together. They're giving him the 1v1, but AZ, he's hit that shot how many times now?
I have lost track, but my lord, Twist is such a freak of nature. I mean, the way he played that was just insane. So well played. And if he got that shot onto the player coming out short early on, I would have put all my money on him winning that 1v1 at the end against AZ. But so well played. Unfortunate for him, not able to get that initial kill earlier on. And AZ, what a star has been this game. And with the AWP of all guns, 13 frags for him, 96 ADR, and just 3 deaths in 12 rounds. That's some pretty impressive numbers.
Yeah, it's mad of actually how much impact he's had into these rounds of being able to come in at the last second, especially towards that A site. It's mostly been from long and just completely backstab and close things down. The double AWP setup has been working wonders for North. And this time as well, it's some early Yugi action. Towards long, peeks out, you get the opening elimination on towards Elige. Good night, Elige. What can Team Liquid do from here? 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. There's a singular flashbang remaining on Nitro, and all 4 of the Musketeers, the brothers in arms, are bound up, ready to fight towards the A site.
As they make their way up, like you said, just a 1 flashbang, and this could be a firing range. Kirby unscopes at the worst moment possible. If someone recovers and he finds one, but that's all he'll find as Valda is going to slaughter the rest of them. 3 headshots back to back. Thank you very much. 8-5 for North. And they're heading towards a pretty damn good half here, Jackie. They could easily make this 10-5 because Liquid seem to be kind of running out of steam into the second half of this, well, first half.
That's true. It feels like it has been a little bit of a slowdown of pace, right? Considering the fact they're still going for a very similar type of execute towards the A site, most of their rounds having the same type of early baseline. They need to switch things up. They've got to adapt a little bit here as North have their number now and they're being able to beat them out. That double AWP setup has set such a big precedent. It's an early flashbang in towards the B site, at least from Nitro, to try and set a bit of a ruse. You've got a 3-player setup there, and AZ, he's been on the roam the entire game, now over close towards front tunnels. If he does actually push in towards upper, they could clear this and get a big read. Everyone grouped up at mid, bar Stewie, who just lurks towards lower.
And North have an inkling. They have an inkling that Liquid finally might be heading towards the B bomb side, right? They have an inkling they might be abusing towards mid at B, which is why you have 4 players. Look at that now, 3 players towards mid because of all the presence and all the utility being deployed by Liquid towards mid. But once again, Liquid, after the initial volley of bullets being sent down towards mid, will start to aggress towards an A-bomb side, especially towards short. Getting control of it, clearing out the close angles with the Molotovs. But North, this CD side, at least this particular round, has been like an amoeba, just like undulating and moving and flowing and changing up. And the end of it, it's going to go back to the same old default. 3 guys towards long, 2 guys towards B. But Liquid this time haven't quite committed. They are flowing all the way back towards long here, where there's 1 player ready and waiting. It's the man himself. It's Valde.
I think they've spooked them though, Blair. That mid to B smoke caused the rotate from Kirby. He's now playing on top of the box. Valde needs to stay alive if he can at least get 2 kills, which he does excellently. That's the bomb dropped as well. Kirby comes into effect as he shuts down the mid to B push. Somehow they just hit every shot that they needed to connect. Yugi might not though, misses, but luckily there's the trade from Valde, and it all comes down to Elige. 7 seconds. Unless he could teleport, he isn't going to get that bomb. And at this point, it's just about survival.
Yeah. He's probably wishing he had a portal gun right now, but unfortunately he's stuck towards Goose. Will stay alive. That's crucial. Going into the final round of this first half, Jackie, would you believe it? North 9-5, and within spitting distance of making it 10 rounds, and they could very well make it happen. Liquid have looked a little toothless in his past few rounds. And again, some very good positioning and some very proactive / reactive plays coming up from North. Like, you could see the way they're playing towards mid. The second they saw a lack of presence towards mid, they went back towards long, where volley was crazy. This time, however, much more faster pace being set by Liquid.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to just brute force it this time around, as it wasn't working to their previous attempts of playing it a little bit slower. They sprint out towards long, they try and battle down. Stewie with the Galil getting himself an advantage as he connects that headshot back onto Valde. It's a 4 versus 4. He's lost a sliver of HP, as he has been shot in the leg and at least tagged up somewhat. Yugi's low, but they can boost him up towards the site if they can decide who's going up.
I'll love to see it. AZ, he has been great so far, Jackie. Can he do more is the question. Oh. Yes, he can. Finds Stewie looking for more peeks on out wide, but Twist is there to find the head. It's 3v3. Molotov's rating is Kirby finds Nitro. Kirby finds Twist as well. It's all in Elige. He's got the SG. 1v3 with the Krieg. He knows where one player is. He's got to find the frag. Finds Gade. Yugi internally hemorrhaging on 17 HP as well. He's managed to creep his way up towards slope, but Elige repositioning himself. He's been quiet so far, just 7 kills for him. Can he make it 9 is a question. He doesn't know where the second one is. He has an inkling where Kirby is though. Spots on Yugi. The flick shot comes into 1v1 now. He's going to go for the reload. Kirby going in for the hunt as well, both in 2 frags apiece. Looking for the third, but Kirby's going to come out on top. 3k for him, and North are going to get round number 10.
So close there for Elige, trying to prove why he is that 10th highest rated player coming into the tournament out of everyone here, but he couldn't quite do it. 10-5 is the scoreline. There is still a whole another jam-packed half to come. Tune back in after the break. I think it's safe to say a fairly interesting opening map here for us, as it's been pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, we might potentially see, if you look at the results we've seen so far, this could potentially be the first upset of the tournament here, as North really making a statement early on. 10-5 the lead they have. They would obviously be looking to win this pistol round as well. We do have Gade with a smoke and a flash, AZ with a P250 and a flashbang for himself as well. For Team Liquid though, a couple of flashes and a kit on Nitro, as we do see this A split coming in.
Well, let's see if this calculated attack towards the A site works out any better for North than it was doing for Liquid. Valde, he was beautiful on the CT side, but the T side is even more of a machine. Somehow, he finds himself 3 kills already. He's a one-man army, Blair.
He calls, he frags, he attacks, he protects. What more could he ask for the man, as the last 2 players remaining are going to be Mr. Stewie 2K and Nitro, as Nitro's going to be the last player left alive. And yeah, this round's pretty much done. He does have the kit. He's got no Kevlar. He's got 3 people to find. Did he just hit the shot into the gate while jumping? I don't even know. He's looking for more. Spots out another player. That's going to be Yugi, but Valde is there to save his team at 4k for Mr. Valde, in-game leader as well. And with that, he gets 20 frags on the board. 20 kills for him, mind you, while calling as well. And this is the Valde I kind of seem to have missed seeing all this while, because he has kind of been quiet, comparatively quiet after he started taking up the reins of being an in-game leader. And looks like Mr. Valde is back.
And it's a good return to form to see as well. Just at the right time, going into the tournament ranked at number 17 out of the highest ranked players. And he's performing. I mean, he's hitting the shots that we needed to see. He's just absolutely demolishing his way through. The CT side was phenomenal. To open it up on your T side with a pistol like that as well, it is a showstopper. And it is also a precedent that you want to set. It's one of those rounds that for Liquid, you're going to be really having to regress instantly. In Elige, he's doing something quite stealthy, quite cheeky, Blair. Oh no!
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Gade, so lucky to stay alive. Elige, he had a drop on him. That should have been a free frag. Unfortunately, it does the damage, but doesn't quite get the kill. As Nav trying to be cheeky. Twist does. Okay. Twist with a deagle. We've seen this before. 2 headshots back to back. And now with the 3v2, he's going to be aggressing in even further. Picks up an AK-47. He knows where Gade is. And Gade's internally bleeding, praying that the Grim Reaper doesn't come for him. And he will somehow win the duel. How do those bullets not even connect? Someone tell me.
Twist does what Elige couldn't. However, when it comes down to it, when it gets to the real crunch, he couldn't quite follow through. Stewie's going to be spotted out as well. Kirby with a backstab as he hides in the shadows. At this point, you have been able to inflate that scoreline so much. It's 12-5. Most likely going to be a 13-5 half. It's crazy that, you know, the way we're actually already getting into this one. North are soaring ahead. Liquid, the #1 team in the world, the top dog, well, the top horse, you might say. But they need to do some damage here, Blair. It's got to come through right now. If they're going to reinvigorate themselves, we need to see it soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, Liquid does tend to freeze in the north, so could that be the case we're seeing over here is the question. And by the way, I think Gate's just sitting on 4 frags, 7 deaths. He hasn't really seen much action, and he hasn't had to, right? The B play from north, here they come exploding on out. As it's just, yeah, Nitro's alone with the USB. Unfortunately, he is not in a good spot to win any of these duels. So it should be a free round for North here. Liquid would be probably just going in, aggressing in, trying to find some kills, maybe pick up a couple of AKs or whatnot for the following round. But North, my word, 13-5, Jackie. What a statement.
Yeah. As of this round as well, it's the fact that North have basically found a welcome mat down at the B site and invited themselves in, and then now rubbing their dirty boots all over the players on Liquid, just smashing their way through them with a quick amount of slaughter. It actually gets fairly close at the end there, falling into just the 2 versus 1 versus Twists, but it's still another round for North.
It's not fair how good Twist is with tapping heads. You know, it just moving that mouse around, aiming that crosshair in the head, just tapping. He is just so good at that. Unfortunately, it's not enough because 13-5. North now need 3 more rounds out of the remaining 12 regulation rounds to close this one out. However, that being said, CD side does too. Liquid do have the AWP in the hands of Naf this time around instead of Stewie, who was wielding it on the T side. And of course, the AUGs have come out to play as well.
These AUGs need to have a big impact for Liquid into the round, as they finally have a strong arsenal to match the level of skill that this team has. But it depends on if they can actually connect their shots with them and be able to overthrow North going into this one. Naf on the Shoxy angle misses the initial shot, actually gets tagged as well. Bitten back as Yugi is hungering for it. Still looks like he wanted to try and take another peek and fight again. Instead, they just smoke it off and cause a little bit of a distraction play. A seed of doubt planted in the minds of Liquid as they work their way out through mid, Blair.
The fact that Naf stuck around and he didn't see anyone the second the smoke bloomed should be kind of a tell to the rest of his team that something's happening. Now, the way Nitro is playing this B bomb site alongside Stewie, they're both trapped inside a site, so they can get pressurized. I would like them to go outside of the B bomb site and take a fight somewhere. Instead, Flash is raining and Stewie hugging the wall. He finds Kirby somehow, finds another one on Duvaldi. The bomb is dropped as well, and just like that, the bomb is dropped in the B bomb site, and Gate and AZ are too far away to push it, and Stewie's being it so smart, playing this so smart, pushing out, waiting for the flashbang, runs out of bullets, but that's okay. Unleash is there to save his teammate. What a hole by Stewie. How did North not win that one?
That was a stressful round. The fact that he even got to that position, I mean, Stewie literally, his back against the wall, obviously the pressure, probably the sweat dripping from his brow as he's able to find the flick up, gets the second kill that it feels like never should have happened, continues on to salvage the round, saved by the bell of Elige as well, arriving on the scene as his comrades arrive to bail him out. Little bit of a shake there from Elige on his mouse, trying to pump himself up. Bit of a head bob as they need to wake up into this one. That was the round that is a bit of an exclamation mark. A start, Blair. But they can't end there. They need to get each and every going forward.
Yep, and, well, this could very well be the start as well. Okay. Was that through the smoke? Yeah, looks like it. Anyway, Twist finds a kill. He is getting pressurized. Fortunately for him, he's got backup in the form of Mr. Elige. I take his name though, but Kirby will find the frag as Twist is looking for more. He is getting hounded. Gonna be playing towards the pit. He's got backup in the form of Naf with the AWP and Stewie walking up as well. The AWP is gonna find the first one to Kirby. Last player alive is Yugi, and there's nothing much he can do. Just one casualty for Liquid. And they need to win rounds like these a little bit more convincing and just slowly but surely start that grind to claw their way back to the 13 rounds of North.
Yeah. With the cash they actually had, luckily enough, Kirby had built himself up a bit of a bank, around 7k, so he drops over an AK back into this. They can instantly reinvest and get the buy up. Yugi demoted down to just the UMP. But, I mean, it's not the worst weapon in the world. If you can wield it effectively, you can still do a ton with it. Now, this is the more curious part, Blair. Are they actually going to go for a full frontal assault towards B this time again?
I want to see it. I want to see it. I haven't seen enough of B action coming out here from both the teams. And although that being said, North did manage to play for go towards the B bomb side more times, I do believe, in the second half than Liquid did in the entire first half. Stewie is all alone. If North had gone for a faster play, I believe they could have taken that bomb site, because you have an op, sure, but it's going to be really hard to shut it down all by yourself, but there's no backup anywhere nearby. And even now, they have 2 players towards short. Although that being said, I think Nitro is going to drop on down towards CD spawn. There we go. He's going to be heading towards mid, because there has been a little bit of presence towards the B bomb side. He saw the Molotov being tossed in all the way towards B plat, but it's just a ruse, Jackie. Was North making their way towards mid.
Yeah, they've been lampooned. It was all just a dream. Let's see where it goes from here. 50 seconds on the clock. North hoping to try and secure themselves that 14th round going forward. The mid to B smoke goes up. They respond by getting the short smoke off from Team Liquid. The game of push and pull, the tug of war here between Stewie. Misses the shot onto Kirby, gives him the opportunity to beat back. Mid to B execution coming out. The entire site is open. This is completely theirs. North have taken the B site.
That's a round. That's the round right there. I don't blame Stewie for going for that play, but it's a high-risk maneuver, right? If he'd got that frag, sure, he would have got to control the tunnels, and then the B-bombs would be much more retakeable. But yeah, if he goes down, that's the round done and dusted, and that's literally what happened right there. I would have liked him to go for that play if he had a teammate, if a teammate had rotated over and, you know, he'd played it together, like pushing together, that'd be lesser of a gamble. But yeah, that's pretty much a play which decides if you have a chance in a round or if you pretty much lose a round, and that's unfortunately not going to be panning out right for young Stewart 2K. 14-7, Jackie. Double the rounds Liquid has, and they need 2 more rounds to close this one out.
1 round away from overtime. 2 rounds away from the game being done. And then beating out Liquid. And what a way it would be for them to actually open this up as well, right? You come into it, Liquid, the team that has made 2 finals in a row, both times losing out to Astralis. If they were to take a loss this early on into the tournament, the passing of the torch might be coming quicker than we think, blah. But we're going to have to wait and see if it carries on in that form. Back into it now, round 22. The Molotov goes out early. It forces Kirby to bombard his way out towards blue. Naf getting a bit more aggressive. The quick Texas 2-step as he bombards his way around short. A double molly to try and keep him alive so he can back off and get out of there. The nade could do it. Oh, AZ, just slightly too far away. Gifted a Molotov, getting blown back by the HE. Oh, 3 HP!
I don't even. But in the meantime, Valden, Kirby, ooh, oh my lord, the timing on that, unfortunately for Liquid, they will recover right in time. Nothing twists with a quick 2K apiece. Stewie finds AZ looking the wrong way. And this is a Liquid I expected to see much earlier on the CD side of theirs. Now, that worked out great for them. Liked seeing it, they're winning the duels and everything, but has it happened in time is the question on everyone's lips, right? They still need a number of rounds to crawl back into this game. They need to win 6 in a row to tie things up at 14. And for North, they have the money to make this happen. And because of the fact that they have such a huge lead, it gives you so many opportunities to try for something crazy. And one of those rounds just might work out for North.
Yeah. That's the thing. They have a buffer, and it's such a big buffer as well, so it's not like they're really in a position where they have to scrimp and scram and save on every round and get paranoid about the plays they want to go for. They can afford to just go for something a little bit audacious, just throw caution to the wind and really do something quite tenacious if they want to, and it would probably pay off eventually one of these times. It just depends on Team Liquid making mistakes. Now, North into this one. Basically, the North snake slithering its way down through lower, over towards mid. Once again, possibly foreboding another mid to B play coming out here.
That could be the case, but since they have a lot of time, they could make the presence felt towards short as well. They have a few flashbacks to expend, which they can use to try and just kind of make the presence felt there. And you see the reply nade coming out from Team Liquid. They do have a nade, and they're going to be using the last Molotov they have remaining here. final nade being tossed in as well. Now they just have the flashbangs, 5 flashbangs and 2 smokes for Team Liquid to keep this push at bay. And with 46 seconds remaining on the clock, there's a lot of options opened up for North. They have control of short. They know there's no one towards B tunnels as well. They know there's no one playing up close towards mid. What do they do here is the play. The smoke's going to be pouring in towards an A bomb set, but it's all a ruse. They're going to be heading back towards the B for the mid to B play with the 2 players ready and waiting, Jackie. It's going to be Stewie.
Oh, Stewie gets the first, the flashbang out, goes for the peak, but he wasn't ready for Gade. He got up close and personal to it. Gade! How does he get the follow-up frag? Glides through the air. Not only was he high in the sky, he had a high skill ceiling into that one as he rips off another head and puts them into a position to secure the 15th round now.
How does it even happen? How does it even happen? Nitro just going to be fuming right now. As Twist and Naf with an AWP, not the best weapons to go for this retake with. He does have a kit to work with. Tries to bait out something, but AZ is there to decapitate him, and AZ, there's no stopping this man. This time around, 3K for him, and picks up an AWP as well to pass on to his teammates, or he can just wield it as well. This man's an unstoppable monster at this point in time.
Absolutely giving it into that round. North cutting down the competition just brutally. The way they've taken that is an absolute tilt. The fashion in which Gade was able to somehow get that kill. He's only got 6 kills to his name into this game, but they've all actually been pretty big, impactful frags, and that's the crazy part about it. North, back into this one, wanted to try and keep that high tempo going. They take the fight towards long, but Yugi, he's not going to cut down the competition today.
And bear in mind, they are playing a Team Liquid. The best, the currently #1 ranked team in the world. So even though they have 7 map points to work with, they shouldn't get too ahead of themselves. They need to try and close this out as quickly as they can for Team Liquid. Backs to the wall. They want the win. They need to make it to overtime. That means they need to win 7 rounds in a row on the CT side, and that is no easy task indeed. As North, they are a man down early on, but it look like they're going to be going towards mid, where guess who's waiting? It's Nitro with the AWP.
Oh, in the window, gets the instant snapshot off, the rapid reactions. Valde, dazed and confused as he sprints his way across, trying to get into a bit of a position, is punished by Nitro. And they're crumbling. The Warriors on the side of North, they're not able to fight their way through. Their axes give them no edge into this one, as it is just AZ that remains, sprinting out of there, trying to get into position to, if at the best opportunity, can clutch onto this Krieg and go through into the next round with a bit more firepower. If not, just try and do something here. If you can punish the Team Liquid players, they have very low cash, Blair.
They have every kill he gets is going to be instrumental, but Naf will not miss that shot. And that's the thing, when Liquid wins these rounds, it looks so very convincing. It's just that some of the rounds earlier on where it could have gone either way, it was North coming out, a little reminiscent of how G2 and the Greyhound game went as well. Like a few of these rounds, if it had gone the way of G2, of the Greyhound, I'm sorry, it could have been a very different picture altogether. But right now, North, it is a little curious, right? Gates sitting on 6 frags and 12 deaths. It's like a 0.5 KDA, but his team's leading 15-9. He really hasn't had to do much. And like you said, a couple of those crucial kills, like, just you come flying around a corner, mid-air headshots. Why the hell not? I mean, that's more than you can ask off the man. And we can see Valde on 24. He has kind of quietened down towards the second half, but he hasn't had to do much. It's been Yugi, AZ, Kirby, everyone, so many impact frags, even Gate as well. Sure, the frags don't look that many, but each and every one of these frags have been very instrumental in his team getting to map and match point here. Is Team Liquid. What can they possibly do?
Around 25, with nothing really in their arsenal and just pistols to play with, do they have some prowess to pull out? Naf, up close and personal with the AWP, using that sniper like a shotgun, misses the initial contact, does dash out the Molotov though, and Stewie's there at the slaughter, surely. The spray down should be coming through. Naf punishing with a pistol. They trade it back quite nicely, but Alicia's already on the scene, and he is kicking up a fuss. Beats down Gade, and it's all up to AZ now to try and bail them out, but no, not a single chance. Twists, a tasty shot, 15-10 as you'd expect off the back of that round. At least there was still a bit of confidence from North, But this is where they have another chance to win it. The reinvestment coming back through.
I like that push from Elysian Stewie to just push into the B-bomb side, not allow AZ to get himself into a more comfortable position with the AWP. You can see the second he peeked out, there was a bullet waiting for him with his name written on it. So 15-10, Liquid winning these rounds convincingly, Jackie. But they still need to win more. They need to win 5 more in a row. And look at the proactiveness coming out from them. 4 players towards the long early on, as they will be tossing a lot of utility, allowing Twist to set up a camp here towards long. Always lonesome.
Liquid. There is no room for error, no room for mistakes into any of these rounds. It all has to be completely flawless from them. Already a fair bit of utility used there. Everything that Twist had to try and delay the push towards long into this round has already been expunged out, as he's thrown his smokes, his molotovs, and his flashbangs. And there is a 3-player trifecta waiting outside. Luckily, the rotation comes in from Elysia at just the right time, as there is potential for North to do some damage here towards long.
North, with a minute on the clock. Like I said, they have taken the time, but the amount of utility Liquid have expended taking long and holding it has been so much. But the double smoke's going to be blooming towards long. The wall has been set up, but there's a man beyond the wall. It is going to be Elish pushing in through the smoke with a perfectly timed flashbang from Naf. He's looking for more. He gets a dink in, doesn't get the kill, but Valde now bleeding on 4 HP, and they still have Twist alive in the pit. Although he's also kind of low in 10 HP there. Okay, then.
You've got the 2-player setup here of Gade and Yugi, both waltzing in just happily towards the B side. Wait, there's Gade!
He saw it. No.
Surely he saw it. No one looking down underneath window. Finally, the adjustment from Yugi. He gets the headshot off on towards Nitro. Now, Stewie peeks out. He spots one of the players. They have the read. It's all up to these two. Valde has died in the meantime, Blair. It comes down to the dynamic duo of Gade and Yugi that try and clutch out the round from this position. It looks like they don't really suspect the close range position from Stewie. The flashbang out, he goes for the face. Gade with a slaughter gets 1, but he's traded back out, and it's up to Yugi to clutch it.
He could do this, Yugi. Full HP. He's got a Molotov as well, but he's going to go for the plays here as he comes barreling in. He finds Naf in midair, plucks his head off. It's all into his 10 HP, and he clutches it out. What a shot from Twist. 3K for him. 10 HP, Jackie. Just a sliver of damage, and he'll be done for, but he will win it out, and he keeps Team Liquid in the game.
That is madness. The fact it's got into that position, it looked like it was going to be one of those moments that they just kind of happen. You get into those scenarios where it's all about the show-stopping play. Gade with the face out. Oh, Blair, it was all there. It was being served to us on a platter, but there is more for Liquid to give. They are not content with giving this one up. Twist, he's a one-man army, and he's proving that this war will continue.
Indeed, he has now breached the 20 frag barrier. So far, Valde's the only one on the server has done that. Twist ensuring. I thought that was done and dusted.
I thought it was over. It's madness. It was one of those rounds where it just feels like a fitting end point, and it looked like it was going to go that way. Instead, though, we're forced back into a position where North, it's all about the CZs. They're just going to try and sprint in, probably just use that rush tactic. Like a bunch of football hooligans after a night out, they're going to be sprinting in, windmilling, and trying to take down Naf towards short as he sat there with the AWP scoped on the angle.
The execute comes in, though. Naf doesn't spot the player dropping on down, but Elish should get this kill, finds one. The flashbang is so good as Valde finds one, but the trade's definitely favoring Team Liquid. But though that being said, the bomb will get planted, and Yugi with the deagle, AZ as well, and if he picks it up, and yes, he will indeed, Yugi with his weapon of choice, and Twist should be aware of this, that the AWP is in the hands of the enemy.
Oh, the near miss on towards Stewie. You've armed a god with his fabled gun, but he can't quite get the shot off. He goes down, and it's up to AZ to try and continue on from here. They jump on the bomb. Stewie just diffusing straight through. A couple of taps, but it's not going to be an elimination. Twists will get it stone cold as he holds the angle, fires back through the smoke, and gets the kill. 15-12. Liquid 3 rounds away. That's all it takes. But again, they're thrown into the mix against the full buy from North. These are the rounds that have been so close.
North need to win one of the 3 remaining, but we've been saying that for a while now,
Yeah.
Jackie. Are they the new Liquid is the question.
I don't know. Can you choke in the cold? You know, maybe they've frozen. Maybe they need someone to warm them up, Blair, as it's not looking good.
Well, it's not looking good, but still, they are a map and match point, and they do have all the weaponry to work with here. Can they make it work is the question, as Gade is going to be in the lead once more towards short. Do see Nitro rattling off a few bullets towards mid, showing the presence there. Nav. Did he get a tag on a Yugi? It looked like he did.
I think so, right? I didn't see a nade, unless it was a HE, but...
Yeah, it could have been a nade
Yeah.
or the op. He does get a tag in, or yeah, whatever. Does a little bit of damage, but they will have to relinquish control of short. In the meantime, North now they have control of short, making their way towards mid. Nice flashbang from Team Liquid, but nothing really to follow it up with. In the meantime, that smoke from the tunnel spray from Kirby, that's going to be a tell that this is most likely going to be a B play here, as Kirby is creeping out.
Oh, the silent assassin in Kirby. It all depends on the timing. He picks up just at the right moment. He gets the kill. Stewie is down and out. Elige gets the trade back onto Gade. Nitro, as he advances out for the side, but Naf, he's been able to get the short control in the meantime. It's a prime time position, and 1 by 1, he has the upper hand until Yugi responds with a headshot. Crisp as ever.
They're going to be making their way towards short, though, where no one's there. Twist is there, waiting below. He needs to land a headshot. It's going to obviously favor Yugi here, but the headshot angle means the M4 is going to come out on top. Yugi's been dropped. Kirby left in a 1v3, 13 seconds on the clock. He's got to find too many, and the Liege will put him to sleep. Team Liquid continue to stay alive, Jackie. 13 to 15. And North are just not able to close this one out.
This is madness. From the position we were originally in to where we are now, with North using their last pause to talk this one out and decide where they want to go from here, because this has been rough. The only rounds we've seen them nearly winning or find success in have mostly been towards that B site. Once again, it's a near miss when it comes down to it, Blair. It's wild. It really is. I mean, we spoke about the idea that it's only a matter of time until the continued wait breaks the camel's back, right, with Liquid. But this camel's got an iron back, apparently. It's just not giving a damn. It's more like, you know, a Ford van. It's just going for it. The
Iron Camel as Liquid. They've won 5 in a row. And for those of you who might have lost touch of the score, it was 15-8 for North. They were leading by 7 rounds, but that has been whittled down to just 2, as Team Liquid might just so close to pulling off the impossible. It is going to be a kind of a half buy coming out from North here, and why the hell not? Might as well try and use the utility pistols they have. And looking at that buy, it is of course going to be the B play here. Those CZs can really do a lot of damage, especially the UMPs as well, up close and personal. However, it's Stewie 2K alongside Nitro, ready and waiting. The AWP and the AK ready to sing out loud.
Oh, he gets the first headshot off with the AWP, tries to get the Molotov dashed out as well. Nitro from the window, punishing oh so easily. Gade finally comes back into effect with a CZ. Nitro's done for. Stewie has been stunned and taken out of the equation. You leave yourself in a 3 versus 3. Gade gets the bomb planted. Elige from the elevated angle, Blur.
And to be sneaky, Elige spots him out, going for the wall back. Easy somehow dodges death as Valde peeks it out from the window, finds Naf, he finds Twist as well. It's all in Elige, and a 1v3, and Gade's gonna put him to rest. North pull off the win. 16-13. They finally managed to close this one out, Jackie.
Thank you very much, Trace Stunner Sorrenthus. Yes, FaZe versus TYLOO. I'm very intrigued. Not only is it Vertigo, it's TYLOO. It's TYLOO with Freeman. Maniac has posted a couple of fantastic questions.
Oh, yes.
It was always a caveat. They're communicating in 2 languages simultaneously. There's translation mid-round. Perhaps not the case now, as already full mid-take from FaZe on their T side as we kick this one off.
An interesting map, and I agree with Maniac. It's surprising they let it go through the first game in the tournament. Best of 1 against a team that's always been a bit of an unknown quantity quantity. It's going to be the first kill for Rain, though, focusing towards that lobby position, and they're going to make their way towards the A site. See, have a look at things. It's Attacker who has to defend this time, Alex, and he needs to find multiple kills from the sandbags, though. Bentet lighting them up. He's found all the headshots required. This is a fantastic start. The CTs are running away with it. 3 versus 1 now. Olaf Meister will have absolutely nothing here. There's 36 HP. They know exactly where he is. The bomb has gone down. It was a nice little push towards middle. They got the opening kills, but Bentet from sandbags shuts it all down.
He was so set up for something a bit more aggressive from the B site directly. From the A site directly. He gets away with murder. He can just sit there, tap away at the heads who are all hunting Attacker. The fact that Attacker didn't take the fight immediately gave Bentet that space. 3 frags and now a 1v3 for Olaf Meister.
Yeah, you can see this new iteration, this jump spot now closer to the window itself, so you get a little bit of a better angle if you're on the CT side. Doesn't help Olaf out too much, I'm afraid. Maybe 1 more kill is available to him. That's about as good as it's going to get with the time remaining. The bomb's still down, remember. He has to try and recover that, and it's not going to happen. It was looking so good for FaZe there, but they lose the pistol. Bentet, I want to see that replay. I want to see how crisp that was. He's a fantastic player with the pistols, and he gets set up there because they're focused so much on the players on the bomb side there. You kind of overlook that sandbag position. You don't see it played too often, but it makes sense in the pistol. They're unlikely to have the Molotov right on the T side, so getting in that spot, USP, you've got a serious chance of finding headshots more than he bargained for, though, I would say. Bentet, 3-0, no force spy from FaZe here without the bomb plant. They'll take the full eco now and bring out the AKs in the third, and we'll see which way they're inclined. Which bomb site will they focus towards? They're actually going to be in towards the underpass now. Just kind of making their way towards B. Flashes over. You can see them actually getting ready those B steps, but Freeman's got such a perfect weapon for this. Lovely crossfire. You can call players crossing over towards the catwalk. That's Attacker's role right now. He'll try and do as much damage as he can, of course, but once they make their way through, the MP9's there to gun them down. So just trying to soften them up. Attacker doesn't have to fully commit to this.
2 orgs into the second round. On a map like this, especially when there's no force from your opponents, you can just sit back, relax, and take those easy long-range fights. Olaf Meister gets himself up, hoping for some aggression from middle, and well, there was aggression, and it has been rewarded. Bentet could catch Olaf, he does. He was distracted, but the Glock did find somebody, and 2 frags out of relatively nothing.
Yeah, that's actually okay. They're going to buy up this round, and they've made things expensive for TYLOO. First gun round essentially coming in next. We'll see what FaZe have got to bring to the table. Now, the reason we're worried that the fact that they've chose Vertigo, I'm not suggesting they haven't played or practiced or anything like that. It's just, it's such an unknown map at the pro level right now, and FaZe are such heavy favorites going into this one. Why risk it? Why take that chance? You do not need to float this. I appreciate you want to try it out, but in a tournament like this, I feel like this is not the right environment to give it a go. They're going for a boost there. By looks of things, didn't work out the TYLOO side. Lots of nades being exchanged. The open wooden slots there now allow you to actually get a bit more vision on the CT side, and that's worked out for now. They've actually pushed FaZe back somewhat. They will be there towards scaffolding, and it's a little bit more tentative now from the CTs, but there's the boost. Lovely play from Rain, but answered back quickly. 4 versus 4, and they're going to commit towards that A side of the map.
Smoke lands at the perfect moment as they start to show face towards sandbags, towards ramp, gain that control, and they've done so relatively painlessly so far. Nico, he's going to be the first across. He has the weapon for it, SG in hand. Relatively upfront assault on all accounts. They've just left 1 member. It's going to be Attacker playing the B side. The rest heavily rotating towards this A site, ready to receive. 58 seconds, and Guardian, he's getting a whole lot of ground covered. Nico takes the head off somebody. Patience prevails, and now the smokes come in. Now the bomb comes in, and now it's time to see what TYLOO could do to destabilize.
There it is. Sum up will actually deny the plant, at least for now, but the man advantage lies strongly with FaZe. 40 seconds remaining. Guardian patrolling towards the CT side, and what a job he's doing. He's going to find Freeman rotating in towards the side. That should be it for the round. 3-on-1 now. Summer locked out of the situation via smoke, and it looks like he'll be taken down as well. It's FaZe with their first round on the board. After losing the pistol, things got a little bit problematic. They were 2-0 down, but those 2 kills they found, you kind of pointed out the round before, the 2 Glock kills, it has a massive knock-on effect now. You can see the money really affected on the TYLOO side. They had to buy what they can. It's a technical time just to know on the FaZe side while we have a chance to talk here. What a lovely shot that was from Nico. Guardian pushing up towards the CT side and gets 2 great, strong kills there. And there will be a buy. So Bentet's got the M4. Attacker, MP9 so far. Freeman at $4,300. He can purchase up with either a rifle of his own and armor, or he can go for a UMP and drop another SMG SMG for a teammate and allow them to have a bit more firepower and impact on the map themselves. We'll see which way they want to go with it. Plenty of opportunities on a map like Vertigo for aggressive little assaults on the CT side. You can drop down towards the vent shaft, for example. You can push off towards B with flashbangs. You can definitely probe towards A and try and get the first pick and fall back. I don't know what they'll do. This is such an untested map at this level.
Right.
We've only seen it on LAN a few times so far. It's actually the first time officially I've casted this. So I'm very excited to see how it goes down.
Oh, wow, okay. I mean, I know, I just want to let everyone at home know, Henry has been grinding Vertigo matchmaking games. I don't think I've seen him not play Vertigo. It's only been Vertigo.
I'm a grinder this match, so it doesn't worry me at all. I'm so ready to cast this and see what the pros are bringing to the table. It's not going to be a problem. And here we go then. So there is going to be the AUG for Freeman, the M4 for Bentet, MP9 as well, and a 3-man stack towards the B side of the map. And bomb down and T-spawn for now. Olofmeister looking for any sort of potential flanks. There's Guardian. They've got the smoke down in the mouth for the B bomb site.
There is a gap. Is there something?
Might be a slight little gap there. You're
just
right.
Enough.
Just something.
A silent walk elsewhere, though. Guardian, he's made his presence known towards B, but he is not accompanied by much more of the FaZe unit. They start to gather. Molly to clear sandbags. A position, almost a compulsory Molotov on Vertigo. Now, somebody, he doesn't have the real weapons to handle this. And look at the ground Guardian's covering here. If he gets a frag, if he makes some noise, he's going to get a whole lot of info. 1, 2, 3. He can make the call, start to push on A. The numbers are weak. Group up, start trading. Taka did find a huge frag with the MP9, but Bentet's there for the rotate. And here we go. Neo's punching in the digits and still no combat. They're next to each other. A smoke separates them. Now is the chance to strike, and it's a good frag again from somebody. But here comes the rain of frags. Pun absolutely not intended. 3 from the Norwegian. Just attacker remains. He's already found 2. This would have to be a 1v2 clutch. That gap causes problems. It could have been traded, but Neo, nice work from him.
Strong round there. FaZe will pick it up. It's going to be 2-2. And remember, this map is one of the few that's maybe considered T-sided in today's game. And I guess it replaced Cash, so it makes sense that that's the case here. And I wouldn't say that's locked in right now. It's so early. It's just from what we can tell so far, it seems to be slightly more T-sided overall. But we'll get into a full eco now for all TYLOO. So not much to report here. There's one Deagle and some USPs. You can see that FaZe are lining up their smokes, sending them over towards the A side of the map. That's pretty cool.
And just going to be charging in. No worries here. As you can see, the CT's just...
Oh, hay fever got me there. Sorry. I didn't take my meds today. I should have done. I thought in France I'd be safe.
Oh, he sees the shadow. A tiny gap. He can see the shadow of Nico and his little silenced bullets to bring him down to 39. I'm sounding patronizing for his USP, but that's just the case. The fact of the matter is, this round is as good as FaZe's. They would have to really, what's a PC way of saying poop the bed?
Drop the ball?
Drop the ball, thank you. They really would have to drop the ball to lose this one. And well, Bentet does do some damage. Neo beheaded with a nice little boost. That site control garnered, and the CTs, they're in the right place. Attacker's got a connection with the Deagle.
Oh dear. This could get problematic. This kill might decide the round. If somebody takes down Rain,
he has the bomb as well.
Yeah, he needs to be very careful. He can't overcommit to this. Luckily, it's just a USP on the other side. So I feel like FaZe will stabilize in a few seconds, but still, this is costing them a lot more than they bargained for. 40 seconds, but I like this. They're being very disciplined. They're not overcommitting. Rain, sensible choice. Yes, definitely fall back. Join the teammates. Do not go for that tight choke point. Olofmeister might be a little bit more inclined to do so, though. It's going to cost him his life. He did somehow survive, though. They can still lose this. 2 versus 1. The Deagle, sure. He's only got 21 HP, but 1 bullet lands. He might be able to find a frag, and FaZe will get through it by the skin of their teeth, Alex. That was not pretty. It was not comfortable, but they win the round.
Wow, TYLOO, they did a lot with a little. Attacker, the only real investment. Desert Eagle, USPs, just tagging them up, peppering them for later on in the round. And you get to see Bentet. So you can catch a glimpse. You see Neo's shadow. Oh, damn, I thought I could show you. But anyway, Attacker, this was the first frag he got with the Deagle. Here's number 2 as well. Finished off. Somebody did a great job. Just getting the dink with the USP. Hitting that second one is always like such a nightmare scenario. Ooh. And we're off. Flying start. Nico did get dinked by somebody, but they do have the man advantage.
Yeah, the drop down there. You can see TYLOO have got the set smoke. So when that first kill comes in, the smoke goes down. It blooms just as the retreat comes through. If he gets that kill and falls back, it's a beautiful play. If they lose the frag, doesn't look as great. Nico gets the hell out of there. He's got towards Forklift, no problem at all. And now early advantage for FaZe, and what an advantage it is. You can see TYLOO, no kits. They had 2 FAMASs into this round, and now 2 smokes, 1 incendiary. It's difficult to even find a point of access for them in round number 6 here. What's the play going to be? It's Guardian. It seems to be really focused towards the B side of the map almost every single round. We'll see whether that continues. But for now, we're just trying to sniff out any potential CTs there. What kind of setup have they got? He's obviously cognizant of the fact that window towards middle can be a massive issue. 50 seconds remaining, and at this point, just trying to bleed out any potential utility the CTs have.
So their setup at the moment is quite passive. We've talked about it, you know, a lot of CTs like to take that fight towards ramp. At the moment, Attacker, he's far back, keeps the info on A from the B ramp, and then you've got Summer responsible for middle, Freeman and Bentet playing real deep into connector on A. Olof catches a glimpse of Freeman, and Attacker first test passed on B. There's a second one there, Olof. He's going to be shut down on his mid-aggress as well, and now problems starting to come out of the woodwork. It looked like a good one for FaZe. Now it's equal. 3 versus 3 into the B site. Nico, my goodness, a quick find onto Attacker. Now he's just going to start getting the bomb down. Summer, he could contest. He'd have to expose himself. Instead, lets it go, catches Nico. All onto Rain. Nice quick first frag. 2 more to find. Bentet and Summer, they're coming in, and Bentet poised. So quick. SG from Nico, Org from Bentet. They're powerful weapons in the right hands.
Yeah, these guys, in terms of mechanical skill, they're right up there with the best of them. They can be very, very quick with the rifles, absolutely. Remember, that was like Freeman out-dueling Olofmeister with FAMAS versus AK in a clean one-on-one. He looked very comfortable there, so that was cool to see. They tied things up at 3-3. The match will be paused, and it looks like technical again. I'm just going to jump in chat and see what's going on. So we've got a tech pause, blah, blah, blah.
Two techs, yeah.
Just tech pauses, that's it. It's normally FaZe that have issues with their audio, to be honest. It always seems like Neo has a slight issue with the audio, which is absolutely understandable. This is the best of one. If not everything's perfect, he's the in-game leader. Maybe the comms aren't working especially well. He wants to make sure everyone can hear him at all times. It's normally a very quick fix. So sure. I'm sure that's all it is. With the headphones off, I think that's all it's going to be.
I mean, it's so important to feel comfortable on that stage. There's enough discomfort from the game and the stresses of that. If you're even worrying for a second about something that's not right, that should be. I mean, I get it. Get those timeouts done. Call everything. Be a diva.
Yeah. Wow.
250,000 for first place at this tournament. I'm calling a tech timeout.
It's a big one, absolutely. And FaZe into this tournament, they've had enough time with Neo now to say they're in contention for the trophy. They absolutely are. They've had a couple more months now, and I'm interested to see what they can bring to the table. I just don't like this map pick to kick off the tournament. I feel like, yeah, they can definitely win it. Don't get me wrong. But if you ever were going to set up a window of opportunity for TYLOO to jump through, putting them on Vertigo when they've just brought a new player in, considering it's such an unknown quantity in terms of the map pool,
it's interesting.
It scares me.
It's as vague and sweeping as it is, I do think it's interesting. Perhaps we'll get an interview should they win as to the thought process there. Perhaps we'll grab Yanko, get the inside scoop from him, of course,
absolutely.
The coach of FaZe Clan.
That would be cool. Well, Neo's just got the P250 here, just to note that. His teammates, though, however, 4 rifles, one of which will be the Krieg. That's in the hands of Nico, a player who was really against the AUG meta. He really was outspoken about that. I think he even said it was a noob gun, right? Didn't like it at all. Now, maybe embracing the fact that after Fury have shown us what's capable of the Krieg, maybe it suits his playstyle. He's kind of getting on board with it. Who knows?
Rain's definitely found a lovely little headshot angle there and just leaping over his teammate's head for safety. Rinse and repeat. Molotov sandbags posture. Guardian, Lurk B. That has been the default setup so far.
It has been, you're right. So just that one player towards B, just making sure they can't push for information, essentially. Because if you do push over that B ledge and see no one's there, that's massive.
Right. Well, here comes the brunt of the assault. Bentet, he's looking for info, just trying to jump over the smoke, catch a glimpse of one. And Neo, he's made the P250 work. Finishes what Rain started, Nico's SG. We talked about it earlier. Now finds Attacker, and look how quickly you can get off that bomb site.
Yeah, that's
no longer that choke.
Yeah, so you can actually drop off now towards the A round. The bomb's down. You've got a massive advantage. It's a difficult retake here. They have got a kit, but they have to smoke the bomb and find a couple of quick kills here to stand a chance. Incendiary's decent. That will flush one of them out, but will he find the kill? Absolutely not. The range of the Krieg comes out on top. Summer will be dropped on Olofmeister. Oh, he can smell blood in the water. He wants to go for a little bit more here. It was actually the Incendiary that dropped him out of his position, but it doesn't slow him down whatsoever. Might have another kill here. Not quite.
Double.
That's not going to enable them to go for the round, but it makes things expensive, at least for FaZe.
Beautiful work from Freeman. Yeah, I mean, his responsibility has been middle. We've actually got to see almost all of his frags. It was one on course on fighting Olof and another one with Olof hunting him. So a bit of a rivalry starting to brew, but nothing so much seen from Freeman yet, but yet to be tested. He's not the first on the scene on that site. So of course, when A is taken, he does seem to be caught in limbo. Retaking A, I mean, what are the kind of the win conditions for a successful A retake? Because it does feel like a bit of a brick wall when smokes and mollies are involved.
This is the whole discussion about Vertigo when it first came out, and that's why the changes have been made to the A side to make it a little bit more forgiving for the CTs on that retake. The window especially allows you to actually have vision towards the A ramp. So when they do fall back, they're going to have to expend a smoke, for example, to block that vision. So that's one bit of utility they won't have, maybe two in a post plant. And the bomb plant spot now is a lot shallower than it used to be. You can't plant right by the ramp, for example. So CTs do have a bit more of a fighting chance, but it still does seem to be the favored bomb site regardless. And
I mean, you add on to that, we haven't seen it too relevant this game, but of course there's always the threat of the flank. The fact that the elevator shaft exists, you can go from mid to being, retaking A in a matter of seconds. It has to be held. It's a responsibility you have to have. And so when there is destabilizing plays by the CTs on the upper site, that flank is a very, very prominent threat.
You will know this more than anyone, Alex. You've played with Chad and I. When you're on the T side, there's always that one player that has to hold the forklift for the drop down. It's not the most glamorous position, but there's definitely frags there to be had. But yeah, you normally want to have someone holding forklift just to kind of negate that threat. So we see a lot of these boosts these days. These are two-man boosts just to look over. You can jump up and have a look towards the scaffolding position. They're not going to be aware of it. This suggests like that sort of play like you should at least be aware of, right? You should be checking that, and it just shows you the infancy of the map and not everyone aware of all the possibilities. But it's a nice boost from TYLOO to open things up. It's still a 4 versus 4. You can see the CZs doing what they can here. Back and forth they go, and FAZE still focusing towards the A side of the map, but the bomb not committed yet. It's just Nico with his Krieg trying to find an opening.
Bit of a standoff at the moment. The Molotov might flush them out. It's a bit deep, and Freeman steps right into the line of fire. He's gone Bentet. A defensive smoke. He wants to try and just waylay as the rotate comes in. You can see Attacker, he's starting to sprint. He's only got a CZ and Guardian, actually. He's pushed up on B. He's going to have all the info. There's only two now. The Pincers coming in. Summer, he's only got a CZ. Catches Olof. He has to convert. He doesn't. And now all onto Attacker. Would have been a whole lot more comfortable had that been converted, a 1v2.
Yeah, they're going to go towards B now. Guardian, again, focusing that B site. He's pushed all the way through to the most difficult choke points to even handle. Like, yeah, Attacker is aware there's a chance someone could be in this sort of spot, but how do you know Guardian's going to be way behind that girder? Done. He could even knife him here. Oh, it's not the best knife.
Oh, I'm scared.
It's okay. It's okay. So for anyone who's not aware, if you don't stab them in the back directly, it's not the insta-go. You get them in the side, it does 60 damage. So you need to be very careful of that. But it's worth it. Guardian is the AWPer. He might not be AWPing too much on the T set of Vertigo, but you want to keep his money strong regardless, just to give him that option.
15 hundo. I mean, that's nothing not to be sniffed at.
Absolutely true. 5-3 though. FAZE looking absolutely fine here. Here's the knife replay. Not sure we need to see this one go down, but it's good to just remind people it happened.
You don't have to be passive-aggressive about the replay, Henry. That's a good replay. I like that one.
Okay, well, fair enough.
All right? Respect the replay.
I take it back.
Thank you. Oh, Guardian's about to be tested for the first time, and no goodness, that's a big string from the FAZE bow, those multi-string bows they use.
Exactly.
Big string gone. Big string.
Well, finally, that's the default at least shut down. They've worked out. There's only one player on this side of the map. We can at least trade him out. Good grenade, though. Summer just swallows that one as it'll go down to a 5-on-4, sure, but 2 players less than half health. That's going to be Summer and Attacker. Nico has been so good at just finding the odd kill with this Krieg and solo little plays like this. We'll see if it works out again. Thank you for backing me up, Nico. That's exactly what I meant. He finds another, takes Attacker down. They don't have to react off this. They're going to boost towards mid and want to see where the next kill resides. That's beautiful from Rain.
This round, though, both of them just crosshairs on heads. This is a nice push from somebody. He's caught Rain. The rest of his team on B, sure, but that's a weapon, that's time, and that's 3v3. The bomb's still in a little bit of a tight spot, Freeman. Kind of worried about his flank as well, and rightfully so. Nico has pushed up middle. Summer has an opportunity to catch him here. You've got to win this duel. You have to, but it's Nico, and Nico's so precise. 2 headshots, 2 kills, and just 2 remain for TYLOO. Somebody's making it work, though. Catches Neo on the flank.
Still, he can't do much with that, Alex. Yeah, he's got that kill, but how does he get up the B steps? He knows they're watching that like a hawk. Does he rotate all the way around? His teammate needs to start taking some of the aggro for him. They'll go for the plant. That should be the cue to make his way up, and it's perfect so far. Oh, really well done. Good communication there. That's exactly what I meant. He knew he was compromised. He can't just push around B steps after getting that one kill. He needed his teammate to at least take the attention away towards the server side of that bomb site. Exactly what happens. They think it's safe to go for the plant, and it's the comms here. We're really off the scale. Real good play. And that's what Maniac kind of posed the question going into this one. What the comms going to be like now for TYLOO, like presumably all on the same page in terms of the language they're speaking. That was a really, really well done play to win them a huge round as well. And they're called for a timeout here. I'm not sure it went through, but either way, it's going to be 3 AKs, or 3 rifles, I should say, 1 Krieg. Nico really focusing on that scoped weapon, and 2 Deagles here. A big round for TYLOO. They can bring this to 5-5. They'll force FaZe down to an eco, so this is absolutely everything, really. Their money's quite low as well. We've seen the smoke thrown a few times. Now, if one outlaw throws it, if we could follow the smoke, that'd be great, just to see where this does head.
So it's going into the... it's the gap. Okay,
Nice.
covers, plugs
Okay.
the gap, and it can throw it from spawn.
Wonderful.
It's a lesson learned. I'm stealing that
because otherwise you'd have to walk up with the smoke in your hand, potentially a
Yeah.
rifle there. This means no one has to face check it, right? It's just down, it's nice, it's done, and Olaf can watch for flanks, holding towards T-spawn for anyone pushing on any other side of the map, right?
Let's see how this one continues to play out. Some sacrifices made in terms of CT money. You can see UMPs and limited smokes. There's none left, just Molotovs now. With 50 seconds to go, the wallbangs are coming in. Neo's going to be the first to grass. It's a Deagle versus Bentet, and Rain quick to slice with his. Looking for the second, looking for the M4. It's a very awkward state of affairs, but just on the edge of the smoke, he's punished. Bentet does go back. Just 28 points of health. Olaf does catch Freeman through the wall. This is looking all FaZe right now. Some are looking to cause a problem, but Nico still staring. And now just one man remains. Attacker, he's on the rotate. They know he's the B player as well, and so this round should be said and done. We should have FaZe on 6. But an interesting turn of events all the same. I do feel like middle has been very underloved, underappreciated.
Underutilized, yeah.
Underutilized. I mean, we haven't seen much from mid.
It's something I've been saying about this map for a long time. It just seems like an area of the map that's not even worth contesting on the T side. The most you can do is one Molotov towards sandbags, but then you've got so many different angles. There's so much utility to expend to even get control of an area that doesn't lead you to a position on the map that's that beneficial, right?
Yep.
You get full mid control, then you've got to go through either CT door, you've either got to boost up over window, then you've got to go through the lobby, which you've got 2 choke points either side. It's just not that much of a viable part of the map for me. But I'd like to see if you prove him wrong.
Now that's interesting.
Had 1 kill with the Krieg, already has 12. Yeah, that's exactly the point I was making, right?
Yeah.
He has been very vocal of the fact he doesn't like the way the game is heading towards these scoped rifles, but I guess if you can't beat him, join him. That would be the philosophy, I suppose, at the end of this.
I mean, yeah, very vocal about it for sure. However, when you see the type of player that succeeds with it, Nico falls into that category perfectly. 100% first bullet accuracy. The AK doesn't even have 100% first bullet accuracy. It is primo. If you can be precise, that's the weapon for you.
I 100% agree. I couldn't really work out when you're seeing so many lesser players compared to Nico look amazing with the Orc, for example, and it likes boosting their play. You're just like, why would Nico take these advantages? Why would he not do that? It doesn't make sense. But now maybe he's on board with it, but they have lost the first kill here. That's Rain going down. It's a full eco. I was about to say they should be able to recover, no problem, but Nico's down to 24.
The damage. Olaf's low.
Yeah.
Rain got full-on USP through smoke.
This could be problematic. I'm not too worried just yet, but we do know how technically gifted TYLOO can be. They don't have a flash to back up somebody. They'll need a quick headshot. They're not going to happen. It looks like crisis averted here. And that's the forklift position. That's the machine spot. You have to sit there every round and not move. That's pretty much it.
I hated it so much. I was playing with Chad and Henry, and they would not get over it. Alex, you got to hold the back, man.
You just got to sit on the forklift. This is not fun. It's easy.
And then 50 seconds pass, I die, and they go, what happened there, Alex? I got bored.
I got off for a second, guys.
Nothing was happening. I wanted to be involved. I wanted to be a part of the gang.
Then you get a scolding.
So, I mean, look, you're putting me in the same spot as Olaf Meister. I'll take that as a compliment.
Exactly.
Thanks, man.
Honestly, I've spoken to a lot of pros about that spot. That is like, it's the most guaranteed kill you can get in CS.
Yeah.
Why you wouldn't hold it, I don't know. And I was like, yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell people. I've been trying to tell
But
them.
some people don't listen.
Well, this is another full gun round. He can see the orb, just to note, not really being used on either side. Like, I'd expect to see it more from Guardian on the CD side, maybe, but right now it doesn't seem to be utilized at all. There's, excuse me, aggressive push from the CT.
Yeah, that smoke, he's using it so effectively. They molly, then smoke. A gap, though, for Rain to exploit, and Bentet does manage to find the head of Rain before Neo's there to trade. So now 3v3. Bomb's going to be scooped up, and we're going to have ourselves a mid-round. And this could be a spicy one. We talked about middle. Well, it's where Olaf set in his sights. It's where Summer has been given the responsibility of holding. Now, take a look at how he approaches this fight. You have to jump for the info, but it's so exposed you never can. And so patience and perhaps a little swing close to the box.
So here we go then. Olaf Meister with the smoke towards the lobby position. That's just going to take vision away. See, it's a very effective smoke. Nice way to throw it for those watching at home.
Ooh.
Olaf Meister was about to open that door. Did actually open it, didn't commit to it. Guardian opens up that B side, no problem. And Summer, the last line of the defense, not all the timings. Works out for Olaf Meister. Another round for FaZe here, no problem at all. Olaf's got him. Should be a clean kill, and is it ever? Really nice headshot.
Did Olaf actually open the door?
He did.
Because that might have been the most meta game thing. He opened the door, attacker turns to look at the door, his teammate peeks him.
Right?
That's so swaggy.
That is really cool.
Attacker had his bum proper exposed, pants around his ankles, and Guardian just walked into the site.
Perfect.
That is naughty. 8-4, though, the score on this T side. So this is the frag on attack. Let's see if he turned. Okay, I lied. It's through the smoke. Guardian just completely obliterated him. But, you know, I like the theory. I came up with an idea. I'm just going to pretend it was reality.
There's going to be a lot of ideas thrown around here.
Oh, for sure.
There's going to be so many different things. We haven't seen anyone go for a nice little elevator shaft dive yet.
No.
Those can be very exciting if you time those well. But for now, another Eco and CZs we brought out. So
this is the average default. It's the first three. It's Olaf throwing the smoke from spawn.
Yep.
Guardian sticks at B. Olaf joins the rest.
That's good. It's good to actually spot out these defaults. Because we could talk all day about the defaults on Dust 2 Inferno.
Of course,
we all know how that works out. It's interesting to see how top teams will approach Vertigo. And I'll just see how this round plays out. It looks like a guaranteed FaZe round, and it's going to kind of wax lyrical about another theory I have.
Ooh, okay.
But I'll let you take over for now. I've got to sneeze very quickly.
Go do your thing. So Summer has already managed to provide somewhat of a threat. They were conscious of the back, and actually Summer's giving him another fight. They're trying to keep the T's away from the site itself. Attacker makes the CZ work long range. No weapons for him to pick up. He's only got 12 bullets left, and Neo, he doesn't even let him use them. There should be, yes, a little bit of a shake, but nothing more to worry about. I say that. Bentet's taken down Nico. Now a 1v2, still no weapon. He has bullets, he has a chance, and now he's got a 1v1. He's desperately looking for a weapon, gets one in his grasp, but at what cost? My goodness, that was realistic. 4 from Neo and yet a 1v1.
So, the kind of theory I wanted to run by you and see what you think about this. So, FaZe, sure, it's a little bit controversial than bringing out Vertigo in the first round, but if you think about it, it's TYLOO, a team they think they can be on any map regardless, right? A new player coming in. If you want to kind of dissuade people from picking this map into you later in the tournament and having a free veto, essentially, you've shown you can play it on LAN, you're not scared to. Going on to the best of threes against the bigger names, have you given yourself a free veto after like a really solid performance here? You know, like that could be a really interesting idea. Maybe that's the way they were thinking about it.
I can see a world in which that's the exact conversation they have, saying we've got some big names here that we don't want to be playing Vertigo on, that they can. Look at Liquid, for example. They've done the same thing. They just played like was it Summit? They played Vertigo relentlessly.
Yep.
They've proven they can play it. If FaZe don't want to be playing those teams on this map,
let's make a statement now. And
I like it. I'm eating it up.
Double orb setup. So we were just talking about the orbs here, and it's going to find the initial kill. That's Freeman taking Guardian down, who has been working towards that B side of the map, remember. So that's going to be a nice early kill towards the steps. Difficult shot. You only get the absolute head of the T that comes up, but a nice kill nonetheless. And FaZe don't seem to be pushed back. They're going to be still focusing towards A. This time Nico with the AK, not the Krieg.
Sometimes I don't mind if I just get the head, to be honest. Like, you know, you just take that headshot.
You do us one there, yeah. Insta-kill, no problem.
No complaints. Bentet's going to fall. Nico, he's been lingering around ramp for so long, and he's getting another fight. They're gifting them away into the site. Attacker gone. 3 in middle, though. Summer, he's going to get a whole lot of information. The fact that he gets away, that's a start. He's got support. Freeman, it is an AWP. It's not ideal, but somebody's got one too. Nico gone now. Traded into a 2v2 on the cross. Olaf does tag him up. Freeman's low. And with the bomb going down, Summer, he has to try and catch Neo on the exit. Does just that. Now all onto one. Olaf does find the first. Now 1v2. 1v1, excuse me. Freeman, it's an AWP. It shouldn't be good. It shouldn't be doable, but he's presented
He's
his
missed,
back.
he's missed!
He's missed the shot!
No!
Olof moonwalks into Freeman's crosshair and he whiffs it.
He missed it. He could have pistoled him. He could have knifed him. He could have just walked past him and defused. He instead, I assume, went for a quick scope.
You panic, right? You suddenly see a body.
He just thought, I'm done for here. I assume he went for the quick scope. Oh, and that's going to be gut-wrenching for him. A round they desperately needed. It was started off in quite a competitive manner, but FaZe been running away with the majority of the gun rounds. That would have been a nice one to pick up towards the end. Doesn't happen. The money's an absolute bin for them. Guardian with the AWP on the T-side for the first time, no less. And if Tyler can pull this one off, we'd be impressed, because that was just heartbreaking to watch.
They call that
Alex.
the backpack bait. You just reversed his spine into his frame.
If we can get the replay of how the shot went down, I'd love to see it.
Okay, so rinse and repeat for Nico. I mean, just take note, every angle being cleared, starts the walk. He's being a crab into the site right now, and somebody is next on his agenda. Hits the leg, and there's a second one as well. That's where the spray does seem like he's got his head around it. And Bentet's head is gone, eliminated by Nico. Olof Mice has found a double in mid, and this looks like a very swift conclusion to the first half of Vertigo. 11-4. They say it's T-sided, it's FaZe-sided, that's for sure. And TYLOO have got a whole lot of work. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break to see what TYLOO can do as they are now thrown into the driving seat. They have the T-side next after the break. 11-4, the score on the door. TYLOO need more. It is not looking fantastic. Admittedly, coming in now to the T side, the favoured side of Vertigo, a curveball that myself and Henry have already talked about. Some extent, we're going to see how they fare as we jump into our second half. A spectacular first, though, from Olof and Nico.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That was something to behold. It seems like they're very well versed on the T side, especially towards that A side of the map. It will be TYLOO probing towards B, however, as we get into the second half. Guardian with his iconic P2000, one of the few pros still using that weapon. Good flashbang over. You can see they've got their setups down here, trying to alley-oop each other in towards some frags towards B, but overcommitted now. There's too many numbers on the other side, Alex, and Freeman will open things up, taking now Guardian, leaving Neo in a compromised position.
Neo's going to have to fall back, does so, and now the site's almost all TYLOO. It's just Rain, the last stand, the last point of resistance before the site is overrun. Nice start onto Attacker, a quick adjustment onto somebody, Attack as well onto Freeman. Nico shows face and phase just like that. You blink and you miss it.
God.
The round's over. Bomb defused. My goodness, it looked so good for TYLOO.
It looked like they had everything going in their favor. They had 5 players there. They get the opening pick. They have access towards the bomb side. But of course, when it rains, Alex, sometimes it pours. He manages to get 3 kills in total. Real clean, crispy ones at that. He manages to set them up. His teammates rotate in and they just do not miss a single bullet. That was really precise, really impressive stuff from Rain. Big round for them. Looks like they'll close this one out early. And with the bomb planted, you can force buy in the second round. You're actually able to get out 3 rifles in total if you get the juggling correct here. You have to. One player will have to go in with nothing, but it looks like they're just going to go with 5 deagles, no armor, and buy up next round. So still a chance to get a bomb down here and cause some damage, but it should be a FaZe round pretty categorically, I would say, with 4 rifles up.
Especially on a map like Vertigo, those orgs are just so scary. You want to go up those B stairs, someone is staring at you with a much more expensive weapon. Does tag up one towards middle. That little bit of an information gather does not work out well for somebody, nor Attacker. Neo's there with the MP9 in support of Olof. And so with that control gone, what's so interesting about Vertigo is their spawn is just around the corner. You take mid control, you've got the dankest of flanks should you choose to use it. Oh, he's got the perfect angle for it, and Summer, he's anticipating it. The deagle connects.
That's not an easy shot, let me tell you. So well done to Summer. You want to potentially throw that MP9 off the map, and
he's looking for the orb. I don't know if he can find it.
He needs to find that quickly.
Maybe Rain's gymnastics.
I think it might have been shot off. Like when he got caught, like midair, maybe he blew the org off the side. I can go find out.
Go on, go and do an investigative little fly through.
It's going to take me a while to get right down to the bottom.
You're not going to the bottom, are you?
I'm going right down to the bottom of the map. See you later. You take over.
All right, I'm taking over the reins for now, as we do see the what is just a deco coming in from TYLOO, but already they managed to behead one, and I don't think the rest are going to come so easy. Nico already making things difficult. Summer gone, but Freeman trades, catching them. $700 pistol, taking 5k out per pop. It's free real estate.
Yeah, I'm not finding it, Alex. I'm not going to lie to you.
Where did the orc go?
A lot of areas
Henry,
to check
you've gone
here.
far too far. Henry's inside cop cars, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have the end of the round. FaZe take 13. Your investigation took you too far, man.
I really was hoping I could say, yep, there it is.
Sherlock Holmes over here.
50 floors down. We found it. No, it didn't matter in the end. Either way, it will be FaZe to win the round. This is the all-important one, though. TYLOO, after getting the bomb down the pistol, like I said, you had the option to force by second. I would say in a map like this, where teams aren't fully comfortable, maybe bring on the second. But either way, third is fine as well. The problem is you're letting FaZe have 5 rifles as well. So you had the chance to have 3 AKs maybe up against SMGs and FAMASs. But now we'll see what they can do here. And remember, like I said, T-sided. FaZe certainly demonstrated that. And they lost the pistol in the first half and got 11-4 scoreline.
So Attacker has a similar role to Guardian before. Now look at the way he's playing this. He's anticipating some FaZe aggression. He's actually going to get caught off if he doesn't check this. Neo is directly above him. And oh dear. Oh no, that sucks for him. There was a gap in his strategy and Neo manages to find it, threads that needle straight through the B stairs, and now that's a whole lot of map control for FaZe. Now they charge towards middle. Olof's responsibility. A warning shot and a retreat are on the cards for the Swede. He's going to try and play ahead of it. And here comes the swing. Olof does just play in the waiting game, just the one, and Freeman's there to trade.
He was happy with one, though. He'd already found his frag in that round, and he got his second right. It was a compromised position. He did the best he could with it. His options were to let them have full mid control, that smoke going down. He chooses to go in front of it, gets that one all-important kill. Sure, he could have maybe got 2 out of it, but I'm sure he's happy with that play. And Neo, this is such an OP spot. Ooh. Not an OP frag so far, but it looks like he might be able to stick the landing. It's not pretty, and he will not get the kill, but it shouldn't cost them the round here. Bente down to 50, 2 versus 1, 30 seconds. He's got a Molotov, a smoke, and the bomb on his back. He does need to crack open the site first. If he gets his first kill, there is a strong chance he can win the round, but time is of the essence here. Flashbangs coming through, and every second that can be found on this side of the map is absolutely valuable. It's going to be Rain trying to find those seconds. 10 seconds remain. Nico's there. They know they can't go back towards the A site. A clean finish. Nico to get another beautiful headshot here. If this is the way he's going to play this tournament, that's a scary prospect,
I need
Alex.
org SG stats for Nico right now. He's using it, and the way he's using it is so interesting.
Yeah.
He crab walks. He's doing a lot of these. He puts the line on the spot and just scrolls across.
I really want the analysts to delve into this one and just tell us, like, let's explain, like, when they have more time than we do. FaZe are a team, one of the few top 5 teams that don't touch the org. This is the first tournament ever I've seen them drop 4 orgs in a gun round. So this is a massive talking point. I'm sure Maniac's chomping at the bit to kind of drop some numbers on our ass and show us what it's all about.
I can't wait. I'm in my desk host mode. Let me get back to the commentary because another round is on the cards. We've got ourselves some SMGs. We've got ourselves just the one Galil. And they're charging straight into the line of sight of Guardian. That's one gone. And the Molotov in response. He's got a good read on the way this is going to be playing out. Nico's there in support. They're taking the fights to them. It makes sense. Those are not fights the SMGs are ready for. Another round on the board for FaZe, and it could be a clean one. Somebody's only got a Mac 10. He's nowhere near the bomb. He's nowhere near any chance of picking that one up. And FaZe, they're making this one look easy. There was questions raised, you know, why go to Vertigo? Such a curveball versus a curveball team should be a recipe for disaster. They have demonstrated a degree of confidence and some clinical plays enough to put a 15-4 scoreline on.
Just going back to that theory, Alex, I don't think anyone's going to be challenging FaZe and Vertigo after this performance. You know, after you get a 16-4 potentially, in your opening game, and you're happy to play it, I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh, we can maybe steal.
It's not
Vertigo,
like you can surprise. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
You're not going to be starting to think, oh, we can really take this one off them. They won't be ready for it. Again, they've made such a message here as the frags continue to come through. It's back and forth, but still a 4-4, but most of the damage inflicted towards TYLOO. One more round will do it for FaZe. Guardian with the spam towards scaffolding to cost him his life, and I think he's the last player there towards A. Neo rotates in. Round might be done though. 4-on-2, a faster approach here from TYLOO has yielded success. Rain's still there though, trying to find kills, and he's going to get the first, but takes substantial damage in the process.
Olof and Rain. No better duo for a 2v3, but I do think that early damage from Bentek could be the end of it. Time continues to tick away. Olof, he could catch a little bit of a flank on somebody here already. His teammate gone. Would be the 1 versus 3 now. Time's still ticking, and the gap has completely closed. They're on either side of the map. That's 1. Could maybe get a quick flank onto Summer. That's 2. Does have a smoke. Does have time. The smoke's not ideal, though. Does he hold it? He does. Attacker, he's on the push. The smoke's working for him. Sprays through. Olaf's actually off it. He's decided not to go for the round. Instead, he's just going to try and take Attacker with him. Does so, backs away, keeps the orb. No, he doesn't.
He does go down, but that was a 3 versus 1 where he takes 3 heads with him. We spoke about this in the game before. For winning a round, with the bomb exploding, you get $3,500 per player. They were fully invested in that round, meaning they could have a mixture of maybe, 3 AKs at the most, a couple of Galils thrown in here. If ever there was a chance to close out a map, this would be it for FaZe. They know the money's absolutely broken on the TYLOO side, even after winning that last round. Fantastic work from Olaf Meister to get all 5 players down. We'll see them come through. So here it comes. AK, no utility. Freeman, Krieg, no utility. They're going to have to go fast towards A here. Hope for the best. It's the first kill for Nico. Takes damage and falls back. And that's enough, considering they know they have a huge advantage here. They might just want to fall back towards those crossfires here and wait for TYLOO to commit to their next move.
I mean, how hard is it to commit when you've got 1 smoke, 1 flashbang on off? This flank we were talking about before, early access to their spawn, well, it's paying dividends. Somebody, he is none the wiser. In the meantime, though, Attacker does exactly what he says on the tin. Attacks, 2 down, bomb down. And the rotate, it is going to be somewhat of a flank as well.
Well, it took so long clearing out T spawn. I thought they'd be up the ramp by now.
Is there anyone to receive them? There is. Somebody gets the first. Olaf is next on the chopping block, but does manage to trade. Summer, he can just play the waiting game. He can just play with the angles. Freeman's willing to give the fight to him. Not sure why, but trade from Summer is likely.
Well, Summer's done very well here. They won't have any idea. He doesn't want to kill this first player. That's the play. Stay calm. Defuse comes in and sticks it. That's really, really well played from Summer. If he'd killed Olaf Meister straight away there's a chance for Rain to react, be ready to get the duel, the crossfire set up, but didn't happen. Very nice play, and that was a round they had to win as well. They came in, sure, with rifles, but no utility. They had to win their duels. They lost the first pick, traded out, committed towards there. They got deep down that bomb side to make sure the rotations couldn't be strong. They couldn't be overwhelmed by the utility of the CTs, and finally the money's broken, but Alex, you're 15-6 up.
Yeah.
You're not too worried right now.
I'm not right now. I'll come back to that right now in 10 rounds' time.
Sure.
I can do maths, 10 rounds' time. Exactly. Either way, do see them charging forward, and we already see the SMGs paying perfectly, almost paying for themselves. In fact, they do. Freeman's already got 1. And Guardian takes Attacker out. That's one of the AKs gone, and now actually things are getting a little dicey. Bomb will go down. They start to group up Nico. He could perhaps scavenge a weapon. He's on the corpse of Attacker right now. Chooses to go for the USP, and not much more to say about that one. Guardian's just got a P250 and will be darting out of there as he's hunted down by a rather bouncy Mac-10 in the hands of Freeman.
Guardian, 26 HP. We'll see if this is where he'll even find a frag. You can see there's plenty of different angles and tricks you can do on Vertigo, but nothing working out for him here. 15-7, faster pace round there from TYLOO, making their way towards B, finding the opening kill with the Mac-10. It was the full eco, and FaZe do have cash to buy into this one, but with 4,500 per player, they might choose not to. They could just take a partial here, but they are going for it.
You talked about the AWPs as well and how little we were seeing in the first half. We haven't seen too much here in the second. Admittedly, still at fledgling stages, but do you think Vertigo just truly isn't a map that attributes itself to the AWP?
I feel like it's too fast-paced. It's
quick,
too brawly.
right? Yeah.
Like, it's difficult to get opening picks. Like, there's too many grenades that block vision, and it's all about just getting fast reaction kills, I would say, overall. So it doesn't surprise me the AWP's not too prevalent, but trust me, all it's going to take is one team to have a star player AWPing everyone from a certain angle, and then all of a sudden it will come into fashion. But this is the boost we saw from TYLOO before. But Nico doesn't commit to the angle like TYLOO were. He's waiting for them to cross instead.
Playing the waiting game. 0 down in his mind there. Just wants to choose his moment wisely. Freeman likely going to be the first to present himself, but will Nico choose to just take the 1? Steps, he can hear another. Ventet actually just staring right at it, nade in his hand. The nades start to rain in. Nico, this is the perfect boost. He can get the info they need. That's 1, 2, and Molotov off. That's enough from TYLOO. They can charge into the site now, start to cause problems. Neo, he didn't do too much. Nico, on the other hand, has managed to find Summer. Separated by smokes. Bomb going down, relatively uncontested. Nice work from Attacker. He played just perfectly on the corner. Now he looks to aggress, and Olaf Meister, he's gone as well.
I think it's enough, Alex.
They backing away. Not committing. That's going to be another one for TYLOO. We've got ourselves a little bit of the tail end of this map. It is a best of 1, I should remind you. It's all hinging on this map, Vertigo. But TYLOO, they're not going down without a fight. Attacker, he continues his hunt, but didn't quite get the yield he was hoping for. But the first half, I mean, this first half was, let me just remind you, 11-4 on the half, and currently this is going to be a nice little equalizer from TYLOO, 4-4 in the second half.
Well, there it is. That's an agonizing round for FaZe. Like you mentioned, it's the perfect boost. I do not disagree at all. It was just so unfortunate, the timings. The moments he was ducking to avoid flashbangs is when they would sneak past. When they fully committed, he saw all the grenades. He got the call that everyone's there. And as soon as he gets the opportunity to get 2 kills, you know what? Molotov at his feet. Both of them burning to a crisp. He has to get down. He goes with nothing. They pounce on it. And at that point, once they see the boost, they know 2 players committed there. 1 smoke down, focus on the connector. And sure, they save a couple of weapons there, FaZe, but essentially an eco. Didn't really invest too much around it. A couple of deagles, a PT-50, and a bit of a beast stack here with 3 players looking to open things up. Rain looking towards the barrel, spots attacker, incredibly difficult shot. If you don't nail out the first bullet, might be better off falling back, and indeed, Freeman will drop it.
They are so willing to take those fights, FaZe. They're willing to brawl, they're willing to take that aim fight. Confidence in their own ability. I don't think anyone would question that either. But still, Neo, he's in the Snack's corner, his fallen teammate. Certainly going to let go too well. Freeman is going to be shutting him down. The bomb's down as well, and we've got ourselves, once again, a familiar tale of this second half is just TYLOO playing that afterplant, hunting down the remaining CTs. 26 for Nico, with almost exclusively scoped weapons. This is the start to Montpellier. I'm expecting to see this be
Just to reiterate that fact, this is the first tournament Nico, or indeed FaZe, have ever used the scoped weapons. Olaf Meister was using it in Dallas, I believe. He was the only one in Inferno on the pit side. We talked about him earlier when we watched Inferno game. That's when he had a bit of a resurgence. Like, wow, Olaf is actually back. This is looking like 2015 Olaf when he was using the AUG in the pit. And it's such a powerful weapon. And they're not buying any M4s here. 1 AWP, 4 AUG. This is a massive talking point in the tournament and could be a turning point for FaZe in general.
So FaZe, in general, it was always Rain and Nico who were hesitant.
Yeah.
I think Rain, a little more recently, did start to, perhaps maybe he's been whispering in Nico's ear saying, bro, it's actually OP.
Let's give it a go, man.
Use this,
What's the worst that could happen? Let's just give it a go.
Guardian, he bought the AWP. We were talking about it, saying, you know, what impact can you make with it? Well, he goes for an opening pick and ends up getting the nasty end of TYLOO's bullets, down to 20. Ooh. Oh, that's lovely. Sees the nade fly and gets the head of Summer through the top. Bit of a gathering towards B. The bomb is there as well. But how did TYLOO take that first fight? What's their contact into B?
Going to have to smoke them out for the bomb site, which is happening. You want to do it a little bit deeper than the CTs would. Actually, a bit too shallow for my liking. You can see that reaction smoke come through. It's not a big deal. They can still use that and get towards the catwalk at least. Just Rain there right now, who's going to be on the other side of this smoke. Olaf Meister with the flank from hell.
Oh, no.
That should be the game. Want to play the bomb down as well. I'm not sure they can recover from this.
The only way in is to fight further in. Somebody attacker. They're finding picks on the site itself, but Olaf, he's got the bomb. He can just take this round home. All on his own. Here comes the fight, but attacker continues. He's not giving up. Finds himself his second of the round. Now we find ourselves 2v2. Nico going for the high ground. Wants to try and get the line.
If they go towards A here, that's going to throw a spanner in the works. They've actually got a bit of control. They are. They did. So that's enough. Yeah, no, it's worth it, Alex. Because Guardian's taking the bait. He's had to go back towards A. He doesn't know.
And Nico, I mean, he's going to glance. He's going to glance at B stairs. If they can get this frag. There's a back! They can take the frag. They can. Now the site's open. They can get this bomb down. We're going on another round unless Guardian's got something rather special. With this AWP, 20 HP, 2 to find. Is one close. Oh, he doesn't hit the shot. That was his way in. And so 15-10.
It doesn't get served on a silver platter like that very often, Alex. The bomb down, 4 on 2. You've got Olaf, like, obviously, hindsight is 20/20 always. But once you get the bomb down that spot and you feel compromised, they're going to try and trade you out, you're better off just falling back and letting them have it. You know, just get the hell out, go back through the long rotation, and just go join the teammates. They have to waste time, so you just at least have the bomb site and A covered. I loved his play. Like, I thought it was beautiful. He couldn't have done more, to be honest. It wasn't his fault the round, but I guess looking at it, if he really wants to guarantee the victory, he just gets the hell out of there.
Yeah, 100%. Now, the frag that Nico got at the start of that round, that was somebody throwing the smoke. Olaf was throwing from spawn. Close, you talked about it. You said that smoke is risky to throw from elsewhere. We just saw a prime example of why.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so that's why they're doing it. So there's no risk at all. No one can get information there. And you can throw it, if you're doing a B rush, for example, you throw that same smoke and they have no idea where it's come from. Has it come from T spawn?
You want to push through it and check? Go be my guest.
Yep, exactly.
It's an interesting combination. The fact that we see not only a FaZe aware that you have to throw it safely, but also what you can do when they don't. That's the lovely little catch-up to Summer. Now, this is Olaf's decision-making. Gets 2 fantastic frags. the slight tidbit from Henry was that perhaps you can fall back. You've got the double kill.
With like 35 seconds on the clock, I think it was, when you've got that position, yeah, if you want a guaranteed round victory, let's fall back and just focus on the round. But like when you've made a play like that, you want to keep going.
Oh, the bloodlust is real, man. We can acknowledge that.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying hindsight.
Oh, yes. It's a glorious thing. An early fight given by Nico. He wanted to try and level the odds quickly with his Desert Eagle, and hasn't been the case just yet. It's a bit of a scattered buy from FaZe. Guardian, he's trying to perhaps catch somebody in transition, but it's a bit late to the party now. Rain. New changes to Vertigo. He can get up here on his own and not quite going to connect the bullets necessary. Just one into the chest of Freeman. In the meantime, bomb down and bodies dropped. This is a perfect round from TYLOO.
So, Alex, just before we get into this one, Maniac's passed me some fantastic information.
He's done it?
We knew he would. We knew he'd step up. So before this game happened, in 2019, Rain had 7 kills with the organ total, like recorded. Nico had 5. Olaf Meister had 27. We've just seen Nico get like, what, 20 kills alone in this map of Vertigo. So that's pretty insane how he's changed things up and actually brought that into his game at this point.
And I'm actually going to, sorry, Maniac's correcting that his handwriting is bad. I acknowledge that. 271. That's even bigger gap.
Okay,
Olaf Meister
271.
Org kills,
My
while
bad.
Nico had
My
7.
bad, Maniac. Sorry, screwed you there. But
he puts a line in his one. I mean, you've got to figure. That's a strange little line. I'll give him that.
It's a line. But
15-11 though. And that is an indicative stat to show that FaZe have changed something. 5 orgs bought from the side again as they look to close this one out. I say 5. A FAMAS in Guardian. Draw that in from the round. Once again, somebody.
Great job. That's when mid survive. You get the great spawn from middle with the AWP. You can pre-fire the sandbags. Yeah, why not? Give it a chance. It's gamble. You have to maybe run through grenades. But
Speaking of gambles,
a double stack towards sandbags. One Molotov ruins it for them completely.
oh,
There's the Molotov.
They're mollied out. What did they do? They smoke it.
So, but the thing is, yeah, sure you smoke it, but now they know players are there. Swinging out. The problem is, so now this is where it gets interesting because you might not suspect the second player there, right? They might not check for Neo at all. This could be the 300 IQ 4D chess play.
This is 7D backgammon if it works.
Yeah, that's exactly. They're not checking it now.
Chill.
And
Just
Neo
chill,
knows. Neo knows. He is the one.
If he waits long enough for that bomb to rotate over, just chill.
This is enough to win a round. He knows it.
And so they start their crawl. The rotate will be coming in, understandably, from Rain.
God.
He could get a third here. 1, 2, not going to get it. Somebody's so quick on the flick. That's not enough. Or is it Rain? He has to do so much. They're just going to rotate off. They know all that info was there.
Yeah,
that was so cool,
safely.
Though. Wow.
If he gets a third, I think that's enough. There wouldn't have been a trade after that. But he did so well. Rain has a slight chance of winning this. He's on the right side of the map. But I say slight even with bated breath. This is such a difficult round for him. He's got to smoke a couple of flashbangs, no kit. Bomb now going down. Smoked out of position. Those are pretty much all the variables. You have to go for the old jump around the corner. Scary one for Vertigo players, I'm sure. But he's made his way through towards the servers at least. And he's got his work cut out for him. Now all on the left-hand side here. No one towards the quad position. And down he goes. Somebody opened up the round and he suddenly closed it down with 3 in total. And now Alex, overtime is a conversation. My
goodness. I mean, the T side of Vertigo, we knew it was prominent. We knew it was definitely, we're expecting the multitude, that's the word I was looking for, of the rounds to be coming from the T side of Vertigo, and FaZe did exactly that. But TYLOO, they're fighting straight on back. Money, again, an issue for FaZe Clan. We're starting to start the overtime conversation. I mean, this can be shut down at any point by heroics from any of the 5 names on FaZe. Let me remind you, there's a Desert Eagle in play, and we've seen what they can do with it. Rain, he wants that fight. He's so ready for the fight on the B stairs. A one and done, perhaps, but a slower start.
I didn't think this game was going to warm up at all. There's some of those games you realize you haven't got much to work with. FaZe just looked too strong, and TYLOO didn't turn up. Now I'm just like, I'm almost sure we're going to overtime. And now I'm actually getting quite excited as to where this one could go. This round should be quite a clean one for TYLOO, but you never know. Rain's Deagle, nice angle for it. We'll see what he's able to do with it. Holding towards B right now. You can see in terms of the A side, just 2 players there. Defensively, that's Guardian and Nico. And it looks like that's where it's going to finish up potentially. The bomb starting to rotate back towards A. Freeman.
Oh, Olaf, he gets the timing. It's not good enough.
Was a nice try. Olaf Meister will be taken down. The close range Krieg will find him. Still 50 seconds here. Freeman alone towards middle, just trying to show presence, and his teammates will strike towards A. He'll go down, Freeman almost certainly, and then at that point, that's the cue for his team to go. They'll just make their way towards A at this stage.
Nico just gets caught out, just a flurry of players appearing on his screen at exactly the same time. Guardian, he's just going to play the waiting game. There's no point in him taking that fight. He knew he wouldn't be able to challenge. Waits for his teammates to arrive. I say teammates, perhaps not plural for long. Neo's scavenged SG starting to work. An attacker, he got caught, just taking a little glance, and oh my goodness. 2v2. Oh no, Neo, he's made such a big round out of this. Freeman's lost weapon has lost them the game, just like that. 4 from the newest addition to FaZe Clan, and they pick it up on peanuts. 16-12.
Coming out there. They are, yeah, like I said, they are still the favorites. I mean, look at the names you have. You have Angel, you have Asa, you have Oscar. These are players who have played at some of the highest levels of Counter-Strike out there. But then I say that, and you look at Luminosity, and I mean, these guys have won some pretty big events in the past. But here we go. Mirage is going to be the map between Brazilians and the EU mix. And of course, it's going to be Hellraisers starting on the T side.
For LG. How well can they defend to kick things off here over on the CT side to open this one up? Nekkers looking to try and kick straight off, but Steel is the one to do the damage. A double kill back for Nekkers as well. Now it's a triple. This is already expanding way too far out of hand. Angel, oh, the quick adjustment. That was crisp as can be. It's a 1 versus 3 now to build out of. It's already been a lovely round, and there is still so much more to come here if Angel can carry on that form that he just displayed. 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. Taps towards short, trying to draw the face towards him. Lucas is coming in from the rear. Henny just holding as well. Cuts off the cross towards the site. At least he should have it on lock. But Angel, he's suspect about this player. He's already picked up 2 major kills.
Don't forget who Angel is. This guy, he read that to perfection. The second he saw that no one's really aggressing, he knew they were probably biding some time for the teammate to rotate in from the apartments, and he times it to perfection. Now, the thing is, will he be expecting the second player to have made his way from short all the way towards market is the question. He's picked up the P2K, spots on one player, looking for more. The tap comes in, a beautiful one onto Bolts. It's all on Henny now to make this work, whereas Angel could have just pulled out one of the best clutches so far today. But unfortunately, Henny will deny him, but my word, that came so very close, Jackie.
That is wild. The fact that on the entry, dismantled. Steel gets the first. Nekkers just completely basically writes off the round. It's like, no, look, it's over. They're not going to win. Game's done. You know, that's the easy pistol round. Written straight away, handed over to Luminosity. Instead, Angel, the sickest shot in response back on Nekkers, has the read, understands that Lucas is going to be coming from the rear, just one by one systematically picks them to pieces. A lovely pistol round, and I think that's thrown us straight into the mix because today's games have all been glorious on the B stream, and it looks like we're going to be sent off with a bang for our final matchup as well, Black.
Absolutely. I mean, this is looking like one of those high-fragging, multi-fragging games where everyone's going to be going aggressive, and look at this play coming in from Lucas. Now flash his way in, and Angel will find the repick kind of unnecessary, but he was pretty much going in for the full commit there. I felt like he could have got the kill and just floated around towards mid, towards underpass, and been a problem for the T's, as Bolts will win the deal against Nuki on towards Palace. So man advantage established for Luminosity early on with over a minute and 15 seconds on the clock. However, Issa, he's got his hands on the AK-47, already got a kill underneath his belt. And we know what a beast that guy can be.
Oh yeah, that is very true indeed. He might have taken a little bit of a scold, leaving him just on 63 HP, but there is still time and there is still potential for him to do damage, especially as you've got the wolf pack of Hellraisers heading over towards the A site, looking to try and kick up a bit of a fuss. And they're going to be walking straight into the crosshairs of Henny, just sat there back towards CT, now supported at least by Bolts. They've got a little bit more they can do. He has a HE, but everyone is coming through Palace, and they're grouped up. They're most likely just going to go for a contact play straight out, but they need to clear Bolts. He's playing towards steps. He can get the peek across. It just depends if he understands when he needs to bob up on this one.
Well, Henny's ready and waiting. He finds both of them, and Bolt's going to show himself at the same time. Attack comes in from Oscar. Bolt's going for the repeat. There's no real need for him to do that. And now Oscar's got to make some haste. There's only 13 seconds on the clock. He had to win the duel. But Henny smartly repositioning himself, catching Oscar off guard. 2-0 for Luminosity. They do lose a few players, but they do manage to retain those 2 rifles, more importantly. So they're going to be feeling all right with that. For HR, though, no bomb down this time around. They will have to go for an eco. But that being said, a few pistols, maybe a little bit of utility as well, being purchased.
Yeah, good stuff at least for LG so far. It was very well played by Henny there, just sat towards CT, just full focus, full control on his own aim, believing that he'd be able to get those kills off, and he did so nicely. So Hellraisers have 2 smokes, one on Issa, one on Lao. Curious to see what they're actually going to go for with these, as it does appear to just be a little bit of a fake towards the A site. One has already been yeeted the entire way across, and Bolt is going to counter that by just pushing down and just writing them both off in a matter of seconds.
Okay, Yuki replies back onto Lucas. It's a crisp shot on his noggin. However, they still have to contend. The aggression from the Brazilians, like they're going for fights they don't really need to take. I mean, it's 3v2. They have the T's kind of pinned down here, but finally we do see bolts falling on back. There's no need to aggress further. Henny, oh, the timing on that. The timing on that. Oscar had the read on it. The second he looked away, he gets found out by Henny, and Henny will have no trouble picking up a double for himself there. Nice round from Luminosity. Looked a little worrying initially. They lose a couple of players. They do lose, I think, at least a rifle. I do believe there's an AUG towards a window that's been lost, but they're not going to be too worried about it. 3-0 for them, as we do see the buy coming in from Hellraisers.
Yeah, this is where we get into the meat and the potatoes of the matchup as well, really, where things start to get serious for Hellraisers, as they've got the weapons out to play. That big green gun in the hands of Oscar. He can be a bit of a meme machine at times. He definitely knows how to kick things off with a bang. And this time around, he does look to do just that. Scopes in over towards the A site from ramp. Wanted to see if anyone was going to go for the cross and get the early pick. But talking about being a bit cheeky, look at this mid play coming through already. Lucas, he's straight at top mid.
Can we just appreciate the absolute cojones on this team? It's been 3 rounds, the 4th round now, and they're still aggressing. Apart from the pistol round where, you know, they've played a little bit more traditional. And look at this. The second he sees the smokes and the Molotovs towards the A-bombs that he aggresses out, unfortunately for him, Issa is ready and waiting with AK-47.
Yeah, it's also the amount of lethality that man has as well. He's so crisp. Lau also going to be able to further the lead they have into this round. Henny set ablaze as he sent off Pack into the Burns ward by Angel. And it all comes down to Bolt and Neckers now in a 2 versus 5. Both of them stranded on an island, which is the A-bomb site, where everyone else is heading in to overthrow and take control of B. Issa as well, basically on the rotate here, could try and find them if they do poke and prod ever so slightly. They're going to be going for the save here. It just depends if he actually does hear Neckers running around trying to save that orb. Oh, he gets the shot.
Yeah, I think Neckers spotted out his elbow there. Unfortunately, it was the right-hand peek, the right eye peek for Neckers, which worked in his favor. And for Hellraisers, yeah, winning those duels initially, and then by tossing a number of smokes and Molotovs. Luminosity, a little bit of hyper-aggression from them this round, not quite working out. They lost the first man top mid, and they lost the second player towards underpass. And with a 3v2, and with the action happening towards A, they did gamble on the fact that it was going to be an A hit. The last 2 players were ready and waiting there. And Angel with the call to hit that B bomb site fast and furious like. And it works out wonderfully for them. It's going to be the first round on board for Oscar and his men.
Yeah, the band of bandits that they are. They definitely mean mug into a lot of these rounds. And they are going to be able to pick that one up at least. So it's a good starting point for them. Only losing Issa is actually pretty darn clean. And the response from Luminosity in terms of the buy is obviously they're a little bit strapped for cash in what they're going to be able to work with. They can reinvest into this. They've still got a double up set up to fight with, but a couple of the players are going to be a little bit scrimping and scramming. That'll be Lucas that is basically delegated down just to the Deagle, it seems.
He is giving up for his team. It's kind of interesting how for Henny, you say Hen E, you pronounce the 1, but for Lucas, you just ignore the 1. It's kind of not fair, I feel. But Lucas E would sound a little weird,
Lucas E, yeah.
Well, anyway, we do see the play from Lowell, but unfortunately, he is trapped in the corner, the Molotov keeping him at bay while the flashbang blinds him, and pretty much a free kill for Mr. Neckers. It's a dual-op setup as, Issa aggressing out that Molotov. Oh, double molly towards Shadow as Oscar finds Henny, and Lucas hasn't been spotted out yet. He's the one with the deagle, and Issa, he's not going to lose those duels.
No, not at all. As he starts to fight back, kills Lucas. 3 versus 4. 2 players set up towards CT. Steal.
provided some assistance here by Bolts as they wait for the push to come around. Steel focusing quite heavily on the angle where Nuki should peek him from. It just depends on the timing. Flashbang goes flying across. It was actually the smoke over there towards jungle. He doesn't need to push out just yet as he is going to be holding. Issa's got the bomb planted. Bolts looks for the adjustment. Oh, the quick flick. Nearly breaks his elbow of how speedy that one was. Good Molotov as well. Forces Nuki into an awkward position. Nekkers is rotating in through short. They are set up to potentially bring this one back, but it needs to be flawless from this point out, Blair.
Oh, Nekkers, he misses the shot! And Angel's gonna find one back onto him. Oscar chimes in with a frag himself as well, and Steel's gonna be left alone. He does find Nuki, but with where the bomb is planted and how far it's ticked along, hold on. He finds another one. He doesn't have a kit though, but I think it's an inkling where Oscar is, but with time not being his friend, he will have to run for the hills, will Steal, and that is gonna be HR getting to round number 2. For a moment there though, it looked possible.
Yeah, I mean, you think of how things would have gone differently, right? If Angel actually went down, just instantly shot in the back, a whole another round opened up. Instead, it just crumbles right through. They weren't able to predict what was going to go on from that point forward. A bit of a wacky one.
A bit of a wacky jacky, some might say.
It is very, very true, Blair.
Well, for HR though, they have the op in the hands of Mr. Oscar. I love watching Oscar op. It's just so... it's very unpredictable. I think that's the thing, is he can just be unplayable at times, and at times you're like, what are you even doing? We do, however, have Steel with the AUG. He had managed to save that from the previous round. The rest of his teammates, though, just pistols all around, 3 P250s, and the Deagle in the hand of Bolts. They have a flashbang as well for Henny, so maybe there's something he can do about that.
Well, they're very lax towards mid right now. They've given an awful lot of mid control and allow them to push their way down. Lucas just spamming through that connector smoke. There is a bit of a meat grinder waiting outside by the choke points, trying to sort Angel if he does carry on his warpath. Angel with a Molotov there towards mid window. Oh, once the set Nekkers up on a blaze, it is a 1-for-1 trade as Oscar eventually flicks back upon Nekkers, but it is a bit awkward, Blair. And they're actually getting picked off as well. Steel, if he swings wide, somehow gets the kill on towards Oscar, this is all starting to crumble.
I really liked what Nekkers did towards window there. The moment he saw... Okay, never mind. Hold on to that thought. Lucas finds another one low. How is this even falling apart? Nuki's left alone. The bomb's down at the bottom of mid. And they're already on the hunt. We can see... Look at Steel. He's pushed all the way to its TV room. They have a player towards short as well. They're just looking to find out the players. Nuki, the second to get spotted out by Lucas... Oh, there we go. Steel coming in from behind, gets a kill. Can I just point out Nekkers, the second he saw the Molotov at his feet, instead of just running away, he knew he was kind of like done. He was going to die there anyway. He went for the fight. He took down Angel, caught unsuspecting. And the moment he gets taken down, Steel peeks out wide. 2K for him. Oscar missing a shot he probably shouldn't have missed as well. And, well, Luminosity, they're back at it again.
And this is worrying as well, because it now puts them in a position potentially here where they could actually really project themselves way further on the CT side if they pick up this current round going into this. Oscar's back on the AWP. It wasn't a fantastic miss that we saw into that prior round. Hopefully, he brings back a little bit of that Oscar pizzazz into this one. But Henny's doing the damage with the AWP, up close and personal-like, versus Angel. Absolutely obliterates him. Everyone else is being spammed down as well. Very low just off the back of the offensive utility usage coming out from Luminosity early on into the round. Oscar barely wanting to show too much, as he hopes to just go for a bit of a cheeky face and do some damage, supported by the mercenaries on his side. Oh, Issa on 2 HP as they retreat. Not a single point of damage done to any of the LG players, Blair.
And look at the way they have regressed and gotten control to the A-bomb side. They have, after HR used all the utility towards Under Palace and all these spots, they have now Bolt making his way there. He's playing towards Shadow, and that's going to allow both the players towards the B-bomb side to kind of, just like get into the trenches, so to speak. And they're in such a good position here, even though it's just a one-man advantage. The fact that they have so much ground under control due Luminosity, and for Hellraisers, they have the one smoke, which is used to a CD spawn. And that's not going to be a problem because Bolt is ready and waiting in the shadows.
Oh, they're waiting for this push to come through. This two-man setup of the brothers in arms, literally waiting over by back CT. Bolt's lurking under, wasn't expecting that. The push from Nuki, he drops State down. overthrows bolts in hand-to-hand combat there, basically. And now it comes down to the 4 versus 4. Henny with the spam, trying to get the connection on the bomb planter, near misses, but not quite connections. Lau, if he went for the elevated face, he could probably do a ton of damage. Gets one as he shatters the skull of the first man in front of him. Nekiz loses his lips as Oscar will...
Instead of just like being stuck there forever and getting eventually taken down with a random wall bang or a wall spray, he went for the fight, he gets the first kill. Oscar peeks out with great timing as well, finds another one, and boom, L raises. They force Luminosity to take the first tactical timeout. That's a great round from them.
Yeah, that was very, very nicely played. Overall, exciting stuff starting to come out from Hellraisers. We're seeing that sort of confidence as well, where they need to go for those rounds where it really does come down to sort of thriving in the chaos, because that tends to be where Hellraisers actually excel these days. Compared to how it used to be, like, slowest possible rounds, draw out utility, very Na'Vi style back in the day. The Hellraisers of 2019 is much more about aggression, it seems. It's always about really the raw aim potential they have, because it is a roster full of shining stars, really, when it comes to the talent.
Yeah, and don't forget Angel as well. We saw what he did in that pistol round. Almost got that 1v3, which 1v4, I'm sorry, which would have been a highlight of the tournament. Well, Issa yet to really wake up. It feels like I've seen this guy just decimate, toy with top 10 teams at times. So far, he has been a little quiet here as Oscar. AWP making his presence felt towards that B bomb side, trying to find initial pick. Unfortunately for him, he will find nothing. For Luminosity, again, we see the aggression from Lucas up top mid, holding the angle. Issa won that duel earlier. And Lucas is going to stick on around as a question. He has Henny to watch his back. So even if he is chased down, Henny's there to go for the trade. But that being said, Henny's now worried there might be players sneaking in from underpass.
Boosts himself up into a vantage point, trying to provide overwatch at least to make sure no one slivers their way under him and sleuths through to get that mid control. Lau now coming up, chucks out the nade, barely goes unmissed, but he will at least get that audio cue. And Lucas has to provide a bit of support as well. Spams out through connector, hoping to get the shot along. Paranoia because of the smoke blocking off vision. Basically, all of the mid control has been delegated to Hellraisers. They have free reign at this point, Blair.
Yeah, and they've been using the utility very, very well to get it. Unfortunately for them, though, they need to make a play here, and they will have to make the play, and they will indeed. Oscar's going to find Nekiz. Bolt still there towards CD spawn. What can he do? He spawns out a planter. He's going to go for the wall bang, spraying through the box. He gets the kill on Issa, but Lower with a quick trade. Can he get the bomb down in time? No, they can't steal. He's going to reply back. It's trades back and forth. 3v2 now, and with 13 seconds, they got to go for the safe plan, but guess who's waiting? Henny, he spots the barrel, but he misses the shot. The follow-up does tag him down a little bit, I do believe, but with the smoke down, things are... Oh, hell, never mind. Henny finds Nuki. It's all on Angel. 1v2.
This is rough. You're left in a scenario where it's going to be so hard for you to try and win it out from here. Angel is a man with much experience on his shoulders. He's been in these situations millions of times, but how does he opt to play it? Slowly peeling back, time ticking down. They have one kit on Henny, and he's so low, but the headshot onto Lucas is connected. Henny waltzes his way over towards the bomb, taps it to draw the face. Angel with a spray around the corner, cuts him down, saves the AWP as well. And Hellraisers get another round.
That fadeaway spray by Angel, but I'm still not feeling very convinced with the way Hellraisers are going with this A play, because they're just walking on out, hoping to win those duels. Yeah. They used a lot of, in that round, they used so much utility getting mid control, but then they looked at the clock, they're like, oh crap, we got 30 seconds left and we have one smoke remaining. You can see they went from the first gear to like the fifth gear immediately. And sure, it worked out here because Angel got that clutch and whatnot, but it's not sustainable. It's just not sustainable, and that could be something which could come and bite them later on in this half. But that being said, it is an eco here for the CTs. Luminosity, they have the P250 in the hands of Lucas, but Angel comes flying by like an angel of death.
Yeah, just swarming in towards the site. This is going to be able to get that bomb planted now. Lau is overthrown by the Deagle domination. The spam just coming out from Luminosity. He's still with the trade towards close CT. They've swamped the site. All angles are locked down. They're in prime time positions to actually really make quick work of this one. But the Deagles are not giving up on LG. They're still fighting strong until they come face to face with big man Oscar.
Big man Oscar out in the open. 2 quick kills for him. And again, I mean, I can't really blame him for taking this fight. They obviously knew they had the AKs, they had the superior weaponry, and they'd probably be able to win it. But yeah, a couple of casualties for Hellraisers there, which they would have wanted to avoid. But it's all right. They have The money's not great, though. They have a little bit here to eke out a buy if they do lose this one. But I say that, and I look at Luminosity's money, where they're literally scraping the bottom of the barrel here. This is pretty much a must-win round. And the utility is so very low. They've invested so heavily in his weapons. And look at the aggression being set by Hellraisers. But then, Luminosity start them in the tracks. Isa will fall.
Oh, Lucas. Angel's bypassed him. He's been able to get in front of him. There should be a flick around. Oh, a bit delayed, but at least it happens in the end, Blair.
Angel, that was well played. The flash, waiting for the flashbang, poking into the smoke. He didn't even run in. He walked into the smoke, so there was no sound cue. And Lucas, very, very fortunate to be alive there. And now, in a 5v3, they should be around in the back for Luminosity. They don't need to aggress any further. Well, I say that, but Lucas finds another kill, so makes things a little bit easier for his team here, as he would be looking to tie things up. But then again, five rounds on the T side? That's pretty solid already for HR.
Well, they still look to try and add more. Luminosity are definitely not out of the woods just yet, especially when Oscar's starting to find his form. However, Henny will clear it towards mid and eliminate him. Now Lau, a man that can definitely have some spectacular plays, starts to go into that level. Unfortunately, he is only going to get one before he's traded back upon by Henny there. They're not going to run the risk of doing anything too crazy, and that is now 5-5 between these two sides. We've had so many back and forth games today, but this one is proving to be the most clear-cut in terms of consistent traded rounds, one after another. It's literally just being traded back and forth.
It's been the case with most of the games we've seen so far today, apart from obviously that the Liquid game against North, where it was the streaks of rounds for North, followed by Liquid almost mounting the comeback. But apart from that, yeah, it's been very, very back and forth. And on a map like Mirage, I kind of feel personally, and I've seen this discussion happen on Twitter quite often as well, is how it feels like we've run out of ideas of how to approach this map. And it's pretty much the same things being recycled time and time again. And you kind of rely on some of the gimmicky plays, or you know, hitting your shots. And like, for example, the way Hellraiser's taking his A-bomb side, they're not even going for executes, it's just going in dry, running out of utility, and hoping to win those post plants, right? So it's kind of like, while you see maps like Nuke right now evolving further and further, and various other maps as well, it kind of feels like Nuke has been stuck in a stagnant place for a while.
Well, that's the thing. It's by far the oldest map in the game in terms of obviously having a bit of a facelift or a refreshment done to it. So we're basically at that point. Henny, though, looking to try and give them a little bit of surgery of his own as he punishes down, gets one frag off with the AWP, assisted by his brother as well with a headshot there onto Nuki, as they do only have 3 terrorists remaining now into this round. They're running straight into the iron wall. Finally, we're seeing a very effective A-hold coming through from Luminosity. They're allowing no shenanigans from Hellraisers. Oscar will be the final man to fall as he goes down, only getting 1 kill into the round, and Luminosity peek out ahead by 1 round.
I love how Luminosity, this time around, they didn't allow Hellraiser to step into the A-bomb side, just bullying them with utility, especially Lucas, Henny, like you mentioned, the 2 brothers, just spraying them down, doing so much damage, and Henny, of course, not missing his shots as well, Hellraisers. They really haven't tried that B-bomb side much apart from the pistol round, it feels like.
That's actually kind of pretty true. I mean, we saw literally that 1 round where they all bombarded in and it was on Angel. Potentially, this is where we might actually see them deviate back to it a little bit, sending 2 players down underpass early. The Molotov is going to warn everyone off, so they're just going to actually scarper a little bit and reposition around. They do need to hold towards mid as well. They might be a little bit paranoid because we did see a mid push coming out from LG before in the past, which is actually happening again. But Henny with a snapshot, the follow-up leg on towards Issa as well. This is rough. The LG squad are just playing aim duels right now, and they're winning each and every one of them.
4K for Henny. Yes, it was an eco bash, but he's not an eco Cobra. He's been hitting so many crazy shots, crucial kills, especially in buy rounds as well. 20 frags and 4 deaths. 141 ADR in 12 rounds.
Yeah.
Do the math.
It is wild when you think about it. The fact it's got into this position where already those frags are starting to inflate his KD so much going into this one. And he's still not showing many signs of actually slowing down. LG, as a team, now starting to peek out ahead, getting an advantage over HR. This is good, because Hellraisers, 5 rounds are in their T side. It's good. Obviously, if they get more, they're going to be in a great spot going forward into their CT half. So the more damage that LG can do now, the better they're going to feel getting onto that T side.
And also, here's the difference between Luminosity and Daytona, right? If you look at the recent results, both the teams look pretty lackluster. Both the teams haven't really done much apart from qualifying for the EPL, the finals here in Montpellier. But the sheer firepower on this Luminosity lineup, that's the difference between this team and their brothers in Daytona. Like, look at Lucas, look at Henny, look at Nekkis, even Steel, even Bolts. Any of his players can pop off. And right now, it's Henny popping off, while the rest of his team are just doing their job. And they're just looking so very dominant here, as they'll be looking to want to continue that dominance. However, Angel has made his way towards window, where he's got himself in a good position. He's waiting for the smoke to dissipate before he starts going that adventure. However, Luminosity seem to be aware of this. We have Lucas playing all the way towards CD spawn, but I take his name, and he has kind of left that murder hole open. That means it's possible for Angel to make his way through kitchen towards that B bomb site, but no, it's going to be the A hit.
Here we go, as they set themselves up. That nade cast across from Bolts, hoping to bombard them down, but it barely misses. The airstrike not doing too much damage. Steel over in the sandwich, spotted out. They don't like that as a filling, and they're going to throw it towards the ground. Lucas set up with Bolts. They need to be able to make this crossfire work here. Site control has been claimed by Hellraisers, and things are about to get serious.
Again, to get the bomb down, but this time around, at least that short control as Lucas finds Angel. Not able to get out of that position. Issa replies back, tosses in the last smoke they have. Nuki. Oh, hold on. Issa finds 2 quick kills. In fact, Nekkis is going to be left alone in a 1v4, but it makes it a 1v2. As the bomb is ticking away, and unfortunately for him, Oscar is not going to miss his shot, and that's going to be Hellraiser striking back. They get to round 6 as we go into the penultimate round of the first half.
Yeah, this is where we really start to see how it's going to go. Obviously, with the final 2 rounds remaining, Hellraisers, can they extend that lead? Can they be able to equalize it? At least try and make this maybe an 8-7, or is Luminosity going to start crashing back through? They do have the full buy going into this. It's only Lucas that's been delegated back down to the Deagle. But it's a weapon that he still has an awful lot of flavor with, so I wouldn't be surprised if we still saw some highlights from him. Heavy early smokes coming out from Hellraisers, basically baiting the idea of this going to be all-out aggression towards mid, when in reality, Blair, it's the A play. They're going back to the Old Faithful.
Old Faithful, will it work out? Oh, the flashback was so good! Lucas finds himself a free kill. Nekkis finds both Oscar and Nuki, who was caught dabbing, and it's Issa all alone, who was supposed to be the lurk. Unfortunately, well, it's going to be nullified. He can't lurk if the rest of his team is dead. And he's going to be left alone. Bomb dropped in no man's land all the way towards Ram. He's got the time, but he's got to try and find himself 3 1v1s and win this one out. And it's going to be hard, but then I say that. He finds Bolt, he finds Nekkis as well. And Issa from a 1v4 to 1v1. And it's all on Henny.
They fed him into this position. They've given him the 2 peaks, the 1v1s that you asked for, and they were willing to serve up. And at this point, 50 seconds left on the clock. Henny, no utility, no kit, no nothing to his name, just his individual skill and the possible aim potential coming out from that org. Issa going in for the backstab. He's covering the bomb right now. But Issa, he's actually been able to emerge in the rear. If he can do this silently, if he can be able to get over there and actually stealth his way around, he's set up to get this kill. It all just depends on the timing. As Henny, he has the deep ramp control, flicks his way back around, sets his gaze towards the site, but Issa just at the right time finds the headshot. It's the 4K clutch as they'll win it out and tie the score.
You're not supposed to win a 1v4. You are not supposed to win a 1v4 when you're on the wrong bomb side. The bombs dropped on the other bomb side, and there are 4 CDs left alive and all the weapons to work with. But like you said it, Jackie, they gave Issa all those 4 separate 1v1s. The first one, can't really blame them. They knew what the bomb was. I kind of felt like they could have just played together next to the bomb. Yeah. There's no way Issa was going to win that. But, well, miracles do happen. Angel, unfortunately, not able to quite land the kill, although he does do a lot of damage into Henny. But the 2 players there, As Henny has picked up that AK-47. It is the final round of the first half, so it is going to be, anyway, full investment coming out from Luminosity. They can only eke out just a few guns there. Nekiz. Well, unfortunately for him, while he's fighting against Isa, Lowell will come in from behind like a snake. He strikes, leaving it all on the one player, the Steel, to hold towards the B bomb side. But Nuki is winning this duel as well, so this duel's basically being won all over the map by Hellraisers. They should have the lead going to the second half.
Yeah, they're into a good position here. It's really got to be an 8-7 unless something absolutely ludicrous happens for Luminosity, but you've only got a Deagle and an AK to play with. Stranger things have happened, though, so far into this matchup, so it wouldn't be the most bizarre affair.
Well, I mean, Steel's in a 1v4. Isa did it, so, you know.
Yeah. Well, he gets one. Maybe they're going to repeat history once again and peek into him.
This is, of course, going to be much more harder because the bomb is planted. He doesn't have that full 1 minute to work with. He doesn't have a kit either. And he walks straight into his death. Lowell will find the frag. And Hellraisers looked like they were kind of slipping there near the end, but they do manage to bounce on back, Jackie.
Yeah, they do indeed. Still more to come, however. We'll be delving back into this match after the break. And we're plugged back in, ready to go with the action here. Luminosity Gaming versus Hellraisers. It was a very close affair in the first half, but then we switch things up a little bit. HR moving over to the CT side. Can they still pack a punch, Blur?
Well, it depends to see if they can pack it as well as Henny has. He's at 21 killed and 7 deaths. That's a pretty nice KDR. That's like a 3 KDR, if I'm not mistaken. Here we go. Aggression from HR towards top mid, as we do see Luminosity. They gather up towards his B-bomb site as Angel pushing up top mid. He's going to win the duel against Lucas. And immediately falls back towards the B-bomb site where the action is going to be taking place. There is Lowell as well ready and waiting as Angel. He's going to continue his reign of terror and pistol rounds, but Nekiz will put a stop to that.
Well, indeed. It's a 3 versus 4 now, as they've got control of the B site. Bomb has been planted. Nekiz towards short is overthrown as he couldn't quite beat out the madman in Oscar. Henny, with a rapid adjustment, overthrows Nuki in close range combat, but he's darting about, simply swarmed, just overwhelmed by the unrelenting Hellraisers boys that are going to jump on the bomb. Oscar with the aggression takes a shot against Bolts, and that is the opening pistol round taken in favor of Hellraisers.
9-7. And, well, at least they do win the pistol round this time around. The previous time, the first round, it was Luminosity who almost threw away that 1v4 thanks to Angel, just playing that to perfection, but it wasn't purely perfect. But they should be pretty happy with this. They win the pistol round. That kind of guarantees them at least to round number 10, as long as they don't fluff this one up. For Luminosity, deagles on each and every one of these players and nothing else.
Wow, the pure deco. Ooh, it's a rare sight, but a sight nonetheless, as they peek out towards mid. Nekiz has his lips forcibly removed there, and it just falls back into the other 4 remaining players on the side of LG. Grouping up most likely towards the A site. There's a bit of a debate going on with where Henny actually wants to take the bomb, as he is scarpering, Blair.
He is. It looks a little chaotic at the moment. It's more like, you know, just hoping to get lucky. I don't think they really have a game plan in this particular round. Usually we do see teams who, when they are in an eco, would try something to try and maximize the chances of winning the round, or at least getting the bomb down, maybe doing a little bit more damage. But here it looks like the Luminosity are just looking to find some frags. As Lowell will find Steel's head. At least there is a constellation frag for Henny, who is kind of low in health here, but at least got that kill onto Angel. So he will have to make do with that.
Ooh. Quick little flick there from Issa. That was actually quite tasty. All of a sudden, it is just Henny that remains. Big Deagle slam down there as he's going to slump out Lau. Oscar will trade it. And this is now, you know, pretty clinical stuff there from Hellraisers, really. Of course, they do have the favoured amount of firepower going into this. And the odds getting a little bit more skewed as this one continues as well.
It will indeed, because CD side in Mirage, I don't think it's just like any like T or CD side, depends absolutely on the teams you're going to be playing. But yeah, you would favor the CD side a little bit more. You have so many more avenues to aggress towards extremities of the map. Maybe go for a mid-aggress, underpass, palace, B apartment. There's so many things you can do on the CD side, which obviously would give you the slight little edge there. Oscar caught out. Unfortunately, Henny, uncharacteristic misses. He has not been missing at all today, but he misses 2 very easy shots, at least by his standards, and he gets punished for it. As Oscar sticking around for that fight, I'm not too sure why, but Angel is there to get the trade, ensuring that they maintain a man advantage.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be left in. They do have a fair bit of map control to work with. The bomb has been left miles away as well, actually. Just over there towards T-spawn, essentially. The free-player setup from the T is how they're actually going to opt to build off the back of this. Molotov in towards window, Steel just gazing towards underpass, hoping to see if anyone is going to walk into his crosshair. They are linking up. Someone's going to have to dial back and grab the bomb. Bolts is testing the waters at A. It does appear they want to go for this A play, but someone needs to recover it. If it is going to be Neckers, he's going to have to really start putting the pedal down and sprint back over soon.
Well, let's see what they do. And the question is for Bolt, he's got to bide time for quite a while. It's clearing out angles. As long as he's not been spotted by Nuki, who has been pretty quiet today, it could work out for them. But Steel slowly creeping up. And we can see now, Hellraisers, they are aware that it is going to be the A play. We can see Lowell making his way towards Market. We have Angel towards Short as well. So this plant is going to be rough because you just have 2 flashbangs, Jackie. No smokes.
Yeah, they're left in a bit of a tight spot in terms of the defensive utility they actually have to play with. HE goes rolling out. 9 damage straight off a bolt. 2 big kills come in, though, instantly. As soon as they spot them, 2 frags from Angel with the AUG. Simple as that. Easy as pie. They clean house and just destroy everyone on LG. That was really smooth.
Yeah, if you're going to plan for Short, you either have a smoke for Connector for Short, or you have a guide there ensuring that, you know, no one from Short's going to be able to peek out and get the kill. Hellraisers did this many times. They went for the plant, and almost every time they at least had 1 player towards Short to ensure that the planter didn't get taken down. So that was pretty much a gamble plan coming out from Luminosity. Unfortunately, when your opponents have 4 players still alive, and Angel, you know, if he's towards Short, he's going to be getting that kill 9 times out of 10. It is going to be, well, pistols again. This time around, they do have a little bit of Kevlar as they come waterfalling out of Palace, and Nuki is going to find 1 bomb not getting planted. Henny trying to be cheeky there. Lucas does get a kill, but this should be it for Luminosity. I think Hellraiser should have round number 12 in the bag.
Ooh, yeah, good use of the nades as well. Steel is going to be burning to a crisp as he looks very toasty over there. He will get at least 1 fairly effective frag back in favor of the side, but this has just been so smooth for Hellraisers. Very easy overthrow here. LG looking like they just can't put up any type of defense against this. They're buckling under the pressure, it seems.
Yeah, well, you know, there is a caveat that they just had the pistols, but I haven't really seen anything crazy out of them yet so far on their buy rounds. Well, let's see what they do here. They do have the op in the hands of Henny. Why not? I mean, he's been hitting almost every single thing. But yeah, I would like to see, if not, you know, go for some crazy plays, at least an execute or something like that. But speaking of aggro plays, Lowell just pushing in. He's going to win the duel. He's going to regress further is a question. He does have backup as well in the form of Angel. And Angel tossing in the smoke to keep Henny at bay. He just has the Glock. There's no need for really do this. He's got an op. There's no need for him to aggress that aggressively, especially when he has no idea of just 1 or 2 players. But that's going to ensure that Lowell will escape unscathed from underpass. As Oscar, meanwhile, aggressing towards B apartments. He finds Henny, and that's the op down as well. And it's just like they're falling apart here.
Yeah, they're just being blown out of the water. Hellraisers are looking more like the terrorist side right now than LG are with the level of aggression they've been displaying. 55 seconds left on the clock. The trade of Molotovs as they're going to try and sprint their way back around, link up at mid and go for a very late A play. But Luminosity, they're going to need some help getting into this one. It's a bit of a snore fest so far. Angel holds position towards Windsor, peeks out. You get the spot on Neckers. You know they've gone for the boost. That's the instant read. Bolts is trying to get upstairs and put himself onto a platter. But all he offers himself up is a sacrifice for Angel. 2 kills for Angel, rounding himself up to a hat trick into the round. 13-7. CT half's looking to be a bit of a whitewash now for Hellraisers.
Yeah, they're having no trouble here in Angel. Top ranking for his team, the Angel of Death, it seems like the past few rounds at least. As Henny, while he was very impressive on the CT side, has quieted down a little bit. And again, this consistent aggression, this microaggressions coming out from Hellraisers, again, they're not going to be going for like a full aggress in a certain part of the map. They keep poking and prodding, trying to find holes in this, the way Luminosity are playing their defaults, and they're just winning these duels. And more importantly, they get that opening kill, or they get that aggro kill, and they don't get traded. And if that's going to happen, I mean, it's going to be a 3v5 or a 2v5 throughout, and you know, you're going to be struggling to come back from that. So yeah, Luminosity, they have a very few rounds here to somehow find a groove on the C side, or else Hellraisers is just going to run away with it.
Yeah, it's pretty much now or never getting back into it, right? You've got a buy to play with, round 21, 13-7, lock and load those AKs, and just start absolutely givering it. There you go, that's a good word. Giving it would make more sense.
Givering it.
Givering it.
Love it. Well, it is going to be the buy once more for Luminosity, and this time around, no big green gun for Mr. Henny. He does have the Galil, UMP3. Actually, they do have a Krieg in the hands of Lucas as well. Again, utility pretty sparse, so that means they might have to just go for a full commit play here. Nice nade being tossed in. Unfortunately, won't do much damage. LOL with the aggression.
LOL. Getting right up in their faces here, actually. Playing it like MSL towards close apartments as the burst is coming down. It is going to be the B attack underway. But he actually does get that response back. Finds the headshot onto Steel. Henny as well is taken down by Angel. Oscar connects a nice shot in the meantime. They've already lost the core 3 men of the squad. You're down to just Lucas at top mid. The flick comes out from Oscar. And Bolts, before he even realizes what's happened into the round, he is the last remaining member on that T side. But like, this is going to be 14-7 already.
An Angel with the slightly little cheeky off angle on top of the van, 14-7 it will be. And that was so well played by Lowell. The second he fell on back, he didn't have to go for the re-aggression, just played passively there. He got the first kill. Teammates are already there for the rotation. Angel playing towards short, and I think it was Oscar with the orb towards market area. 14-7, Luminosity. They're going to eke out another buy, but this looks like them kind of feeling a little desperate here, if you ask me. They have the Krieg out again, a couple of Galil, Scout, and Macton, but they have just looked so impotent, this entire T side.
They need to be revitalized. They really have to wake up coming into this, and there's just nothing. There's no ingenuity. Right now, Steel sprints his way out. If he doesn't get burnt alive, he's going to get loaded up with shots into his chest. Nuki barely surviving on 7 HP, but he will get a kill for his troubles as he goes down, trading 1 for 1. Look how low they are as well. Lucas on 66, Henny on 5. Bolts down to 86 already. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, and they have been swamped with bullets.
They have been swamped, and the pain continues. Oscar, one more nail in the coffin of Luminosity Gaming. Lucas trying to time the shot through the smoke, but Oscar is having none of it as Angel continues his reign of terror as well. 15-7, Jackie. Luminosity have not managed to get a single round on board in the T side.
Considering how back and forth this was at the beginning for the first 10 rounds, where it ended up at 5-5, this has now been by far the most one-sided game we've had today. And it's so in favor of Hellraisers at this point, it's crazy.
Unless
the
Luminosity...
Bison from Henny saves the day.
Well, let's see if he does that. I mean, if he manages to get a clutch or an ace or something, and maybe they might have come back like these guys did earlier, Liquid did. They almost made it happen. Well, aggression coming out from Lucas, unfortunately, will not work out. The Bison will also fall flat, Jackie. That makes me sad, as Nekis does reply back. So at least something going their way, but they're still at a man disadvantage, trying to fight for overtime, trailing by 8 rounds. This is nigh impossible.
I was hoping we'd see him get a bit busy with the Bison, but it's not going to go down today. Instead, it's looking like a 16-7 might actually be what we're going to have served up here as our last best of 1 of the day, as we fall into a 4 versus 3. They're trying to set their gaze over towards the B site. 2 players through the apartments, one of them going to come late up short in the favor of Bolts, but Bolts has been taken down, overthrown by Angel. It's all up to Steel around away, but instead, Oscar will chisel it down. That is a 6-7, no, 6-7.
Oh, yes.
Meeting of talent from around the world. Frozen, he's been in this team for 85 days now and starting to find his feet. It is such a step into the tier 1 for him.
I'm still not convinced by the map of MIBR. I feel like their Inferno is such a question mark at all times. It seems like 1 month it's amazing for them. Next month it's their go-to Vito. In Dallas recently, they were 14-3 up against North and lost the game. It has been a nightmare for them, but still, they're here in the best of 1 against Mouse Sports, a team we're both very excited about. The talent in this squad is off the charts. You got Voxic, one of the hottest properties in terms of snipers in the game right now. You got one of the young, hopeful talents of the scene, Frozen, and we're off into the action here. Speaking of Voxic, he'll be challenging towards those T-steps, but falling on the P250. No armor for him, but he has got the smoke and flashbang. This is what you call a default on the pistol. No real objective at the start, just going to get some basic map control. They have 1 smoke, 1 flash. Suggest they'll finish up towards A, but also can go back towards B. It'll just be a little bit more difficult for them.
2 rare P2Ks spotted as well. Frozen and Chris J choosing to wield them. The less popular of the 2 for the CT starter pistol. See where they choose to take this bomb. Starting to group in towards Apps. MIBR prepare for their assault. Rops is going to be the only man at the moment poised to respond from this balcony leap. It's a hard shot to hit. Fur doing some gymnastics as he descends and connects a bullet as well. Now smoked off. And that bomb can go down. It's a solid take.
It's really nice that they've saved that smoke, and so they've got full control as well. So instead of telegraphing their approach and allowing rotations to come through, they've committed 3 players out. As you saw, incredibly difficult shots. Smoke goes down post-plant. 15 seconds of hell with the CTs to sit there through, agonizing as they have to set out their retake. But still, a 5-on-5 here.
Yeah, essentially a round from a retake server. This time, the stakes a little higher. Chris J first on. He's going to try and find Phelps, but a quick trade from behind. Into the back of his skull was Fur. Fur now falls. Frozen in a bit of a spot of bother. Taco in a similar situation. He did take Rops before going down, though. It's down to a 1v2. Now a 1v1. Fallen. He's dancing around the pillar. Woxic, no fear, no time. And that is going to be the first for MIBR.
Really beautiful stuff there from the Brazilians. Enjoyed that strategy. Like I said, default the start just to kind of suss out any sort of aggression across the map. They realize there's no CDs pushing down middle. There's no one challenging Banana. They've got apartments control. 3 towards the end of the apartments. 1 flashbang over. Rops, long-range angle. As you saw, the USP, unless you get that insta headshot, very difficult to handle. He didn't do any damage. They then smoked him off towards Library. He can't even do anything when the bomb goes down. So sure, it's a 5-on-5. A retake is certainly a possibility, but just time was the biggest factor there. It was almost a 6th man for MIBR in the post-plant situation. It comes down to the 1-on-1. They win it, but there's no chance to even defuse, and they will force by in the second round. Mouse Sports, that is, of course, and it's the scout of Voxic that's removed pretty quickly. coldzera with the Krieg finds the first kill.
Another weapon, you know, another player who can use that weapon to the very best of your ability. Just a quick headshot down the entirety of the map. Frozen backs away. He's been given a bit of a warning tap. But MIBR, they're going to look to do this one cleanly. Perhaps even, you know, funnel Phelps. He's got low HP and an SMG. Send him in first. Try and get a couple of extra bonus frags, if not bonus information. Rotate has come in from Carrigan. He does have that scout. Now, potential to at least do some damage and perhaps convert with a nade. This could be juicy. No, backs away. Smart from Fallen.
Yeah, nice tags from the scouts. Not sure it's going to be enough at this point, but certainly a chance that increases them significantly. Lovely shot there from Robs, but they know he's pretty far away from the bomb site in general. He'll now be smoked off, and Taco has full control of A, but here comes Carrigan. Pretty bit of a dab hand with the scout himself, I would say. He hits another one. It's going to be 3 players tagged up now in the 3 versus 4. Bomb still stuck in the apartments. 40 seconds remaining. coldzera still towards B, Alex. Like, what's he trying to sell at this point?
I mean, Frozen, he's backing away now, but if anything, that's the strongest weapon that they have in this. Strongest HP pool, that's for sure. And now, well, they're low, but they should be around for MIBR. coldzera confirms that Frozen's rotate will yield nothing. Rops is backing away with Carrigan. They perhaps want to hunt down that Krieg.
That could be the best call at this stage. You've got the Deagle, the Scout, and coldzera isolated towards the ruins. Double kill on the cards. He'll do significant damage towards Carrigan. He's staying alive now. So yeah, the reason I kind of called coldzera out for being there, because the low HP players, the 3 tagged up, scouted players, if they go down quickly, the bomb planted, coldzera is then removed, right? He can't do anything. He's so far away, but obviously it works out very well for them. They keep 4 players up. A scary round for sure. 4 spy though negated, and they're going to have a 2-0 with just a Scout and Deagle being saved. That's not too much to write home about, so MIBR in a decent position. Remember, this is coldzera's like specialist map. Like MIBR certainly been turbulent, I would say, in the last year on this one, but he always performs. The games they do win, he'll be posting 30 plus every single time.
Yeah, and of course, a recent performance on LAN as well. coldzera was just looking indomitable. There are games where he reminds you why he is considered, or was considered rather, the best player in the world for oh so long. He's always a part of the conversation. Perhaps it's time for him to prove himself once again here in France. TYLOO tagged up by the scout, and that's all we're going to have to talk about, I think, for this round for Mouse Sports. The threat of those Deagles. I mean, you have to commend them for taking the fights early. They get close, that's going to be a bloodbath.
Got to be in it to win it. They have taken heavy damage on the MIBR side, but still absolutely fine here. Just frozen waiting. I think he's only got the P2000 at the corner, so yeah, not really going to be able to do much of this. The fact he's got that weapon might be the cue in itself to commit. You can see Fur, he's on the other side of the map. He will be taking down Robson, just confirming that maybe the A side's clear. Good scout kill, wallbang headshot will take Fallen down. And
coldzera.
I think that's about as exciting as it'll get, but coldzera, you're right. Another lovely shot from him, round guaranteed. Christian, the scout, he's very good with this weapon. As you can see, he'll get a close-range headshot and actually upgrade to an AK. He's got a flash as well, I believe, so might as well save that.
He go shopping. Maybe there's something else lying around the battlefield. He can scurry away into round 4. But yes, MIBR, they get the pistol and convert the following two. It is gonna. You haven't seen Mouse Sports in a full buy yet. And we'll get to see that, of course, coming into round 4.
Well, there it is. MIBR with 3. And they've managed to save nice bit of utility as well. Smokes, flashes, Molotovs, HEs in the next round. Their money would be in a fantastic position after this one. Remember, 3,500 on top of what they have right now is the reaction. It won't be much of one, I'm afraid, after winning this round. Pretty standard day in the office for them, taking down eco players. But Chris J, most notably, he'll save the AK. And that's going to be great. He can even drop the AWP now if he wants to for his teammate. That's not going to be the case. Voxic will buy his own. And watch out for him. One of the scariest CT AWPers in the game right now. I
swear, man. Something that's one of the many exciting factors of Mouse Sports that got me going was the fact that Chris J is the second AWP.
Yes.
He's so, you know, give him that second AWP and give him the freedom he has with his scout, he can do similar things.
I agree.
He can do so much without the limitations of, I need you to hold this line. And that's, you know, the freedom that's given to him by having such a hard hitter like Voxic has the primary. And speeding towards B is TYLOO. Frozen, he's not ready for this. He's got flames beneath him, flashing his face, and they're low. And Chris J, he does damage, a double. Not bad. Damage control from the CT, and now with a level stead, they have to slow down, decelerate somewhat, gives time for Voxic to get into position with that AWP.
It's because it's such a common setup these days to have 3 players towards the B site. It's not like the old days you can just rush in and think you got 2 kills, that's going to be it. They are slowing it right down, and rightly so. They have made things incredibly difficult here for Voxic. He had a chance to deny the plant with the wallbang. It doesn't connect, but the Orc does. Carrigan bravely pushes through the smoke, but he's got TYLOO to deal with here, and he knows he's got a kill for free, essentially. He needs to be patient, nails it, and now he'll sit towards the well position. 2 versus 2. No utility left on the CT side, but they certainly got headshots, and it's coldzera. He's always in the back lines, it seems. They assume he's towards the banana right now, and they would be incorrect in their mindset. He gets the first, nails the second as well. There's the Krieg. If he had the AK there, Alex, no doubt in my mind he gets that kill.
As soon as the first bullet doesn't connect or doesn't convert, the spray starts. It's just a little unfamiliar. You're not wrong, and that's the first for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would say about the Krieg. You really have to put the man hours in to learn how to use it in a close range without the scope. It's not easy to handle. It's very difficult. Statistically, a fantastic weapon. We've seen players that have mastered it, and a few of these other styles bring it to their game now. But this with an AK, he's not missing that kill. I'll tell you that right now. And Rops is loving it. That's the first run on the board for Mouse Sports, and we'll still have plenty of cash here from MIBR, no problem. AWP for Fallen. Same story for Voxic, and that's a great shot. Takes down coldzera, falls back, takes no damage. Great start. Everyone can just go back towards the bomb sites now.
Just snaps the spear of MIBR before they even get to the battlefield, and now just 4 remain. Christian, what's this? Aggression into Banana. He gets a 1v1 versus Phelps in this little quasi-house he's created out of smoke. Unfortunately, TYLOO, he blows that one right down. Down to a 4v3 now. A spurt of aggression. That's Banana control one way.
I like it.
Chris J's way.
Yeah, well, Chris J, he has been known to be very aggressive towards B, especially with an MP7, usually.
Yeah.
This time, the Silenced M4. And I like the Silenced M4. Like, it is a situational weapon. Inferno, it makes sense. Very smoke-heavy map. If you're playing B, for example, and you're pushing, why not have the extra element of stealth? Why not bring that into your game? I feel like it's a weapon that's been forgotten about. Maybe needs a little bit more love, but the fact you get 25 bullets in that now and an extra
clip.
Extra clip in there as well, like, I feel like it still has its place in the game. Maps like Inferno, for sure. as they have a 4-on-3 lead here. It's going to be MIBR back towards middle, but Voxic, really safe angle here. He's just off the corner, which is the pre-fire, sees the flashbang coming in and just wants to drop the incendiary. Look how much time he's bought. Got himself right back in position and funneled them back towards B. Frozen knows it. He's rotating to back up Carrigan here. Carrigan will be there with
If he arrives in time, if Frozen arrives in time, that molly can land. That's going to force him into a 10-second awkward scenario. There's the molly. 19 seconds. What do you do now? They're going to smoke it off, and better hope that Carrigan is just serving himself up on a silver platter. The flashes have landed as well. 10 seconds. That bomb has to go in. Carrigan, he does get caught in transition, but still living. 5 seconds. The round is as good as over. All they have to do is survive. The bomb is going down. I think Fallen has it, though. I think he has time. He does. Right in the nick of time, and now comes down to frags.
It really does. That was well played from MIBR to even get that bomb planted. Can they do anything more with it? Fallen seems to think so. Furs in a prime position for a couple more kills here. Will they spot him? They won't. Low HP. Frozen round the corner for Mass in hand. It looks like the round has fallen apart, and absolutely has. It's MIBR who looked like they had nothing there, Alex. And I feel like Mousesports almost played themselves. Yes, the clock is very low, but they didn't want to challenge at all. Carrigan's ducking and weaving behind the pillar. He bought lots of time. Yes, I absolutely agree, but unless he buys them enough, which is less than 4 seconds on the clock, that's when it really makes sense. He actually almost gives himself up. They get a scrappy plant down, and it all falls apart there. MIBR steal the round away.
I mean, it looked like 4 on my screen. It could not have been closer.
Yeah.
Fallen just about gets his body on the site and gets that bomb down.
You can see exactly what they're trying to do. It was very unlucky for Mousesports. Like it's just half a second's difference.
I mean, I saw the Molotov, I saw them flashbanged, and I saw 15 seconds. They win that round.
Sure.
Crazy stuff from crazy players. MIBR 4-1 up on the T side of Inferno. This is a best of 1, best of 3 is to come, of course, but your opening gambit is always in this format. And Mousesports, they've had to swallow a couple of bitter pills already, and this one, no different, just pistols.
Just the pistols for now, a partial buy as they get ready for, I think, maximum loss bonus next round. Indeed it is. So 5-7 Steagles for now. No armor, but they have got a couple of smokes. We'll see now if this is where they can start to find a couple of opening kills. 3 players towards B, Carrigan, Chris J, and Frozen. Balls on that side of the map. Cold Zero has been finding frag after frag. He'll be the one with the bomb in his back as all 5 players from the Brazilian squad make their way over towards the B bomb site. Nothing too flashy required here, Alex. Couple of smokes in, coffins and CD spawn, Molotov new boxes, triple flash over. Get yourself in, find those kills, shouldn't be an issue.
The 1 smoke on Chris J, I imagine that's to delay when the first nades come in. So is this enough for the queue? That is it. You see it come out of Fallen hands, and it comes out of Chris J's too. Not the best smoke, but hopefully going to make things awkward. There's a bit of a gap. Phelps was hoping to exploit. Frozen trying to leap over the boxes, draw attention towards him, keep Chris J a little bit of a second thought, and that's enough. Carrigan actually found the frag. Carrigan pushing through that smoke now as Chris J didn't quite get the memo. Carrigan, what's this? He's got 3. Chris J another. They're shutting them down with nothing. Fallen, he's only got 40 points of health. He does have the AWP, but he's got no time. The round is over.
Oh! The round is over, but so is Voxic. Get him out of here. Fallen looked like he was absolutely out of it and somehow makes that work. So sure, they win the round, and that's worth a fist bump. But the fact that he survived there and it looked like a lock-in kill to remove the AWP, that's still going to be a little bit disheartening for them. But yes, Carrigan saving the day there. Absolutely. Really well played.
Pushes through the smoke. The calls are so already concrete for MIBR. They know there's 1 coffins. The call is 1 new box. The eyes are on that side of the site. And Carrigan, he just, well, it's a ballsy play. That's the bottom line. Balls of steel. Charges in with an SG.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
And a timeout straight after it.
That's one of the players I wanted to point out when we discussed earlier. Like, we've seen a resurgence in terms of players you wouldn't necessarily consider big fraggers. In today's game, when we have the Kriegs and the Orgs, these lesser names you don't expect to be big number pullers, this is actually changing into something quite promising for players like Carrigan, I would say. Like, he's actually looked much better since the rifles have come into CSGO in general. It looks like his numbers have improved somewhat.
But are you using that to paint and say that the skill ceiling has got lower? And
no, I'm not. I just feel like it's a new game out there these days. And the players that are adopted early and pick this weapon up, they're reaping the benefits early. And Carrigan's certainly one of those players has been using it for a while.
I mean, if he sees a change to the game he loves and he wants to succeed in it, absolutely. Do your homework, do your prep. 800 frags deathmatch every day with both of the scoped weapons you want to use. That's my homework.
That's the machine
that's the homework,
regime, is it?
Yeah. I've seen the One Punch Man workout regime. That's crazy. Great results, though. You do have to run some crazy amount of kilometers every day, but other than that, I'm ready for it.
Well, MIBR will be ready for this round. Remember, Fallen saved the orb from the previous one in a scrappy affair. Chris J presenting similar sort of aggression he did before. This time, feels more comfortable to hold him by himself. Frozen rotates out. Voxic, anything but. He'll get the first kill. Fur goes down, drops back towards the arch. And in terms of the setup from MIBR, they had 3 players towards the apartments once again. They'll flash themselves off the chimney, I suppose, and see if they can find Robs. But it's a gamble at best. If they can get a couple of kills here, I'll be impressed. Very difficult to get out of it cleanly.
Objective set, charge begins. They strafe out towards short. Rops hears it and ready to react. The bunnies arrive and Phelps, he only gets 1. Carrigan dips his head under. He knows there's a threat of coldzera as he descends from balcony, falling into support with that orb we talked about, and he's already connected. Sight clear. 38 and the bomb on the back of coldzera. He could perhaps get the bomb in the safe corner. He does so. Now Fallen, it's a game of survival as well. He's got to keep his teammates safe. But ideally, he wants to find an after-plant position. I think he's going to have to accept to be on site.
I think so. He's combative with the AWP, so he'll be fine with this. Good smoke towards the apartments allows him to focus towards the quad side here. Shoulder peek from Frozen ends his life, and now Chris J out of the apartments. Now he comes through the smoke. He knows exactly what coldzera is. This kill is absolutely massive, but of course it's coldzera. He lands it once again. Another close range headshot with the Krieg, and that's going to be 5-2. Remember, they came in with 3 pistols, 1 rifle, and the AWP, and it's enough. It was not an easy round. It comes right down to the wire, but coldzera delivers once again.
Now here's a stat for you, Woxic. Of all the players at this tournament, he holds the highest in opening duels. And of course, I mean, I imagine that's going to be across the online season as well. He did have a fantastic time there. That was Fallen's way in. If Carrigan hadn't have fallen there, I think coldzera would have had an awkward fight with him himself.
The dry peek from Frozen.
Okay, and the round started and the round's over. There we go. Fur and coldzera in the first 10 seconds find a frag each.
Yeah, looking like this will be quite a simple round. Stick together, trade out. Any damage taken will be handed back in due course. And there it is. It's going to be a 5 versus 1. One of the quickest rounds you'll see in Counter-Strike. As just poor old Frozen with a P250 at T-steps. Bombs going to be planted. Not really much to do.
It is a wonderful storyline from MIBR. You know the taco angle of we don't think we need you. Holy hell! Look at the damage.
Yes.
We need you. Comes back, succeed. I think that's a very cool. Not only a statement about the value of players like Taco and the role they fill. I'm just going to be careful in case he just somehow slaughters them. No, he doesn't. But yeah, this whole story arc of the Brazilians who ruled the world of Counter-Strike, then were humbled, felt like they needed more firepower. They you know, to bring Zeus back. I mean, he had a whole adventure at Team Liquid. They kind of went, guys, it worked before, it can work again.
Yeah.
And
we're seeing
slowly
that
but
happen
surely.
to a few teams there. To a lesser extent, if you look at ENCE, for example, a team that has stunned the world with their performances and the trophies and podium finishes they were getting, now finding themselves in a point where they're kind of plateauing, right?
Yeah.
Where do they go from here? How do they evolve their game? Their system was fantastic, but now so much attention towards them. And speaking of which, Frozen's going to send a bit of attention towards the bottom and middle. He's on 1 and 8 right now. Adds another frag to that total. Phelps will be dropped. This aggression is looking very beneficial. Not so much for Fallen. He will be taken down as Robs will drop as well. They've got a huge lead here, and I think the round is completed. Robs has done such a great job using those sound cues to his advantage. 5-on-2, Fur, coldzera, not really much to do here.
Now, you understand this game far better than me, Henry. A lot of people watching are going to think, what the hell was Fallen doing? Is that just a bit of a miscomm?
That's just a reactive play because the
push out?
because Frozen's towards the bottom and middle, right? It suggests their setup's not going to be traditional. There's going to be gaps in the setup somewhere, right? So we've lost that first pick. We've lost middle completely. Our banana players might go down here as well. If I can go out and get a transitioning player from Arch or someone on the bomb side, I've cracked something open. I've done something with it. So sure, it looks a little bit silly, I suppose, but overall his mentality was, this round's done. We've lost everything. I need to get it back in our favor.
Precisely. Okay, understood. Because you do see that play coming out. You know, in another world, he comes out, catches the transitioner, and it's genius.
Yep.
May look silly at times. That's the one.
If he goes out there and kills a guy at Arch, and then the whole A side's open, it looks genius, right? But sometimes you have to make those calls. I don't think this is touched upon enough in CS. Is having gut feelings. You hear one bit of information, you're just like, okay, if that dude's down towards bottom and middle, it means there's going to be some sort of holes to exploit. I'm going to see what I can do. If I get it, my teammates are behind me, which they were. If he gets that 1 kill, boom, they've actually turned the round on his head. And it's still very early on in the game. They have a 6-3 lead, so not the end of the world, as they will buy up into this one. 1 rifle, though, I should state. Just the Krieg for coldzera. I say just. The things he's been doing with that weapon, Alex, are pretty unspeakable.
Truly. There's very few players capable of making the SG look this appealing.
Yep.
I mean, this is a weapon I need to be using ASAP if I could use it like this. 10 frags for him so far. Into round 10, rather appropriately. but the buy is, yeah, it's somewhat of a hindrance for MIBR. Let's see what they choose to make of it. We've seen success from them pouring out of apartments before. Perhaps Karrigan and Rops have learned from their previous shortcomings on keeping that apartment's burst dealt with. So Cold Zero's lining up the smoke. That's going to be kind of creating somewhat of a wall between the arch ramp and the site itself. Karrigan, he's going to have to make some decisions fast as they start to pour out. A good flashbang, good timing, and now the fight's coming. He swings, the molly's good, the damage is good. He's holding fire as they wait in the smoke, and now Fallen emerges from balcony. Locked out by the smoke himself, but Frozen and Woxic, they're doing enough to keep it equal. 2v2, Woxic wins the round and burns for his merit. My goodness.
Wow. Okay, I like that. That's the sort of Counter-Strike that gets your heart racing. You don't know what's going on. There's grenades everywhere. There's bodies hitting the deck. But it will be Mousesports just about getting through by the skin of their teeth. The A execution, which is probably the best protocol, right? Considering you've got, what, MAC-10s, pistols, a couple of rifles. You want to get those smokes down. You can see the smoke towards the left-hand side of the library to segregate these players on the bomb site here. The Voxy, incredibly strong spray from him. Yeah, that was really cool. He goes down to the flames in the end, but the round's done. Money going to be weaker on their side, but lucky for them, that was a force buy from MIBR, so they're pretty much on nothing now. Deagle, no armor. I say nothing. They do significant damage towards Chris J, but he wants to keep going. And it will cost him his life, Alex, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Frozen hopefully will pick up the pieces, otherwise Chris J is going to have some toe-curling moments in about 30 seconds' time. Frozen, he knows there's one close, and yep, Chris J's info has got the banana back under control. Just hoping the CTs step out of line at this point. No other real options for them. No nades, no hope, no weapons. Karrigan picking up the pieces. Cold Terror, he's always a threat. Had no health, no cover, still finds the one frag. And actually, FAZE going to find another one. This has become a 1v2. Frozen, he's on for the ace. And I think it's likely he's about to be fed it.
Okay, though. Well, with FAZE with 40 seconds, he's gone through the underpass. He'll make his way towards T steps. I don't think he's saving here. The bomb's down all the way between that banana, Voxic and Frozen patrolling it. There should be no way he wins this. We'll see what he can do. And that's why, because it's such a difficult angle. You've got a strong sniper at the top, one of the bright upcoming stars of CSGO, Frozen waiting at the bottom as well.
Voxic or Voxic?
I say Voxic. I think it sounds cooler.
I know that's how he says it.
Yeah.
Because he says Voxic. Yanko says Voxic, but I think it's an accent thing. I'm going to go for Voxic. That sounds cooler.
Like Voxic sounds lame. You know,
you're not wrong.
Voxic sounds cool.
Voxic sounds like a badass.
That's what I've gone with.
Okay, I'm taking Voxic. And I have to apologize. There's probably at like 5% of the chat who, for some reason, really are hating the fact I'm calling him Zipnix when I was casting Astralis.
Sure. I kind of hate that too.
I can't break it. It's such a hard habit to break.
We'll get it. We'll get you.
Anders did
We've got
this
a
to
week.
me. It's all Anders. Blame him. Pushing. Karrigan. Big push. And actually, Phelps is going to help him out, but it is just going to be the 1-for-1.
Yeah, but things aren't done just yet. Chris J has been aggressive, hasn't he?
They both are. Double peeking into the smoke. They know where they're hiding. The smoke's the only obscurity. And they find another. Fallen's paid a heavy price. Voxic is going to be pressured as they start to wrap. This is a wrap towards B6. Who is that? Chris J. He's going to be aware and alert. He's actually going to be positioning himself perfectly. Rops nearly get caught out. Chris J does silence just one presence on that dank flank. Fur is there as well, but he's playing the waiting game. They have the positions to cause a bit of an upset here. It is, yes, a 2v4 and Fallen's low. But if Fur was to catch a Voxic in transition, which is exactly where he's going, here we go. This is where the castle starts to come crumbling down. If he finds the second on, the A site would be open and they've got a route in. Not expecting pit though, and Rops will punish. That should be the round.
Good try, and some money found there for sure. But yeah, Fallen with another play on the side here. He'll do what he can, but unfortunately for him, Frozen will close things out. We really have got a game on our hands now. It's got the 6-6. Mousesports really starting to tie things up. They had a rough start into this one, but I love the aggression they're presenting every single round. They're not scared of MIBR. They're not intimidated by any stretch of the imagination here. They're pushing, they're ready to frag, and they've got some absolute great aim stars within their roster as well. So why not? Karrigan knows he's got them available to him. Let's start throwing them towards the MIBR
though.
players.
I mean, it's 1-for-1, back and forth. Fur got himself 1,500 with this one. Of course, 2 of them crossed, 1 of them fell from Chris J, an alert CT, but hang on a second, Henry's excited.
That's enabled him to get the hero AK out here. That could be enough. A player like Fur can make that work. It's Phelps to go down first here. Another brawl of a round here, Alex. But it's Frozen, showing us that star level everyone's been talking about. We've been wanting to see it. And he's certainly delivering the last few months. He's a fantastic player. Has fallen with the Desert Eagle now. Looks like he might be out of luck. Throws a flashbang's going to have to peek before it. And Carrigan will be ready. Strikes him down. And Cold Zera, again, seems to be focusing more on this kind of lurk mentality so far on the T side of Inferno. It's going to be Mousesports taking the lead now for the first time. They have had a struggle on their CT side. This will call for an MIBR timeout. Their money is okay. They're averaging about $4,000 per player, but things started to drop off now. They've lost 5 rounds in a row.
And you know what excites me is just how much of this game there is to come. This is, sure, it's a best of 1. There is so much more Counter-Strike to be played between these 2, and they are inseparable at the moment.
And it's the CT side of MIBR is where they actually struggle somewhat. It's their B-bomb side where I feel like they have weaknesses. They rely heavily on Cold Zera's T-side performances to actually get them big rounds, and that's been evident so far. You can see he's got 12 kills. Might not sound like a monstrous amount, but we've only had 13 rounds of play. The rounds they've been winning, he's been going off. He's been finding the kills. So he always is that kind of the ace up their sleeve, but we'll see what they can do here in round 14. They have brought up 2 Galils, a Krieg, 2 AKs. It suggests they need to go for more set-piece mentality here. They are getting bullied off certain parts of the map, especially towards Banana. Carrigan will be dropping an aggressive smoke down towards middle. I feel like that's just to suggest we're going aggressive again, and they'll have to dump a lot of utility into it just to investigate that position. As you can see, they haven't really checked out second middle at all yet. Fur does get through eventually, but they do not push down on the CT side. They're going to keep throwing that smoke just to keep suggesting they might go aggressive again.
Phelps just got a boatload of utility thrown in his direction, and he's recovered, but down past half health. And Christian, look, he's so liberal.
I love it.
Information that would otherwise take 30 seconds to acquire, he holds W, gets it in 5.
It's because they're smoking T-steps with conviction every single time. So that means the AWPer can't really back up anyone that does want to challenge it. They've got their system with the grenades, and Chris J happy to fight blind, it seems. He'll run around that corner, no problem, even if there's flames down. You've got to respect it. And it just sets the precedent on that side of the map. It means once you don't do that position, that sort of play, they're going to have to use their grenades regardless.
Flash, peek, again, rinse, repeat. Constantly poking and prodding any Ts that want to establish themselves in Banana. They've still got utility as well. Take note, a smoke on Frozen. Chris J's got nothing, and that's actually probably going to work out in Mousesport's favor should they not go towards this site, because they're heading towards the utility. They're heading towards the A defense.
Yeah, Voxic's got the arch side covered. It's going to be a quad finish by the looks of things from MIBR. That incendiary just to funnel them, confirm things, and Voxic now can focus on the bomb site. Bomb there. They are going to have a bit of an issue, though. They are going to actually commit to this. Voxic, he has to knife out and just try and survive at this point. Makes it towards the arch, but smoked. He'll have to reposition back towards Library. MIBR just so relentless with their pressure towards A, but this is Carrigan baiting and Robs. Wait for him to make his arrival on the site. He doesn't want to show unless he absolutely has to. Still waiting, and he gets his first. 8 seconds remaining, and this is when he knows he can win the round single-handedly, buying the time. No chance to plant now. Not going for the flashy plays, Alex. Playing the rounds to win itself. He doesn't want to go for
gorgeous
a highlight
work. The fact that, I mean, I hadn't noticed it, but Carrigan, the fact that he wasn't necessarily trying to hit those shots, sure, tapping away at the heads, but he was taking the hardest shot he could to keep him alive the longest. Kept that clock going.
He wanted to be a nuisance. And Rops didn't want, like I said, he doesn't want the highlight clips. He doesn't want the big 3-man spray down. He's running that clock down as low as it possibly can, then fighting. Again, staying alive and making sure there's no chance of plant, then he'll get the kill. That's what's the difference between someone who's an exciting young talent and someone who's really learning how to be a professional Counter-Strike player.
And imagine what Robs is doing for Frozen. He's been there. He's done it. Phelps, again, has to pay a early price to some of this. But this is what happens. If you want to stick around and actually vie for control, you're down low. Fur's even lower. Robs shuts down his initial aggression towards A and backs away. 9-6. It would be a rather juicy morsel for Mousesports, especially considering if, you know, what you're saying is true, that the CT side can be difficult for MIBR. 9 rounds coming into your T side, Mousesports could be setting themselves up nicely.
I feel like they really rely on Fallen on the CT side. They need him to have a strong game. Like, he has to have one of those Device-esque sort of performances where he's everywhere on the map. He's towards B, middle, apartment, second mid. And unless he can find that form, it could be difficult.
Find that AWP. I mean, money could be tight.
Yeah. So this is still like a great half for them. Like 6 rounds is great. But to see if Voxic can deny them a 7th, that's not bad. He gets the bomb down. They've got nothing to say about that. Their Galils will do 0 work. 5 versus 1, Alex. I feel like Taco might be out of this one.
He's not done badly, though. Fantastic work on 2. Another one's low. That's 3. Taco looking for a 1v5 with 4 HP. Ambitious, but so were the first 3 frags. Has a smoke if he wants to retrieve that bomb, quote-unquote, safely. Bullets likely would follow from Frozen. So makes his intentions clear. Will Frozen, he does. 25, and Chris J just baited him in. I was so invested, I didn't even look at the map.
Well,
Chris J having a walk.
Was one very exciting half. It looked like MIBR were going to run away with it, but Mouse Sports have come online and they are ready to take this best of one. Will they be?
Indeed, it does really look to be going that way. Mouse Sports have indicated a clear game plan. Aggression seems to be at the tippy top of their list, and it got them this far. Let's see how the second half. I'm joined by Henry. Let's see how this one starts off. Speaking of aggression, here comes MIBR.
I love it, Alex. This is a lot of fun to watch. It's Robs to open things up. He's got the Superman set of the P250 armor combo, and he's got CTs all around him as well. This is a weird round. It's difficult to analyze this one, Alex.
Look at the minimap. There are fights happening in underpass at 90 seconds left on the clock.
Unbelievable scenes here. Well, it's going to be the man advantage even more so now for Mouse Sports as they find themselves in a 5 versus 2. The aggression seems like it might have been in vain, but clawing their way back into it. Smoke is strong from Chris J. He gets the 1 kill here. The USP not the best weapon for the job. The last bullet is what keeps him alive. And in the fight, Phelps can't react. Now Fallen will have his work cut out for him. They'll book it towards the B bomb side. I think he's aware of that prospect. He's got a smoke, an HE, a decoy, but no defuse kit. And I think he might be out of luck as well. Unfortunately for him, Chris J has done such a great job of staying alive and containing him towards that middle position.
I mean, that was like ships in the night.
Yep.
The most Mouse Sports charge up second mid, MIBR charge down mid. Fantastic stuff. It caused a lot of instability. The round just got chaotic. I imagine communications got chaotic, trying to pinpoint where these players were coming from.
We can see everything, right? We've got the X-rays, we've got the mini-maps, and even for me, I was like, wait, who's got the advantage here? Who's doing well? Who's actually going to find the next kill? And there was an absolute brawl. And those sort of rounds, like, they're not classic Counter-Strike rounds, but they certainly have a place in today's game. It seems like a lot of teams want to push down towards mid on the CT side just to shut down any execution potential. Even if you get a 1-for-1 trade, you've removed any chance they had of maybe going for a 5-man execution on this side of the map, or they're going to do a rush. They're going to have to slow it right down and cancel it. So if you do get the advantage there, you're happy your players get the kills, it's great. But Mouse Sports, like you said, second middle is the ultimate counter, because then you get close range, you get behind those USPs, and at close range, the Glock will come out on top.
And that puts Mouse Sports in prime position to start to step on the throat. 10-6, looking for 11 and looking to do so with an hero AK on ROPS. The rest just going to be bouncing around with MAC-10s and UMPs respectively. And Fallen's actually got himself a UMP. We'll see where he chooses to take that one as the nades do start to rain in. Nothing to write home about in terms of damage. Molotov keeps Fallen at bay for now, but smoke there too.
Well then, the UMP have fallen. It will find one somehow, but he's taking a lot of damage here, down to 4 HP, and Mal 0, the follow-up grenade will take him down. So, yes, it's a nice opening pick, but they lose the only SMG they had in a 4-on-4, regardless of the setup. It was a full gun round, still favors the T side. So, nice opening kill, unlucky not to get away. TYLOO and coldzera playing heads-up CS towards the top of middle. They've had to deploy smoke, not feeling 100% comfortable there.
I am loving the fact that all utility is color-coded now. It's
cool,
sick.
isn't it?
I'm seeing blue smokes and orange Molotovs flying across the map. It is gorgeous to look at. And with that said, once again, very little gained so far from Mouse Sports, but they still have all of the tools at their disposal. Does look like they're starting to set their sights towards B, which is where the lion's share of MIBR's weaponry lies. Fur has picked up Fallen's UMP. But they've got nothing to keep them at bay. Phelps is on the scene with a smoke. 30 seconds. This could be the perfect time to utilize it. A flash perhaps and a peek. He's thinking about it. Does have Fur to swing with him.
Yeah, that flashbang bounced off the back of the wall there can be very powerful. They will finish up towards B, 20 seconds
They're
remaining.
waiting for steps, right?
Another smoke down, and this is the commitment now. Flashbang goes in, Phelps has to deliver. He's got players in front of him, but the MAC-10 comes out on top. Fur does great work to bring it into a 2-on-2. Problem is, the other two players are the CTs. They're on the A-bomb side, coldzera and TYLOO. Deagles in hand, with armor as well, but no defuse kit or grenades up against the AK and UMP. Worth going for sure. If there's any mistakes made, any close range pushes. They had a Molotov, which flushes Carrigan out, but don't really have much to actually punish him after he has to reposition now.
coldzera and a Deagle. A fun combination of words. We'll see if there's anything more to be said, and it doesn't seem to be the case. TYLOO, they know exactly where he is. He's running out of time. and running out of chances. He's going to have a little bit of a 1v1 versus Carrigan. The UMP prevails, Mouse prevail, and they convert off the pistol. So that's going to be now 11-6.
Big round for Mouse Sports there. Full eco from IBR on the cards. 12-6 down potentially. Said that many times before, though, and sometimes it's the USPs that come out on top. So it's never a lock-in. No round is in Counter-Strike. Oh, we get a replay of the chicken. You don't like to see that. Chicken's just there, just hanging out, doing their thing.
Yeah, those poor guys, man. They see so much. You know, if chickens could talk.
Right? The things they've
The
seen.
stories we would learn.
USPs, one smoke, a flashbang, and a deagle for fur. That's about as exciting as it gets. They got 4 players towards middle. They're going to flash and just pounce and see what's available. Here's the flash, and Frozen's in the perfect position. Just a fallback, and nothing gathered from IBR.
These are the toughest rounds. I imagine perhaps even a conversation about what's going to be done about this problem into the next round happening for MIBR. SMGs, of course, in the hands of Mousesports. That's where they can just go hunting, really start to build up a bed of cash. Fallen, he's got all the info. coldzera is about to receive. He's got himself a P250. One would be a dream. They could see him beneath the cart, and it's the end of that one. 600 apiece for all of those frags, and we've got ourselves the 12 for Mousesports just in a matter of time.
They were 5-2 down, remember. Mousesports on their CT side, 5-2 down. They then converted 7 rounds in a row towards the end of that first half. They've now got 3 rounds in a row at the beginning of the second half. They have turned this game on its head. MIBR were flying. They were looking fantastic. And all of a sudden, Mousesports have woken up and they're just taking absolutely everything. As we'll see them now have another clean sweep. Bombs down. Phelps. Not really much can be done. They're trying to find any sort of exit kills, but I don't think that's going to be a possibility.
That's crazy. So actually, I hate to be the guy that's correcting you, but it makes it more exciting. 6-2
Yeah.
to 11-6.
Yeah.
That's just the most absurd comeback. They haven't dropped a round in forever.
It's mad, isn't it? That's insane. Like, it looked like MIBR, again, start really well on Inferno, then it really starts to plummet. It's something about this map for them. If they get a good start, it looks great, but they can't seem to stabilize any momentum they always pick up.
So 10 rounds in a row for Mousesports. Let's see if they can find the 11th. Full weapons now, and the player you pointed the finger at is Fallen. CT side Inferno, you have to see Fallen come online.
Well, like I said, coldzera always delivers on Inferno for them. He hasn't posted a frag in this half yet, but obviously very early days. Fallen, he is the linchpin of the CT side. He has to be the one finding opening picks, making things uncomfortable for the opposition. He needs to be that high-flying player that we know and love, and whether we'll see it today is yet to be seen.
Interesting little one there from Fallen. The smoke he throws at the top of Banana leaves a gap for legs, so he can see any inquisitive tees if they want to take their chances, perhaps boost a teammate, any sort of opportunity he can exploit. Little gap there in his smoke grenade, but they start to gather. This is actually quite a fast one on A.
It's the bonus round, right? They've still got residual SMG, so why not get stuck in? There's potential no helmets on the other side. It's the opening kill from Carrigan. They're smoked off the arch here. A lot of pressure being applied towards A. Phelps is just stuck in no man's land. He's not on the bomb site. He's not towards a pit. He will reposition. coldzera can do nothing about it. No helmet. That cost him his life. Phelps can try and save the day here. The bomb goes down. Fur, he's stuck in the arch. I think they have to save. And now why I call that a bonus round, Alex, is the resources are there. They can buy up rifles if they want to, but they hold on to the MAC-10s, the UMPs, so they can do a very fast round like that. Someone can call, obviously Carrigan can call, right, we're going to stick together as a 5-man fragging unit here. We're going to throw a fast round in. We're going to run around corners. We're going to push through smokes. We're going to make things a nightmare for them. There's 3 players now without helmets, and you saw coldzera was one of them. He was in a prime position to get 2 kills. As soon as he gets touched in the head by UMP, boom, he goes down. That's it. So that's why it's such a great call from Carrigan. Keep the team together. Keep it fast in those sort of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, he did just drive by. I mean, he didn't have to do much more. He had all of that chaos being caused by his team. He could just focus on gliding around, bouncing around that site, holding his UMP sideways for extra star points.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. So that's like textbook CS. That's like my favorite kind of calling right there from Carrigan. That's why it's considered such a massive commodity within teams, right?
And they leave with a scavenged set of sexy assault rifles.
That's the best way it can go down for you. So not only do you win the round, you've upgraded those MAC-10s, those UMPs, you've left with AUGs, and now you've got an AWP as well. The only slight caveat, and the fly in the ointment, would be the Fallen saves his AWP. And if he was going to show us that potential we spoke about a couple of minutes ago, this is when you want to see it. Keep it on Fallen for now if he can. He's got the best spawn possible for middle. We'll see if he wants to take that challenge. He is going to jump towards T-steps. He wants to go for it. Gets legged in the process, still willing to fight. But you could see he had to try and do something there, Alex. But unfortunately, down to 15 HP.
Now we'll see if Bogdan's Law comes into play. Is that going in someone else's hands? I certainly would want to keep it on Fallen. But Chris J is going to confirm that Banana is all theirs. They can plant the Mouse Sports standard, plant the flag, and claim that territory for their own. At the moment, nothing yet is locked in. They haven't committed to be, but it does look like that's the intention. I can see a lined up Molotov for Carrigan. Rops and Frozen are on their way. There's only 2 to defend. It's on Fallen. He's low. Fur, he's doing his very best. It's the best of a bad situation. He manages to get a kill, get away, and even get an AUG. That could be enough to call the rotate through the smoke bomb loose. Number in favor of MIBR. We needed heroics, and MIBR, they've had some.
That's not bad at all. It's Fur with 2.
Wow.
The second one, I'm not sure he even realized he was going to get that. But Fallen, low HP, perfect position. Tags up Rops as well. Remember, he's low. He just wants to get that 1 kill, stay alive. It's all about self-preservation at this point. Down to 4 HP. The Molotov doesn't flush him out. The smoke is perfect. There's so much being thrown his way, but somehow he still lives. 5 versus 3. Advantage for MIBR. The climb ticks away. What is that? How's he picked that one up?
Where did Fur just die?
I think through the coffins.
Through the
it must have
coffins,
been.
it was. Yeah, you can see the X. It does have a rotate, though.
Damn.
Support is there from Taco. Fallen, still alive, by the way. Heart still beating.
Just about. He's going to get another as well. You know it. There it is. He has played this so well. That's what we're talking about at Fallen. He gets 1 kill in this round, but he's done enough to win it for them. That's it. He dies. They can't win the round. They can't plant. That is superb. That is excellent from MIBR. They keep themselves in this game just about. It took an absolute monstrous play from Fur to push through the smoke, get the single kill, a spray through the smoke after that to get the second, and still Fallen, low HP, gets 1 more, pushes them back. No plant possible. MIBR still in this, Alex.
He smokes himself.
Yeah.
Just to survive.
He knew the Molotovs were coming, and
He
it worked out.
gets hit by the Molotov. 1 tick brings him down to 4 HP.
That's insane.
Fur really did just save MIBR. Let's see if they can thank him with more rounds.
Well, they've got the double orb set up now. Notice it's not Cold Zero on that secondary orb. They've focused more on Taco being that role, like he was secondary orb in previous teams as well. We'll see whether he can be a more static, safer pair of hands instead of a more erratic fragger. So he normally holds angles like the apartments, for example. I think that's where he'll be. And Cold Zero watching the right-hand side. So this setup can either go really well or really, really wrong. If Cold Zero goes down quickly, a double kill is on the cards here, but they've set themselves up, so that's not so much of an issue. They are on separate sides. Should be a kill for Taco here. No problem. Robs will be taken care of.
And that's the setup. That's exactly what it set out to achieve. However, look what that has left them forgoing. Excuse me. Carrigan pushes up. They've got all of that for free. Taco repositions towards pit. Taking a passive line. As Mouseport start to pump more utility. Carrigan's just going for a walk. No support. And goes down. Now just 3 remain from Mousesports. They're all coming from the same direction. Taco, he's going to get another one here. Perfect hold from the 2 of them. Cold Zera and Taco keeping A on lock. Phelps has arrived on the scene and fills the kill feed himself. But look at Frozen's position. There is no way they're expecting this one.
They're not. And I would have liked to have seen a few more seconds of play there. Just, you're in a 5-on-1. You might as well explore your options and see what's going to be happening.
How much they're going to ignore you.
Yeah, I really would have liked it. Just 5 more seconds. Let's see if there's 2 kills at least. As soon as you get that one, you're going down, right? But still, he wasn't going to win the round, but just would have liked to see a bit more financial damage. But there it is. MIBR right back in this game, by the way. CT side, they win one of those classic Brazilian rounds where you've got absolutely nothing. It's scrappy. It's of CZs, like on Inferno as well.
Yeah.
Over the years, there's been so many of those rounds for SK Gaming, Luminosity, Keystars, you name it. These guys are good with the CZs on Inferno. They can make it happen.
They thrive in the chaos. I mean, the round they won on their T side, 4 seconds, the bomb goes down. They were flashed, mollied. It doesn't matter. They find a way.
Yeah.
But still staring down the barrel of a 13-8 deficit. Take a look at the scores, breathe them in. A very consistent scoreboard from Mousesports, which is, testament to how well everyone is playing. Voxic just a little bit ahead above the rest. Quiet game from Phelps, but everywhere else is rather uniform, and we're looking to see what MIBR can do now. Round 22, we're jumping straight back into the action. Chris J does seem to be a fan of the Krieg as well.
Oh, he absolutely is.
And the Double Orps are in action. Fallen's looking for some aggression early.
Yeah, now they've found a bit of... They've got some resources now. They've got everything they need. They've got all the grenades, a slight buffer of cash as well. And Chris J, oh my goodness, his gameplay, he's bringing out time and time again this relentless aggression. Takes down Taco. What the hell is that? Phelps will be dropped as well. And he isn't slowing down, continuing to press the W key. His teammates have just swarmed the A site. This is a solo play. One man has done it all. Chris J just pushes through the flames, pushes through the smoke. They didn't see it coming. The double kill towards Arch yields them the round. It's going to be 14-8. No tactics deployed there, Alex. No strat book needed. Just send Chris J and finding kills.
I mean, JW is smiling somewhere if he's watching, because he just found the gap and twisted the knife. My goodness. What a way to destabilize the defense. Just the call, you're baffled that you're even calling it. He's already up Arch. The words have even left your mouth and another teammate's died.
Now, the funny thing is, like, I know it myself, had he just run up there by himself and died, we'd be sat here going,
what's he doing?
What's he done that for? Like, and
what an idiot.
We would be right to do so because it's a play that doesn't necessarily make sense. It's just one of those plays. It's just like
that feeling you were talking about?
That gut feeling. He spotted the opening. He realized they might not be ready for it. He knows they're double Orps right now. He's going to take it. He can see what he can do with it. It's unexpected. If it didn't work out, sure, he's throwing them around. If it does work out, the risk/reward factor there is off the scales, and you can see the results there, 14-8.
The name of Chris J's AWP for a long time was Profound Aggression.
Exactly. It makes sense, right?
It's been his motto for a long time.
Yeah, that was really cool. What a play. Not many pros will have the balls to pull that one off.
Charging up Arch. Didn't even question that there could be someone holding the midline.
It's so discombobulating as well. Like, you take a timeout now, it's like, what do you even say in that? Like, how did Chris J just kill 2 of you by himself? He just ran up and killed everyone. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't. It's not an expected play. And against a default, you just don't see that coming. You're set up there. You got you're all in the corner. You're kind of setting everyone
warnings,
up. Transitioning.
No nades.
Yeah, there was nothing. And it's a really fun play from Chris J. One you love to see. And it's called it like Carrigan's obviously allowed him to have the sort of freedom within this team. They've got smokes down there towards the arch and the library, get him stuck in, and it was beautiful.
There was a HE blowing up. That smoke from the HE blowing up did stop Taco's line he was holding as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he had all of the stars aligned for Chris J in that round, and now he spoke about his AWPing. He is not an AWP, it's an SG. Saw him scoped in, got excited.
Early smokes, library and arch. Send Chris J up to get 2 kills. Job done.
14-8 though. MIBR, they have to dig their heels in now. It does look like it's going to be a rather slow approach from them. They don't want to be losing, I don't know, say 2 men early on this round on the CT side, and so they're going to let Mouse Sports come to them.
Oh. If they lose this round, Alex, unfortunately it'll be map points and the money will be gone. Must win as Voxer gets the first. And oh my goodness, Frozen showing us that star power once again. Another great headshot, a 5-on-3. Cold Zero though, as you mentioned before, considered to be one of the best players in the world once upon a time. Taken down by Carrigan, and this is the nightmare situation. Now MIBR lose the round. It's 15-8. Money is absolutely ruined now. They're going to have to save these 2 weapons. They will have pretty substantial loss bonus. It will help them get probably 4 rifles and 1 pistol, but overall this is still going to be such a difficult situation, and that's if everyone survives. That's me assuming that Fallen and Fur are going to take these weapons to the next round. And might not be the case.
Just, and another reminder, of course, if anyone joined us halfway through this game, a spectacular comeback of sorts. Acceleration, perhaps a better word for it. Mouse Sports, they won 10 rounds back-to-back. MIBR found their first 2.
What?
In this half, very recently.
They flashed the B site there. Fallen got completely wrecked by the flash. He then re-peeked the angle. You're just asking for trouble there, I'm afraid. Like, Voxic,
is he doing the dance?
He was doing the dance around the corner. Like, and at that point, he just had to save the AWP. 1 kill for him was going to do nothing for them. So it's really unfortunate he gives up the AWP, because we've just talked about his potential. The win factors on their CT side is his AWP, which they can no longer afford. That re-peek didn't have to happen. There was no initial threat in terms of proximity. Here's the shot from Vox. It sits in the flames, takes down Taco, and gets the hell out. And Carrigan, this shot on Cold Zero.
Yeah, check this out.
He was jumping, right? Boom, takes him down.
Quick, and that's the re-peek. That's the re-peek from Fallen. Yeah, I mean, it did look like that was a saved AWP, almost a guarantee. Now he has to operate with just an MP9. That's
the disparity.
Yeah, that sucks.
Okay, well, 7 rounds in a row required for overtime. That does not sound realistic, and they've got to get through this hurdle first. 2 MP9s for Masses, for completely regular flash, and he's playing heads up. It makes sense. He knows he needs at least 1 kill, right? He needs to get something going in their favor. Unfortunately, now it's just fallen with an absolutely useless smoke and an MP9 on the bomb side. This is not looking good.
He has to do something rather crazy with this SMG, and Chris J's not letting him even get started. They start to close this game out. Karrigan finds another one. It's looking all over. Just Taco. He's miles away. The bomb's going to be going down, and it does look like Mouse Sports are going to stay.